The Select Committee on Community Safety will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Guillen,
Here.
Vice Chair Johnson, Representative Bowers,
Present.
Representative Burrows,
Here.
Representative Canales, Representative DeRazio,
Here.
Representative Goodwin,
Here.
Representative Harless,
Here.
Representative Holland, Representative King,
Here.
Representative Landgraf,
Here.
Representative Moody, Representative Troxclair.
Members, a quorum is present. As a reminder, anyone that's testifying before the committee today and hasn't done so already, please register at the kiosks located in the hallways behind the hearing rooms. If you require assistance in registering or testifying, please contact the committee staff. I want to remind everyone that committee hearing rooms fall under the same decorum rules as the House gallery. Please restrict any outbursts in the audience. The House sergeants have the responsibility to maintain order of the rooms of the House and will take appropriate action. Due to the number of witnesses who we expect to register and to accommodate all who wish to testify, there'll be a time limit of 3 minutes per witness during the public testimony period. Members, as I believe y'all are aware, because we only have this room reserved this day of the week and this time for both this committee and Homeland Security and Public Safety, we plan on alternating weeks between committees. Any questions before we get started? Okay, if not, Chair lays out House Bill 636. No, is it 636? Oh, we're going to go here first.
Leach.
Subtract that.
2780.
Chair lays out House Bill 2780 and recognizes Representative Leach to explain the bill. Representative DeRazio offers a committee substitute to House Bill 2780 and recognizes Mr. Leach Chairman Leach to explain the committee substitute, and may the record reflect that Representative Troxclair is present. Please. Ready to go.
All right, Chairman Guillen, members of the committee, I appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to lay out the committee substitute to House Bill 2780 before you today. Mr. Chairman, the committee sub has been laid out, correct? Okay. The committee sub you have in front of you today, members, was actually, I'll explain it briefly in just a sec, but at the outset, I want to make clear to the committee that this was the first bill that was voted out of the Senate this session. The bill was voted out of the Senate 31-0, just a handful of days ago, I believe early last week. So the committee sub you have in front of you today is the companion bill to Senator Huffman's bill, which was voted out unanimously on the Senate floor. In 2022, federal law was passed that amended the state reporting requirements to the FBI's National Instant Criminal Background Check System. The acronym is NICS, otherwise known as NICS, the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, for disqualifying mental health records for firearm purchases from a federal firearms licensee. That law included mental health adjudications for juveniles age 16 or older. Currently, the state of Texas does not have a centralized location for this information. If the FBI needed to find out if a person had any disqualifying juvenile mental health adjudications, they would have to individually call each clerk for each court in the state. The committee substitute in front of you today would require clerks to report records to DPS, which in turn maintains reporting to NICS, in which, number one, juveniles age 16 or older that were found unfit to proceed, 2, found not responsible as a result of mental illness or intellectual disability, 3, receiving court-ordered mental health services, or 4, that they were admitted to a residential care facility due to intellectual disability or mental illness in a delinquency proceeding. As juvenile records are maintained in the strictest confidentiality, the substitute in front of you also makes clear that the clerk's access and authority to report those records to DPS is limited, and thereby provide the required information to NICS. The bill also enables DPS to audit the records contained in NICS and to request additional information from a reporting court if a record is determined to be incomplete or invalid. The purpose of this increased reporting is to comply with the new federal regulations with respect to federal background checks for firearm purchases. The bill, importantly, again, the bill that was passed 31-0 out of the Senate, the bill does not change any existing firearm laws. It adheres to existing federal law and the new requirements to report this data to NICS. Members, the language of the committee substitute is clear and straightforward. Again, it matches the Senate bill that was already passed. I'll be happy to take any questions. It's a pretty simple bill, Mr. Chairman. And if there are no questions, I will respectfully request my right to close.
Members, any questions? Yes, Representative DeRazio.
I'm a little, I missed something at the beginning. I'm looking at House Bill 2780, but it was changed to House Bill 636?
No.
We're talking about House Bill 2780.
Okay,
Committee substitute is laid out,
okay,
just to House Bill 2780.
okay. I was reading through your bill, and I'd like to ask a few questions on it. I don't know, much about it. The clerk under this bill has to report all the personal information on adults who have been awarded a guardian. Is that correct? I think I might be missing something here.
Well, yeah, the modifications to the government code would require clerks to report DPS information regarding juveniles age 16 or older who are unfit to proceed that meet one of the elements that are listed there in the bill.
Okay, and
As opposed to Representative DeRazio, as opposed to the individual having to go check each individual county, each individual clerk. It essentially what it does is it rounds it up and puts it into one database, which is currently required under federal law, and that's what the NICS database is.
okay, if an adult becomes incapacitated and they're assigned a guardian, does the clerk have to file that with the in the database with the federal government?
If an adult becomes incapacitated,
Incapacitated, yeah.
this bill is only relating to juvenile reporting requirements.
Okay. Okay,
This is relating to juvenile adjudications.
okay,
So if there's an adult that, yes, maybe 16 or older under the terms of the bill, but does not have the juvenile adjudication, there might be other federal law, state law that applies to that, but that's not what this bill does.
okay. All right, so I must be confusing with something else, because I was reading here, an incapacitated adult person for whom a court has appointed a guardian of the person under Title III, a state code, based on the determination that person lacks the mental capacity to manage the person's affairs. That's on page 2, section 2.
Are you looking at the committee sub, Representative?
I think I'm not.
Well, the committee sub is different than the bill you may be looking at, and so I did not lay out the original bill. I laid out the committee substitute, or the committee substitute was laid out in front of the committee, and that's the bill that I'm on right now.
It should be in your email and sent to your Dropbox. And
Okay.
we'll see if we can get you a copy.
Let me work
Paper
through this,
copy a
'cause
little
I'm-
bit, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions?
I got one
Yes,
quick
Chairman Harless.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Page 1, line 10, it just says an individual who is at least 16 years of age. Does that go to 18? I just want to make sure. At least 16 years of age.
Yes, yeah, it would. Who's someone who's at least 16 years of age, who has some sort of adjudication that needs to be reported. Much of this stuff is already being reported on a county by county basis, but this is what it's going to do is it's going to require all clerks to report up through DPS into the NICS, the NICS database.
Thank you, sir.
Let the record reflect Chair Canales is present. Members, any other questions? Okay.
Thank you. I'll reserve my right to close.
Yep, we'll call you back up to close. Chair now calls
Lauren Gamble,
Lauren Gamble.
Texas Medical Association, Texas Pediatric Society.
We have, thank you for being here today. We show you registered as Lauren Gamble, representing the Texas Medical Association and Pediatric Society, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Chair Gann, Vice Chair Johnson, and committee members, my name is Dr. Lauren Gamble, and I'm a pediatrician here in Austin testifying on behalf of the Texas Medical Association and the Texas Pediatric Society, more than 57,000 physician and medical student members. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify in support of HB 2780, and thank you, Representative Leach, for authoring this legislation. Although we have physicians on both sides of the gun debate, we are united in wanting to prevent firearm deaths and injuries. As physicians, we are on the front lines treating individuals injured by guns, and we counsel the families as well when it happens. The aftermath of any firearm tragedy reverberates not only in our hospital and exam rooms, but throughout our communities. The heart of this bill ensures certain minors who are sent to a psychiatric hospital are properly reported to the FBI's NICS system. We must also make sure these individuals and others are receiving proven child, family, and community interventions, and we should expand investments in health and social services. This will help reduce violence by promoting healthy, nurtured, resilient children and families. This is especially significant if these individuals one day find themselves with access to a gun. If they do get access to a firearm, we want to make sure they've received the proper support, care, and counseling to make good decisions. The earlier these services can be provided, the greater the likelihood of better outcomes, but they must first have access to the services. Let me also unequivocally state that most people diagnosed with a mental health condition, even a severe one, do not go on to commit mass violent crimes. This is important to note so that people that do need mental health services feel safe seeking those services without fear of stigma. More often, people diagnosed with a mental health condition are victims of violence, including self-inflicted harm. So thank you again for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 2780, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Let the record reflect that Vice Chair Johnson and Chair Moody are present. Members, any questions? Thank you. Next one. Chair now calls Michael Belsick. We have you down as Michael Belsick, representing yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. In order to expedite all of your times, the back of my sheet lists my position on all 14 of the bills. But I would like to make a short generic statement on the whole, just here again, trying to expedite your time. I can appreciate the concern and the desire to do something about the U.S. murder rate. However, I am amazed that there is so much concern on the weapon that a person uses instead of the person itself. If more people feared the consequences of resorting to violence, there would be less of it. Today, some DAs do not even slap the wrist of the person that committed the violence. I could put a gun on this table, and it could sit here for 100 years, and it would never, ever shoot anyone until a person picks it up. It's not the gun that kills person, it's the person holding the gun or holding the knife. Here are some general FBI statistics. Handguns are used to kill people 45% of the time. Knives are used 10.6% of the time. Hands, feet, 4.3. Clubs and hammers, 2.8. All rifles, which includes the AR, which does not stand for assault rifle, stands for Armalite rifle, is only used 2.6% of the time. Yes, there are deaths that happen due to it, but we're not talking about doing anything against knives which causes 4 times as many deaths. So where is all the emotional focus? It's on scary-looking weapons, guns. And just the logic of it, why is shooting 4 people at one time somehow more severe than shooting 4 different peoples at different times? It's the same number of deaths, but we focus on that mass murder of 4 at one time. Until the Justice Department takes more active role in removing people from general society to that resorting to criminal violence, violence is only going to get more prolific. If you're not going to go after career criminals, then we need to have more law-abiding armed civilians that are willing to take action to save innocent lives when necessary. I grew up in the 50s and 60s. Back then, guns were just as prevalent as they are basically today. There's no significant difference in the type of guns, but the murder rate was significantly less. You never, ever, hardly ever heard of a mass shooting events. Guns have not changed. People have. And that's my short version. So thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Members, any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Randall Hoffler. We show you registered as Randall Hoffler, representing yourself and the North Texas Conservatives, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's true.
Please proceed.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair, and other members of the committee. I'm going to be real brief on this. We agree with a lot of the end result that the bill is trying to achieve. I think our position is it's incomplete. And as one of the other people testified in here earlier, many times people go and have mental problems and they go and get treatment, but then they recover. Sometimes they're the victims. And this bill does not allow, as we're reading it, for people that have been cleared and do not have a problem to be taken off this list. It only puts people on the list. And once you're on the list, then you lose your Second Amendment rights. So that's our concern, is we need a way, a mechanism, that if somebody goes to treatment and they're deemed okay, then they should not be put on this list. And the way we read the bill is it doesn't include that. And so that's our concern. We don't believe that a person's Second Amendment rights should be taken away unless they're convicted of a crime. That's very simple. That's our thoughts.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Chair now calls Rick Reinhardt. We show you registered as Rick Reinhardt, representing yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Well, thank you for your time. I agree wholeheartedly with the last gentleman who was talking here. In principle, I agree with this. However, I don't think that it's clear enough in that, to his point, if a person is judged mentally incompetent or have a mental illness, they should not have a gun. They should not be allowed to drive in a lot of cases. But the issue is, what happens when they are healed? Mental illness is just like any other disease. Once they're cured, how do they get out of that next system? And that would be why I would say I would be against this. If there was some way that they were adjudicated to be mentally ill forever, I would vote for the bill. But if they get cured, how do they get out? I don't know that that is addressed. That's all I have to say.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Wesley Verdell. We show you registered as Wesley Verdell, representing yourself and the Gun Owners of America, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Please proceed.
All right, I have just a couple of notes here that I'll go through. So once a person is placed on the NICS system, which many have already said, how do they get off the system? It is possible to get out of the NICS system, but most people cannot afford the lawyer to do so or don't know the procedure to do so. So I think if you're 16 and you end up being put on this list, what happens when you're 40 and your life is turned around? They haven't been convicted of a crime. We know that this basically looks like a red flag law. It's a violation of due process. They haven't been convicted of a crime. Now they are prohibited from buying a weapon from an FFL. So we 100% disagree there. On the this was passed by the Bipartisan Community Safer Act that Joe Biden put in place. What we're doing is implementing a law that we already believe to be unconstitutional to begin with. We look at this, and I would say that we're basically making ourselves in line with Joe Biden's bill, which I think Texas should not even consider doing. And I think that covers it, just to keep time quick.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for y'all's time.
Chair now calls Stephen Sanders. We show you registered as Stephen Sanders, representing yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. So I want to thank Representative Leach for this bill. I am a hunter and I am a gun owner. Mr. Chairman, I have a farm in your district where I grew up hunting. I am also a pastor, though. And as a pastor, one of my roles is to care for people. And in my pastoral role, I am able to be a frontline person, and people are safe coming to me, and my job is to help get them to appropriate resources. And in my years of being, almost 27 years of being a pastor, I have referred dozens and dozens and dozens of minors to mental health resources. Some of them are just having basic emotional problems. Some of them, though, become suicidal. And I have had several of teenagers in the communities that I serve attempt suicide. And what I see ends up happening, my friends, is that attempted suicide in multiple ways is mostly not successful. But when someone has access to a firearm, they are almost always successful. And in my understanding of the Christian faith, Jesus says that he will judge us based upon how we have cared for the most vulnerable. And our children are the most vulnerable. Yes, guns don't kill people. People kill people. But when a minor with a mental illness has access to a firearm, he or she is going to be successful either in killing herself or in killing someone that is dear to her. And so I urge you to support this bill. I believe it has the potential to save lives. Thank you for your time.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Okay, Chair calls Guy Herman. We show you registered as Guy Herman, representing yourself and the statutory probate judges of Texas, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. My name is Guy Herman. I'm the Travis County Probate Court Judge. I'm also the presiding statutory probate court judge of Texas, representing Republican and Democratic judges, and we are in support of this bill. It is actually not a Joe Biden bill, but it's a John Cornyn bill, and I respect John Cornyn for bringing this and getting a bipartisan coalition to pass this bill. It is federal law, and we need to do several things. One thing I'm a little unclear, and I haven't talked to Representative Leach, is we got to make sure which clerks we're talking about, because juveniles are usually under the jurisdiction of the district courts, although there are some county courts at law. So we may be talking about district clerks in one instance reporting this information and county clerks in other contexts reporting this information. But I haven't seen the substitute in. I'll talk to Representative Leach afterwards to make sure that it has those things in there to make sure we don't miss out on anybody. There is a restoration process in the law, and it's there available if people want to get cured. I have some issues about whether or not people get cured of mental illness. I think they have mental illness. They can get it under control, and maybe they need to be having their gun rights restored. I'm a gun owner. I'm a Second Amendment rights person myself, but I do believe we need to take care of these kids and stop some of the stuff that's going on. That's,
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair calls Michelle Mostert, or Moster. We have you registered as Michelle Mostert, representing yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you for your time. I'm against the bill for, yes, they're mentally ill people should not have firearms, but if they were to, become healthier mentally, they should be removed from that list. And like Mr. Westfordell said, that it's very expensive to do that. And, we shouldn't be the 2A right is our constitutional right, and we should not, it's like he said, it's like a red flag law. And I agree with the other gentlemen that talked about that they were against the bill as well. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Okay, Chair now calls Megan Lavoie, or Lavoie. We have you down as Megan Lavoie.
That's right.
From the office, representing the Office of Court Administration as the Executive Director of Texas Judicial Council, testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That's right.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, members. Like the chairman said, my name is Megan Lavoie. I am the Executive Director for the Texas Judicial Council, as well as the Administrative Director for the Office of Court Administration, here testifying as a resource on the bill. I will add that this was a recommendation from the Texas Judicial Council. The Judicial Council is the policymaking body for the judiciary. There's 2 judges from every level of court on the council, as well as 4 legislative members, including Chairman Leach behind me, and 6 members appointed by the governor. I did want to address Representative's question about the guardianship provision in the bill. So if a minor is appointed a guardian and they are incapacitated, that determination that they're incapacitated is not made until they're 18. And so that's the provision outlined in the bill. If you're found incapacitated as an adult and appointed a guardian, it's already federal and state law that you can't purchase a firearm. Here to answer any other questions that y'all might have on this legislation.
Members, any other questions? Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against the committee substitute to House Bill 2780? There being none, Chair recognizes Chairman Leach to close.
Thank you, Chair Guillen and Vice Chair Johnson and members. In my short closing, I'm surprised to hear the opposition from some of the folks today, considering none of them and no one else testified against this bill in the Senate, and none of them reached out to my office or to me directly to express concerns or to ask questions. This bill is merely a reporting bill. If you have a problem with the federal law that was recently passed, which it's clear that some witnesses today have more of a problem with that than this, then they should take that up with our federal counterparts, our senators and congressmen. This is a reporting requirement for all of the states that is required of the states under that bill. And this with the National Instant Criminal Background Check System as required by the FBI, we believe that this is a good and effective and efficient streamlined way for our court clerks, and it can be district or county clerks, depending on the county, to report this adjudication information up through the system. That's it, and would ask for your favorable consideration. I'm happy to take any questions.
Members, any questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Chairman.
Representative Durazio.
Thank you for bearing with me on the last go-around. I heard, there was a published article that talks about Texas, about 21 million, Texas would be able to receive $21 million if this bill passes. Is that correct?
I have, are you asking me?
Yes.
I have no idea what
No
article you're
idea,
talking
okay.
about.
All right. And what due process exists for those people whose rights are being infringed upon? You know, like we have the national background checks, the 16-year-olds who, mental problems or any other problems that they're put in this system. Is there a process to be able to relieve them?
If someone is wrongfully put into the
Yes.
system, there absolutely is a process that's outlined under federal law. Representative Durazio, that is existing federal law. This bill does not change that in any way. If someone is wrongfully put in the system, or if someone is adjudicated to meet one of these elements and has mental health issues that would ban them or bar them from purchasing a firearm under federal law, and then they're healed, or they believe no longer should they be in the database, then there is a process, a very straightforward process under federal law. You do not need to go, as one witness wrongfully stated earlier, hire an attorney to do so. And those processes, Representative, are already entrenched in federal law. This bill at the state level does nothing to change any of that.
Okay, so this bill just requires the clerks to file with the FBI mentally incapacitated or mentally ill people to prevent them from buying a firearm. Is that correct?
There's no current, under state law, under current state law, there is no current centralized database for clerks, county or district clerks, to report this information up through, which is currently required, now required, under the new federal law that was passed.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So, you know, I guess if some people just don't want to comply with federal law, and I don't really know what the alternative would be, but this bill is in compliance with existing federal law, and it's the right thing to do.
All right. Well, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right. Committee substitute for House Bill 2780 is withdrawn, and if there's no objection, House Bill 2780 will be left pending. Chair hears none. House Bill 2780 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 2242 and recognizes Representative Howard to explain the measure.
Thank you, Chairman Guillen and Vice Chair Johnson and committee members for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 2242. The statewide safe gun storage campaign, Keep 'em Safe Texas, this is being passed out to you right now, housed within the Department of Public Safety, was first launched in 2019. The Keep 'em Safe Texas campaign has provided education on how to properly store firearms with the goal of combating avoidable firearm accidents, particularly among children, firearm thefts, and rising suicide rates in Texas. The campaign has reached millions all across Texas through social media efforts, billboard signs, radio ads, and partnership programs with resources on how to properly store your firearm. However, improperly stored firearms is still a significant issue, including in vehicles. Reports show that in 2022, there were over 4,000 firearms reported to police as stolen from vehicles in Houston, Texas alone. Additionally, the Austin Police Department reports that over 60% of firearm-related crimes are committed by individuals who have stolen the firearm used in that crime. Unfortunately, there are also continuing reports of children and youth being accidentally killed after accessing an unsecured gun in a vehicle. And firearms now surpass vehicle crashes as the #1 cause of death for 1 to 19-year-olds. While the DPS Safe Gun Storage Campaign works to provide information statewide to serve as a reminder to every responsible gun owner about their duty to properly store their firearm, our reach could be further expanded through the use of dynamic messaging signs. This legislation calls for the use of the Texas Department of Transportation's dynamic message signs to be used to promote safe gun storage in vehicles and serve as a reminder for gun owners to safely store their firearms to avoid potential firearm thefts. The dynamic message signs are currently used to remind Texans of driving safely on the road, the dangers of drinking and driving, amber alerts, silver alerts, and several other statewide alerts. I know last session, Representative Landgraf had HB 103, I believe it was, that was using these dynamic message signs for active shooter alerts. Incorporating the Keep 'em Safe Texas campaign into these dynamic message signs would potentially reach the over 30 million Texans who drive our state highways daily and continue the campaign's mission of safely securing firearms to prevent access from unauthorized persons. Safely storing firearms is the duty of every responsible gun owner. This legislation would just serve as a reminder across our Texas highways for Texans to fulfill their responsibilities of safely storing their firearms, which in turn will, of course, help keep our communities safer. And I will remind you that today on the House floor, we actually adjourned in memory of Preston Ralston. Representative Smithy had a memorial resolution today about this young man, 15 years old, who just recently, a few months ago in Texas, was accidentally killed with an unsecured firearm in a vehicle outside of his high school. This is something that is absolutely happening, and that this is one of the ways that we could help to prevent those kinds of tragedies. I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions? Okay, Chair Moody? No, okay. All right, we'll call you back up to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair now calls Nicole Golden. We show you registered as Nicole Golden, representing Texas Gun Sense in favor of the bill, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please.
Thank you,
proceed.
Chair. Chairman and members, thank you so much. I'm Nicole Golden, the Executive Director of Texas Gun Sense, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that works to prevent gun violence and other gun tragedies in Texas through education, partnerships, and policy change. And I'm really pleased to support HB 2242 today, which will educate Texans on the Keep 'em Safe Texas Safe Firearm Storage campaign. Texas values its long history of responsible gun ownership, and I feel like a key element of that pride is safe and secure storage of firearms to prevent theft, unintentional shootings, suicides, and other tragedies. Here's just a little snapshot verbally of what the Keep 'em Safe Texas campaign displays online, and it has simple instructions under each of these. It just says things like follow these 3 steps to safe gun storage. Number 1, safely store firearms, and it gives instructions. Number 2, safely store ammunition. 3, restrict access. It's really very simple and something everybody can get behind. This bill will allow the campaign to reach even more Texans. There are countless reasons why this is so important, including the prevention of suicide. Suicide accounts for more than half of gun deaths in Texas and nationwide, and suicide by firearm is on the rise for youth here in Texas. According to the Texas Suicide Prevention Collaborative, 2020 was the first year in which more than 50% of youth suicides were by firearm. Safe storage protects our veterans. The VA reports that in 2018, 73% of Texas veteran suicides were by firearm. And safe storage education is also critical to preventing unintentional shootings. In 2021, there were at least 26 unintentional shootings by Texas children, placing it among the top 5 states with the highest number of such shootings that year. 13 of those resulted in death. And lastly, we can't forget that safe gun storage awareness can prevent school shootings, like the tragedy at Santa Fe High School 5 years ago in which a 17-year-old perpetrator gained access to a firearm. The Keep 'em Safe Texas campaign is an incredible resource run by DPS, by Texas, for Texans, and we're so appreciative to Representative Howard for leading efforts to support and expand this program, to DPS for maintaining it, to law enforcement for reminding us of the importance of safely removing firearms from vehicles, and to members of the committee today for considering the simple measure to save lives through education. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chair now calls Samuel Brannon, We have you registered as Samuel Brannon, representing yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sam Brannon. I'm the pastor at St. Peter Lutheran Church in Elgin, Texas, and I have the honor and pleasure of being married to Emily Brannon and the distinct pleasure of being the father of 2 teenage daughters. I'm in favor of this bill, and thank you, Representative Howard, for it. I was a gunner's mate in the United States Navy, was responsible for teaching my sailors how to fire, clean, and maintain personal weapons. We stored weapons in safes when they were not deployed, and I and a few other people were the repository of those security codes. Because an active duty ship is a highly stressful place with a highly stressful mission, it's important to maintain heightened security on all personal arms, and we did that. This was not a challenge for me because as a Boy Scout, I qualified at El Rancho Sema as an NRA youth marksman. We were taught to respect our rifles, keep them clean and safely stored away. Most of all, we learned that the first cardinal rule of all small arms is that every small arm is loaded. Unfortunately, many people do not know how to respect firearms because they've never been exposed to them. A solid public education curriculum through the Department of Public Safety would go far in helping children learn how to respect firearms. For most children, their first experience comes from movies or TV, and they see people get shot, and it seems safe and bloodless and with no repercussions. They do not understand that once a bullet leaves the barrel, there is no going back. I encourage you to pass HB 2242. It is past time that we get back to teaching our children about firearms in school, especially since Texas is so friendly firearm ownership.
Members, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Lisa Ross. We have you registered as Lisa Ross, representing yourself and Lock Arms for Life, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, you got it correct.
Please
Yes.
continue.
Yes, thank you very much for having me here. Thank you to the committee as well. Like you said, my name is Lisa Ross. I'm a board member of Safe Kids Austin, a coalition for Dell Children's Hospital, and founder of Lock Arms for Life. I'm also a member or a mother of 3 boys. I started Lock Arms for Life to save the lives of kids, teens, and young adults through safe gun storage. When my son John was handed a gun at a college party, he didn't suspect that it would be loaded and fire in his direction. He didn't know that he was in a dangerous situation, and the truth is he didn't have to be. Had that gun been stored safely, John would be alive today. My family owns guns. We are responsible gun owners who want fellow gun owners to do their part for safe gun storage. As Representative Howard said, theft from cars diverts guns away from the legal market, making them particularly dangerous. Because of the drastic increase in stolen guns from vehicles, HB 2242 is timely and significant. A decade ago, less than a quarter of gun thefts were from cars. Now that number is more than half. APD reported 64% of missing guns of stolen firearms from the cars in 2022, and the Houston Chronicle reported more than 4,400 people called Houston police in 2022 after guns were stolen from their vehicles, a nearly 20% increase from 2021. We have learned that hiding a gun is not enough. To truly secure a firearm, you need to buy a lockable storage box, and you need to have it out of sight. These devices are tax exempt in Texas, thanks to lawmakers like you. The tools are all in place, but we must invest in education and raising awareness. Lock Arms was heavily involved in the first wave of the DPS campaign, working to promote the message of safe gun storage with a billboard and bus ad campaign in Austin, and we did that in English and Spanish. We partnered with the Department of Public Safety, with the Austin Police Department, and from the report that we received from the ad agency that we worked with, we had 5 billboards in high traffic areas, an estimated 6.2 million impressions from those ads. We also did bus ads where we placed them on the backs, the sides, and we did that on 35 buses, and we did 150 inside place cards, and that would have reached about 1.6 million impressions. But we're just getting started. We believe awareness will save untold lives. We need to saturate our communities with safe messages until they are ingrained as so much as like Smokey the Bear. We all know the slogan. We know what it means. Only you can prevent forest fires, or the Don't Mess with Texas. Once upon a time, we did not wear seatbelts. I hope we will, by doing this, we'll be saying that in the future, we'll be saying the same thing about that in the future about safely storing guns. Through the TxDOT, reinforcing the importance of safety will go a long way in protecting kids, teens, and young adults. Again, I'm very much in support of this. I know we can make an impact, and we need to start making small steps to do that. Thank you very much for considering the investment in a safer Texas families and the safer Texas community.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Jason Hester as the resource witness. We have you registered as Jason Hester, representing the Texas Department of Public Safety as a resource witness, testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Jason Hester, Assistant Chief, Texas DPS Regulatory Services. Here as a resource witness, and if anyone has any questions on.
Any questions, members? Okay, thank you.
Like it. Thank you, sir.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2242? There being none, the chair recognizes Representative Howard to close.
Thank you, members. Reports show that firearm thefts from vehicles have been on the rise for the last 4 years. The Houston Police Sergeant Hicks was quoted as saying that premium price for guns has just risen. Burglars have simply moved on to the newest item with the best resale value. The people they're selling to are generally those who aren't allowed to have guns because they have a felony or another reason. So they're willing to pay a premium, and guns are already expensive. Members, this has just become an extremely serious problem that's gotten even worse. This is a really simple way that we can continue our efforts through DPS to remind responsible gun owners about safely storing their guns, especially in vehicles. And as was done with Representative Landgraf's bill last session, there is language in this bill that says if for any reason this would prevent TxDOT from getting the necessary federal funds that are given for use of these digital marketing signs, that this would no longer apply. So I think we've got all the bases covered here with TxDOT, with DPS, and this is just one more thing that we can do to help save Texans' lives. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Yes, Representative Goodman.
Thank you, Representative Howard. This seems like a very sensible thing to do to try to prevent gun violence or suicide. I'm curious if you had anyone come to your office and express that they didn't like the bill, or why anyone would be against the bill.
I have heard from no one about any opposition to the bill.
All right.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your consideration, and I close.
All right. If there's no objection, House Bill 2242 will be left pending. There being none, House Bill 2242 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 636 and recognizes Representative Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. Appreciate y'all's time today. I'd like to preface by saying that this bill is a refile from last session, which successfully passed through the House, but unfortunately ran out of time in the Texas Senate. Section 32.075 of the Election Code outlines the duties of election judges, and individuals are currently tasked with similar duties to that of peace officers, such as preserving order and preventing breaches of the peace, and the ability to enforce these duties by issuing an arrest warrant if need be. In their capacity as election judges, they uphold the duties of district judges and peace officers who are allowed to carry handguns at polling locations. Therefore, we should clarify election judges have that same right. This issue was brought to my attention by a constituent of mine who serves as an election judge when he informed me that currently in the Texas Penal Code, there is no clarity on the ability of a presiding election judge to be able to carry a handgun at a polling place during early voting. And that's a very important point, during early voting. In 2018, an Attorney General opinion requested by our former colleague, Representative James White, Clarification was provided on the ambiguity of Second Amendment rights applying to election judges during election times. Citing Hooks versus State, the Attorney General concluded that a presiding election judge had the same power as a district judge to enforce order and keep the peace within the polling location. This bill seeks to codify the penal code to align with the Attorney General's opinion that authorizes presiding election judges to carry to polling place on Election Day and then add early voting periods. Members, I appreciate your consideration for this for this bill, and understand that there may be questions. Look, at the end of the day, election judges are already carrying on Election Day. So what this bill does is it clarifies that in the law that they can continue to do so, but it does add early voting in the bill. The Attorney General's opinion was very narrow, and so it did not include early voting. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Members, any questions? All right, we'll call you back up to close. Chair recognizes Emily Ebby French. We show you registered as Emily Ebby French, representing the Texas Civil Rights Project against the bill, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
I'm here to testify against HB 636. Through my work at the Texas Civil Rights Project, I've spent 3 election cycles helping run the nonpartisan election protection hotline at 866-R-VOTE. Over the last 5 years, our coalition has helped more than 18,000 eligible Texas voters cast a ballot. So much of the voter intimidation we've seen can be traced back to the presence of a gun. If voters see a gun at the polling place, they will feel intimidated and think twice before voting in that election or even future election. If voters know that there may be a gun at the polling place, many will simply stay home. For instance, in 2020, a concerned voter in Tarrant County reported that she saw another voter in line with a gun and heard him say, "I'm going to need this if the vote goes wrong." When the concerned voter informed the election judge, they laughed and took no further action. In Hidalgo County, we received a report of 2 men with visible firearms walking around near a polling location and speaking with voters despite clear signs stating that no firearms were allowed at the polling location. Our volunteers in Tarrant County witnessed a group of men with bulletproof vests and rifles gathered across the street from a polling location in full view of voters. These voters called our hotline because they recognized that guns near polling places are inherently frightening and deter Texans from voting. Some would say that these situations justify election judges carrying guns. We have worked directly with Texas counties to resolve voter intimidation issues for years. We know that the proper place to de-escalate a voter with a gun is outside the polling place, not inside. Election judges already have a long list of duties inside the polling place, and the security of our elections rests on their ability to perform those duties. At best, adding responsible firearm management to the list distracts from crucial tasks like monitoring machines and ballot storage. At worst, it endangers voters and election workers alike. Voter intimidation is a huge problem in Texas, and the presence of guns in a polling place intimidates Texas voters. This legislature should attempt to reduce the number of guns near the polls, not expand it. We ask you not to report this bill favorably. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Katia Arrestman. We show you registered as Katia Arrestman, representing Common Cause Texas against the bill. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Please proceed.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Chair, and thank you, committee members, for hearing us. My name is Katia Arizman. I'm the Voting Rights Program Manager at Common Cause Texas, and I'm testifying against HB 636. Texas has endured a period of increasing political violence and intimidation, especially against election workers, and HB 636 would create confusion amid existing state and federal laws and increase intimidation that we oppose this bill. In conservative Gillespie County in Texas and across the state, election administrators have quit because of death threats against election workers that have only increased in recent years. Election judges are the most public figures at a polling location, and enabling their militarization creates the premise that there could be a shootout, which puts voters in the crossfire. In Mesa, Arizona, during the 2022 election, which is possibly one of the most notable instances of threats of armed violence, though my colleague Emily also referenced others, the Department of Justice on October 31st of last year noted that the presence of armed individuals raises serious concerns about intimidation of voters. That includes in polling locations. However, professors of psychology have warned warned that enabling election judges to bring firearms to their work would fall under the weapons effect, which allows that mere presence of weapons increases aggression. Simply put, if this bill were to pass, it would enable those who have already inspired the events of January 6th to engage in more political violence, to bring more aggression and instigated violence to election workers, with just the mere presence of guns being additionally present. Instead of creating a new militarized zone with guns at polling locations, if there's concern about a risk of threat, we can expand on current state and federal laws that outlawed guns at polling locations and certain buildings that could serve as polling locations, church and schools being among them, and use inspiration from states like Delaware, whose state laws are written to prevent any violence or force being used at election locations, where it says that no person should come armed in and around any of them. It is further stipulated that to protect voters, a gun-free zone would be put in place a mile within polling locations for 24 hours before and after an election day. Additionally, 636 goes against state and federal law, as well as opinions issued by conservative Supreme Court justices. In 2018, the Supreme Court affirmed that Election Day polling locations should be an island of calm in which voters can peacefully contemplate their choices. In 2022, Justice Claire Thomas specifically named polling locations as a location where the government retains the ability to restrict gun possession, saying that the government can keep guns away from voting locations is an uncontroversial opinion. HB 636 moves polling locations from the island of calm into an island of chaos, and because of this, we oppose this bill. Stand open for questions.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Amber Mills. We show you registered as Amber Mills, representing yourself and Move Texas Action Fund, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Please continue.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Amber Mills, and I am testifying on behalf of Move Texas Action Fund in opposition to House Bill 636. Just last session, the Texas legislature prohibited the carrying of a firearm into polling locations, which we believe to be an important and necessary measure. While House Bill 636 doesn't completely undo the provision, it opens it up enough to cause concern. We'd rather be here talking about carrying student IDs into polling locations as opposed to guns, but here we are. Thanks to leaders who have stoked paranoia, accusation, and mistrust each election cycle and legislative session, the atmosphere around voting is worsening. In 2021, Common Cause Texas revealed that, quote, the Texas GOP intended to recruit an army of poll watchers to fight voter fraud in largely minority areas of Houston. Threats of this kind already cast a dark shadow over the voting process and have the potential to raise tensions. We do not want a scenario at polling locations where tensions meet firearms. Or take the example of Gillespie County, where leadership at the elections office resigned due to threats or stalking in 2022. Simply put, the continued politicization of our nonpartisan right to vote has led to increased anxiety and volatility around elections, including at polling locations. Guns will make this worse. At best, this legislation heightens the chance of gun-related accidents, and at worst, it could lead to the fatal political violence. Move Texas works to build a healthy civic culture. This bill does the polar opposite. Each election cycle, our organization helps to recruit young election workers across the state. In the past few years, we've seen and heard increased stories of heightened fear of working the polls, even for more seasoned workers. Allowing election judges to carry handguns into polling locations will only add to that fear and potentially make recruitment efforts harder. Election workers are essential to a functioning democracy, and without enough workers, we open up our elections to long lines, late starts, and potential mistakes. Additionally, the potential of encountering an armed election judge adds to concerns over election-related intimidation and violence. Voters go to the polls for one reason: to safely and securely cast their ballot so that they can have a say in democracy. Allowing a handgun, even for just one person in a polling location, can lead to voters feeling unsafe. In a state like Texas, where the option to vote by mail is severely restricted, it should be a priority of this legislature to take the necessary steps to ensure that every voter is protected, rather than pass a bill like HB 636 that will raise concerns and risks associated with voting in person. So we ask that you vote no against this bill. Thank you.
Members, any questions?
Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Michael Belsick.
I don't need to speak again. You gave me an opportunity to speak at the beginning. I don't need every single bill.
We show you registered as Michael Belsick, representing yourself in favor of the bill, and you don't wish to testify anymore. All right. Chair now calls Tara Micah, National Rifle Association, for the bill. We show you registered as Tara Micah, representing the National Rifle Association, in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I think the previous witnesses and the examples that they've provided have illustrated why we should let election judges carry at polling places. My polling place is in a grocery store, local grocery store. So for 2 to 3 weeks, every 2 years, that is a prohibited location. I, as a licensed carry holder, cannot carry in the grocery store while it's serving as a polling location. I would feel better if election judges were able to carry in a prohibited location such as that for the safety of myself and fellow grocery shoppers. I think this is a reasonable change to the Texas Penal Code in light of the 2018 Attorney General opinion that the sponsor mentioned. So we support this bill, and we hope you'll give it a favorable report.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Charlene Reagan. Charlene Reagan. Okay, we show Charlene Reagan registered, representing herself in favor of the bill, and we're changing her to did not testify. Chair now calls Nicole Golden. We have you registered as Nicole Golden, representing Texas Gun Sense, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thanks. I just have a few quick words. I'm Nicole Golden, again, the Executive Director of Texas Gun Sense, a nonpartisan nonprofit in Texas that prevents gun violence and other gun tragedies through education, partnerships, and policy change. And we have concerns and are opposed to HB 636. According to the CDC, put simply, more than 4,000 Texans were shot and killed in 2020. And we just know from the data that states with stronger common sense gun laws, ones that most people can get behind, show lower rates of gun deaths. And we have an obligation to protect our communities and the places they should feel safe. It's known as federal law that voters it is federal law that voters cast their ballots free from intimidation. And in fact, as one Texas court put it, there's no constitutionally protected right to display a firearm in a public place in a manner that is calculated to alarm. As we face a public health crisis of gun violence here in our state and nationwide, this bill does not solve that crisis in any way, but instead potentially harms our communities by placing firearms in sensitive locations in which they do not belong. And I hope the committee will consider no passage of this bill. Thank you again for your time.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Cynthia Van Manen. We show you registered as Cynthia Van Manen, representing yourself and the Travis County Democratic Party against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. As stated, my name is Cynthia Van Manen. I'm the Executive Director for the Travis County Democratic Party, and I'm here today representing TCDP and myself in opposition to House Bill 636. As you know, county parties in Texas administer the primary elections in their county. TCDP recruits and appoints election judges in coordination with the Travis County Clerk's Office, and Travis County Clerk's Office frequently also reaches out to us to help them recruit election judges and poll workers before other elections, which is often multiple times per year. Recruiting election judges is a difficult task, and I believe that HB 636 will make it more difficult. In Travis County, we are not short on people who are civically minded and eligible to perform the duties of an election judge. However, the time commitment, the weight of the responsibilities of this role amid ever-changing election laws are challenges that already deter some potential election judges and poll workers. More recently, the atmosphere of politically motivated election-related violence is another factor that has deterred even more potential volunteers for serving in these roles that are critical to administering our elections. The language of HB 636 implies that the physical safety of voters is now among the duties of election judges. However, that is without the training and support that peace officers undergo. To all potential poll workers, it implies that they must also now worry about incidents involving firearms while they're serving as a poll worker. In Travis County, the threat of political violence is not abstract, it is very real. In September of 2021, TCDP's office in Travis County was attacked with incendiary devices. The perpetrator left a note detailing his political motives and explicitly stating that this act of violence was, quote, a warning for Democrats. Thankfully, no one was injured in this attack, and the perpetrator was brought to justice. He is now serving a 6-year federal sentence. I wanted to include that in my testimony today to emphasize that we are very familiar with the very real threat of election-related violence, and while some might choose to respond to that threat outside of a polling place by carrying a firearm, and it does not change our position that the polling place is no place for guns, outside of a gun that potentially a police officer may have on his or her person when responding to an incident at a polling place. HB 636 codifies the 2018 Attorney General opinion that Representative Patterson mentioned. As such, it may not represent a groundbreaking change to the way elections are administered, but there remains a fundamental difference between an AG opinion and the power of this legislature to make law. And I don't believe any member of this legislature would waste that power or any of their precious time in this building on a bill that didn't change anything. I've spoken with several longtime election judges who were unaware of the AG opinion, for example, but they are aware of this bill, and each of them expressed concern to me about that bill. I will keep it short. I see I'm running low on time, but thank you for your time and consideration. I urge you to vote against moving this bill forward.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. We show you registered as C.J. Grisham, representing yourself and Open Carry Texas, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is C.J. Grisham, here representing myself, and on behalf of our members of Open Carry Texas, I'm the president and founder of the organization. We are a Second Amendment civil rights organization here in Texas with a focus on First, Second, and Fourth Amendment rights because they're all intertwined. We support this bill for several reasons. One is I think history has shown time and time again, and the testimony here has already shown that all gun-free zones do is create defenseless victims. And so any bill that's going to allow people to defend themselves is a bill that we are going to support and that we're going to endorse. The presence of a gun is only intimidating to people who are ignorant about guns and those that carry them. I'm carrying a gun right now. I don't see people running out of the street or refusing to testify. It's not intimidating because it's just sitting in my holster. A gun is just used in self-defense when we're talking about a poll worker, and if these people truly are under attack, then they have a right to defend themselves. And if necessary, or if they have to, they can defend others. This idea that this bill in any way creates a sort of police force in the hands of an election worker is laughable at best, but really intellectually dishonest, because that's not what this bill does. This bill doesn't say you have to defend anybody out there or you got to go out there and look for guns. What it says is you can carry in defense of yourself, and if you're able to, in defense of others. Additionally, the bill requires that an election worker not only be an election worker, or poll judge, excuse me, but also have a license to carry. What does that mean? That means that this individual who would have a gun at a poll place is much more safe with that firearm than any law enforcement officer, because those who carry a license to carry are 6 times less likely to be convicted of any criminal activity than the police force. It's a 1.9% conviction rate among law enforcement. It's a 0.6% conviction rate among LTC. We're talking about misdemeanors, felonies, pretty much everything. So you're talking about the safest element of society, LTC holders, and you're allowing one person who has been entrusted with the idea of election integrity, which is perhaps the most important tool that we have as citizens, because that affects every other right that we have. Those that we vote for or against other rights and liberties and can infringe upon those. So we ask the committee favorably report the bill out of the committee into the House. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Chairman Canales.
So thank you for your testimony. So I'm a staunch gun supporter, large gun collection myself. So listen to what I'm going to tell you, because I'm not talking about what you're talking about, I want to mention or discuss the comment that you made. And just for the sake of discussion,
Sure.
you said all gun-free zones create
Defenseless victims.
Okay. So I should be able to carry a gun in a prison?
In a prison, you don't have any rights.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. Should I be able to carry a gun in a prison?
You have been deprived of all your rights in a prison. That's not a gun-free zone. It's a jail. That's a red herring that you're throwing out there. I mean, that's like asking if I should be able to have a nuclear weapon in my pocket.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Chris Davis. We have you registered as Chris Davis, representing the Texas Association of Elections Administrators on the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
Please proceed.
Chris Davis with the Texas Association of Election Administrators testifying on the bill. As the bill's author alluded to, based on Ken Paxton 0212 and the Secretary of State's 2018 advisory opinion of 2018-29, county election officers, that is EAs and county clerks, have been dealing with the notion of presiding judges being able to carry in their duties of being the presiding judge on Election Day. In a post-Uvalde tragedy world, we currently face a very tentative relationship with our schools that are also hosting our polling places. And when we've informally polled our members, EAs and county clerks, some counties, Bexar County, Hidalgo County, Williamson County, have over half of their polling places on school campuses. So there's that tentative relationship that we have with them. We don't want to, wear out our welcome. At the same time, with the opinions that have been established, we try to, wrangle those presiding judges that insist on carrying at a polling place and put them at places where firearms are a little more, allowed or more welcome. There are no judges in early voting. It's just not, and I'll defer to the Secretary of State resource witness, but in Chapter 32, that deals with Election Day, and the term judges is used for those presiding officers in Election Day. For the early voting period, they're technically deputy early voting clerks. EAs and county clerks, those county election officers, are the early voting clerk in elections, especially those November general elections. And those presiding officers at early voting sites are deputies and not judges per se. That's not to say that they may indeed have those rights and abilities prescribed to judges for those presiding officers on Election Day. But I wanted to point that out in terms of if this bill may want to be tightened, or the specificity we'd like to see if the author intends to have those presiding officers in early voting. I'm not certain, I'll defer to the SOS, that judges is the proper term for that. In order to provide a tool for presiding judges or early voting deputy clerks to maintain order and preserve peace, county election officers have established kind of an outreach program to those local law enforcement agencies in those counties. We send them presentations. We send in the information that details what, where, when, how elections are being conducted, in the hopes that those agencies can brief their officers pre-patrol, where, heaven forbid, they are called to respond to a polling place. They have a notion of what is happening generally there and those basics of the election code. That's all of my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Yes, Representative Goodwin.
Thank you. So can you tell me what the difference is between the judge on Election Day and a presiding officer in early voting?
Again, I defer to the resource witness, who's the attorney and expert in this, but those election judges, depending on the election, are appointed by Commissioner's Court, say for the November elections that we have. They're appointed by Commissioner's Court. They're comprised, or they're drawn from lists that both parties provide the court to appoint. And that term, presiding judge or judge, really resides only in the areas that pertain to Election Day voting, and not so much in those areas that pertain to early voting, that good 2 weeks or so of a voting period before a given election. And that difference is we're kind of the direct report for those deputy early voting clerks, given that we're the early voting clerk in the election and in charge of that early voting process and what's happening at an early voting polling place. They are our quote-unquote deputies. Can't say that for presiding judges. They are kind of an authority in and of themselves with those duties. The author was correct, similar to a state district judge in the ability to issue arrest warrants. I believe deputy early voting clerks can do the same, but it's a matter of who they report to. And deputy early voting clerks, as I view it, as an early voting clerk, report to me.
Thank you. I have another question about, you mentioned that in several counties, over 50% of the polling locations are schools. I know the closest polling location to me is a church. So do y'all have to check with the church beforehand to see if, or I guess in a school, they don't allow guns, so that judge would not be able to have a gun? Likewise, in a church or other locations, are you asking permission before choosing a judge that might be armed to go on that?
It's generally the other way around. The judges are who the judges are, and we will ask, certainly post-2018, this advisory opinion that came as a surprise to most of us in the election field, the county election field, we'd ask any of those judges who intended to carry at a polling place, and then try to determine, well, what locations are amenable to that and what locations are not, and try to work it that way. And oftentimes, churches were more amenable to that than school campuses were, elementary and high school.
So some school campuses did allow a judge.
I wouldn't be surprised if there were some school campuses that would. I'm not aware of any.
And so do you have an idea of the percentage of judges who do go into the polling place armed?
I have no idea, no, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman Canales.
Thanks for your testimony.
Yes, Chairman.
And I may be incorrect. I was listening to you, and perhaps somebody else can answer the question. You said that there's no election judges during early voting.
That's my understanding, correct, sir?
So I have a vivid recollection of running for office, and I have a vivid recollection of my early site, the main one, having an election judge, and the actual judge. I know because there was disputes amongst other people running, et cetera, and she was there. And so that's why I said maybe somebody else can answer that. But I've actually physically seen it and talked to an election judge, the one that's appointed during early voting.
Chairman Canales, I can't. I started in 20.
With you.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
just telling you my experience, and so that's what I'm saying. If somebody here can tell us, because I've actually physically had a conversation during early voting with the person that has the powers of a district judge and all that. So,
In Hidalgo County, presumably.
In Hidalgo County, yeah.
I started in Cameron County as an EA 2015. I don't, as long as I've been these.
But I agree with
18
you.
years.
I've been to polling places where there's none.
Yes, sir. Not to say there are presiding officers. There's somebody
Now, this was
in
the judge.
charge.
This was the judge.
Yes, sir.
And so I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying my personal experience, and so maybe there is somebody that here can clarify that.
Thank you.
We do
Yes,
have somebody from the Secretary of State's office that is registered to testify on the bill that we'll have in a little bit. Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman, members.
Chair now calls Edwin Walker. We show you registered as Edwin Walker, testifying or representing yourself, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Yes, my name is Edwin Walker. I'm an attorney, partner in the firm of Walker and Taylor. We're devoted to primarily criminal defense. I've been a criminal defense attorney for 30 years with an emphasis on the defense of self-defense cases and weapons cases over about the last 15. I'm speaking in favor of this bill. I believe it should be passed. I believe that this bill strikes a very good, a very common sense balance with regard to person's right to carry a firearm and the safety needs that are implicit in a polling location. You would think by some of the previous testimony that this is just simply throwing open the door and allowing whoever wants to carry a gun in a polling location. That clearly is not what the bill says. This is limited to a very specific group of people. First of all, they have to be an election judge, which is a person who's already vetted and a trusted individual, trusted member of the community. And that election judge has to have an LTC, a Texas license to carry. So even in spite of the constitutional carry that was passed last session, this is limited only to LTC holders. And further, it doesn't even require that LTC holder to carry a gun. So we're dealing only with individuals who are 1, election judges, 2, LTC holders, and 3, actually volunteer or want to carry their handgun into the polling location. And so with regard to that, like I said, we're dealing with a very limited group of people. Now, with the variety and expansive locations where polling places are held, some of these may be in very dangerous areas, and there should be somebody there in that area who has the opportunity to protect people who protect themselves primarily, and then have the opportunity to protect others who are at the poll from not only acts of political violence, but acts of random violence that may occur. And keep in mind, whenever you make a place that is totally gun-free, what you're doing is you're not only prohibiting the LTC holder from carrying at that location, but you're prohibiting the LTC holder from carrying and maintaining their own safety from where they start to get to that location until they actually return from the place they started from that location. And so all gun-free zones have this, they're not just limited to the area themselves. You're stripping away that person's right of self-defense, basically, from the start of their journey to the end of their journey. We believe that I believe that this bill is a good compromise and should be passed by this committee.
Chairman Canales.
Thank you for your testimony. So, again, this is just for the purpose of an academic conversation to understand your position. Are you in agreement or understand that the election judge has the powers of a district judge in their province at that point?
Yes, while they're acting in that capacity.
Got it. Okay. You're a practicing lawyer.
Yes.
Okay. So, assuming hypothetically you walk in my courtroom, you're standing in front of the district judge, do I have the power to have a pistol on me?
Yes, you do.
So if they've already got it, then what are we doing?
Well, this is just simply clearing up that ambiguity that was created by the Attorney General's opinion.
That's just the Attorney General making opinions. I mean, that's, for whatever it's worth, you and I are already in agreement. That person is a district judge in their acting capacity in that place. And you and I already agreed that a district judge could carry a gun in their courtroom, could have a bailiff, could allow somebody else actually to carry guns, because it's their courtroom. It's they're the district judge, and so they have the powers of a district judge. And my question, I'm not arguing with you. I just want you to think about, if we know it's a district judge, and you and I'm a practicing attorney too, and I know the judge can have a pistol. In fact, I know a lot of them that do. The question is, if I already know they're a district judge, what are we doing?
Well, I think that your statement about the Attorney General's opinion is just an opinion, and that's the most that it is. Kind of points out the problem, because while you may agree that an election judge is a district judge, while I may agree that an election judge in his capacity has the powers of a district judge, there are 254 counties which all have district attorneys, any one of which may disagree with that position and will arrest and prosecute an election judge just to make a point. This clarification.
I don't disagree with that. DA can prosecute anybody they want. I just, like I said, academic conversation. We agree they're a district judge, and we both agree district judge can carry a gun where they want in their courtroom.
Yes, and I believe that this law will eliminate any ambiguity with regard to that, so that the election judges can feel secure in the knowledge that they're okay in carrying.
Understood. Got it.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir. No, but Representative Goodman.
I'm sorry. You and a previous witness both brought up that they have LTC licenses and therefore they're well-trained and responsible. I'm just curious, do you think that somebody ought to be running a check on that? Because we have 6,000 revoked and suspended licenses in the state of Texas, LTCs.
Well, I would assume that if they have gone through the process of becoming an election judge, that is probably part of the background screening process anyway.
And I think that gets back to why I was asking previously about the judge versus, I'm still a little confused on whether election judges during early voting are the same as the election judge on election day. So I think the author said that he might be able to answer
Sure.
that question. Thanks.
Chair Canales.
So, again, sake of academic conversation, does a district judge need an LTC to carry in his courtroom?
No, he does not.
Then maybe we should make this bill broader so it brings it in line, because if that's what we're doing.
If we want to make it broader, I'm all in favor of
No,
that.
but I mean, the reality is if you're saying we want to clarify the ambiguity and you and I are in agreement, it's a district judge, and a district judge doesn't need an LTC, well, let's clear it up.
Well, again, if I could trust that the district attorneys across the state of Texas would not be motivated by either their personal political distaste for firearms or have a political agenda against a specific election judge in a particular precinct, then that would be fine. Unfortunately, I am not willing to make that assumption.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank
Chair now calls Susana Carranza. We have you registered as Susana Carranza, representing yourself and the League of Women Voters of Texas, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Dr. Susana Carranza, testifying as a member and on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas against House Bill 636. We appreciate the opportunity to be here, and thank you for us to allow the League's opinion on the bill to be recorded. The League of Women Voters of Texas opposes this bill because it's a bill that allows election judges with a license to carry to have their handguns openly or concealed at the polling location while performing their duties during early voting and election day. The state of Texas explicitly prohibits guns and other weapons in polling places. We know of no instance of polling site violence, even in instances when lines have been unusually long, ballots or paper have run out, or equipment has malfunctioned. However, we agree that all citizens should feel safe when exercising their right to vote and understand the concern for outside groups trying to intimidate voters. Therefore, we offer an alternative to burdening an election judge with additional responsibility of physically ensuring safety in the polls. All county sheriffs are members of their county elections board. They should participate in discussions about security at polling places. They should educate election judges that their authority is the same as civil district courts while performing their duties. Election judges, like civil district court judges, have the authority to issue warrants. In layman's terms, election judges can give law enforcement instructions to keep the peace. This will offer increased protection for election workers and voters. Intimidation, even though not intentional, could be the fact of Attorney General Ken Paxton's opinion and the Secretary of State advisory that led to this bill. A person who decides not to vote because of fear that their election judge is armed is having their vote suppressed. Arming election judges appears to be a solution without an actual problem. Arming election judges with information about their authority and methods of keeping the polls safe instead of arming them with actual guns would be a more practical solution to ensuring the safety of poll workers and voters. We urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. We have you registered as Michelle Mostert, representing yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, all the committee members for listening to my testimony and for being here. I am for this bill. It's just to clarify what should be happening in early voting, not just election day. We noticed in the last election that there was a lot of gray areas where it's like with the interpretation of the laws were, you know, where it should have been like obvious and it wasn't, and it's the interpretation of the Secretary of State or whoever. I personally would feel a lot safer if the election judge were to carry, if that's what they chose to do, and in early voting, not just election day. When no firearms are allowed in a location, it does give a criminal say, wait, it's safer, I can go in there, nothing's going to happen to me. And I would much prefer that. And as far as feeling intimidated, you know, the election judge could, you know, conceal carry. They don't have to open carry. And that way no one's going to even know that they have it. But a criminal is a criminal, and they're not going to abide by the law that they're not allowed to have a firearm in the location. So, same thing in schools or in churches or wherever that they might, you know, ban that ability. So I'm for the bill, and I think I hope that you guys vote for it.
Members,
Thanks.
any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair now calls Robert Mueller. We have you registered as Robert Mueller, representing yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Rob Mueller. I'm the pastor of a bilingual Presbyterian church in the west side of San Antonio. It's one of the poorest and one of the most violent areas of our community. I've experienced the way in which gun violence has intimidated the members of my community over and over and over again, silencing them, keeping them afraid from speaking up. I experienced the intimidation of armed people at a voting place when I traveled to Nicaragua with a mission trip during a time when they were engaging in elections. And I noticed what courage it took for people to come to a polling location where arms were being brandished by people who were there. I don't want our country to be Nicaragua. I want our country to be the USA. I want people to experience what I've experienced my entire life, and that's walking into a polling place feeling safe and secure with a friendly relationship with the people who are around me, even though we may disagree politically. My wife works in a church that is a polling location. That church has a very explicit faith commitment against the use of violence and against guns. For that polling place to then be subjected to the situation where a judge has to come into that polling place with a gun and their faith commitment is then challenged by the commitment of this judge to carry a weapon in that location is a violation of their religious freedom. And I don't think, because we have looked at we haven't looked at the variety of polling places that are being utilized and the intimidation factor that kind of presence of a weapon would create in places where people are used to not seeing weapons, not having weapons, not needing weapons to be present. I ask you to vote against this because there is no need to introduce the intimidation of a deadly weapon into the sanctity of a polling station. Even Justice Clarence Thomas, a decidedly conservative judicial voice, explicitly recognized in the Bruin opinion the inappropriateness of having a weapon present in the place where we exercise the most sacred of our rights in our democracy, the right to vote. I urge you, please, to not support this bill. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Christina Atkins. We show you registered as Christina Atkins, representing the Texas Secretary of State's office, testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm here on the bill, so I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have about the election components to this
Chair Canales.
bill.
Thank you. Maybe you can clarify some of my questions. So I've always been under the impression that an election judge, duly appointed, has the power of a district judge sitting on his or her bench during an election and in that province. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. I will say, I think where we're having a distinction that we need to clarify here is the difference between Election Day and early voting. So for Election Day, sir, election judges are appointed under Chapter 32 of the Election Code, and Mr. Davis did explain that correctly, where he was indicating that they're appointed by Commissioner's Court, they serve in that location, and in that capacity, they do have the authority of a district court judge. Early voting's a little bit different, sir. They're appointed under a different provision in the Texas Election Code, and in that capacity, they don't have all of the same rights and responsibilities of a presiding judge on Election Day.
What's the difference? What are the big differences between those two?
For early voting, we refer to them as deputy early voting clerks because they fall all under the purview of the named early voting clerk for the county. So there's actually an employer-employee relationship there that doesn't exist the same way it would for a presiding judge that is appointed by Commissioner's Court to serve on Election Day. And so some of those authorities that you see that the Election Day presiding judge would have, those are conferred actually to the early voting clerk. And since those deputy early voting clerks are working under the direction of the named early voting clerk, they don't have all of the same, as I said, rights and responsibilities, some of those same law enforcement privileges. They would have to contact their early voting clerk for that purpose.
That's probably who I was dealing with, was a deputy voting clerk, and I was mistaken. Now that follow-ups, okay, let's talk about Election Day. You are an election judge, duly appointed within the parameters of the polling place. Do you have the powers of a district judge?
I would say yes, according to that Attorney General opinion issued in 2018. The answer to that is
not according to the opinion. Where does that come from? What part of the election code?
I'm sorry.
I've read it.
Just whether they have the authority of a district court judge. I believe it's section 32.075 of the Texas Election Code.
What were the limitations, if you're aware? If you don't, it's okay. What were the limitations on the powers as a district judge sitting on his or her bench in the polling place be? Is there any limitations?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to answer that question, sir.
You know what I'm asking, though, right?
I'm sorry. Could you give me a little bit more?
So if I'm a district judge at my bench, an elected district judge, or I'm an election judge, we're saying that they're one and the same or have the same powers. Are there any differences? Does the election judge have less powers, or do we treat them as a district judge?
We treat them as a district judge with respect to being able to prevent breaches of the peace. There's some limiting language in 32.0.75 of the Election Code that talks about their duties and powers, and it's within. That language is with respect to maintaining order and preventing breaches of the peace.
So earlier you heard, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So earlier you heard the exchange between me and the gentleman before you that was an attorney. He agreed with me, and I agree with him, that a district judge can carry a gun in their courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anything in that limiting language that you're talking about that limits them to be able to carry a gun, since they are a district judge, but an election district judge? Is there any limiting language that prohibits them from carrying a gun?
Not that I'm aware of, sir. No.
Okay. And so this would now actually then, and there's no power that you're aware of that limits an actual district judge from carrying a gun in his courtroom.
Not that I'm aware of. No.
He doesn't need to be a licensed to carry or LTC holder, does he, or her?
I don't believe so.
So this would actually be a subsequent limitation. So if they would theoretically, they already have the power to carry a gun, we would actually be putting a limitation on that district judge, election district judge, of making them carry an LTC as opposed to a regular district judge who wouldn't have to have that.
I would agree this does two things. One, when you indicate that, yes, it does put that requirement that they have an LTC. In addition to that, though, I would say that this particular bill also expands that authority to early voting workers where it doesn't exist now.
So explain that to me. So we're saying in this bill that early voting workers can now carry too?
So when I'm looking at this and I'm looking at subsection, it's subsection 2A and B, the last two parts of the bill, it says that they can carry a handgun while early voting is in progress or on the day of an election. So right now, because we say that they can carry handguns because they have the authority of a district court judge, that we already believe exists in the law, that right.
Right.
But because our early voting workers don't have the same authority that our election day judges do, we have never said that our early voting workers have the authority to carry a handgun, that they don't fall under that same provision. And so by, I think, articulating early voting here, it would broaden that to early voting workers.
Well, so correct me if I'm wrong, then this can't be correct, according to you, and according to the gentleman over there that I was actually wrong about, the bill can't be right because you don't have anybody that's been appointed by the Commissioners Court during early voting that has the power of a district judge.
In certain elections, there is an appointment process for our general election for state and county officers. There are some additional hurdles that you have to go through to be appointed as an early voting worker. But again, they're not called election judges. They don't have that distinction. They don't have all the same rights and responsibilities
So then,
as an election judge.
This, when you say it expands, it's because there isn't truly an election judge during early voting.
That's correct. I think when it says, while early voting is in progress, because of the express legislative intent, and I think just the plain language here, we would have to apply that to all what we call deputy early voting clerks, which would mean early voting workers.
And so this would now, so every deputy voting clerk, according to this, not just the election judge, would now have the right to carry a weapon in the polling place.
I think that is possible with this reading, sir. Yes, that as I was hearing the discussion on it, and I talked to my staff about this earlier, my team of attorneys, and I looked at this. I do think that reading is what you would result in.
And I'm glad you're testifying to this because I was under the impression this bill was just about the judges. In fact, I think if it's just about the judge, I think that we shouldn't limit to the LTC because we don't do that to a district judge. But if this is allowing everybody, every polling worker that's there, and that's what you believe that it could be argued, I think perhaps we need to hear the bill author's intent.
Absolutely. And if that is the expressed intent, then I think we definitely get there. If, the representative was wanting to do something a little bit more narrow to make it more consistent with what the election day rules are, there's some easy tweaks that we can do.
It's his bill. We'll find out. Sure. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Yes, Representative Goodwin.
So I just wanted to clarify the conversation. It sounds like the way the bill is written now, it would, if it were passed, any early voting election worker could be armed.
Yes, and that's because they're all referred to under the law as deputy early voting clerks. Currently, under the law, we don't have a designated election judge for each early voting location. They're all considered deputy early voting clerks. Colloquially, though, I think many counties will say, okay, you're the judge for this location. It's just a terminology thing, and to help put a little bit of order in the polling place so the less experienced workers know who to go to. But under the law, they're all deputy early voting clerks with the same authority.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Members, any other questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 636? There being none, Chair recognizes Representative Patterson to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, with the testimony, I must have done a poor job of laying this bill out because there's a lot of people confused about what this bill does. It's very short, one of the shortest bills I've ever filed. And it does require LTC holders, first of all. You have to be an LTC holder. But it's not across the board at every single polling site. That's not the way the law works. If a private property has a polling site and they don't allow firearms on their property, you cannot carry a firearm at that property, period, the end. If a college campus does not require, or does not allow, rather, carrying on the college campus, you cannot carry a firearm on that campus, period, the end, if you're election judge or not. So this isn't an across-the-board, everybody gets guns, we're arming people outside in masks with guns as people walk in. This is not Nicaragua. This is a very straightforward, simple bill. Obviously might need some clarifications, as Representative Canales mentioned, but it's really not that complicated. This is an Attorney General opinion. We're trying to codify into the law to make it clear that law-abiding citizens who are election judges who want to carry to protect themselves and discharge their duties can do so legally without fear of prosecution. I'd be happy to take any questions.
So thank you for laying that out, and I appreciate your candor. And so there is some confusion. And so just so you know my position, I think if you're a district judge, you've got the power to do it. And I don't think you need to be a licensed to carry holder because a district judge doesn't have to be. And I think that's a limiting factor in your bill that I'm even all right with you removing. What I'm not all right with is that we need to clarify that it's for the judge. And I think that if it implicates every single election worker or polling worker, it's a lot of guns in a lot of polling places. And to me, the spirit of the bill, and it says in the bill analysis, is a non-binding opinion to clarify the non-binding opinion that stated the presiding election judges are within their right. And if that's what we're doing, then I'm with you. If we're going to say that every person in there that's an election poll worker, a deputy worker, because of the early voting implications, I'm going to take issue respectfully with that. But if we clear that up, well, I'm a one.
Well, thank you. And certainly I appreciate the Secretary of State's office reaching out to us an hour and a half ago. But I don't think that it's the intent of this legislation, nor was it last session when we filed and passed this exact same bill out of the Texas House, to mean anything more than the presiding officer of the election, which, maybe we need to clarify that in the language. But there is a presiding officer over the election. Is not my intent, and never has been my intent for all poll workers to have guns at the polling site. But the presiding officer of the election is the one that we're talking about.
Well, I look forward to working with you to clarify it so I can help you.
Thank you, sir.
Members, any other questions? Yes, Representative Goodwin.
So a couple of our witnesses brought up the court case, New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, where it is the broadest interpretation of the Second Amendment ever adopted by the Supreme Court. But in it, Justice Clarence Thomas actually named polling places as a location where the government retains the ability to restrict gun possession.
And we do.
Not entirely.
No, I mean, if there's an emergency situation and a police officer runs into that polling site, absolutely, I would not expect them to lock up their firearm in the trunk of their car before they go in. And that's exactly the duties that an election judge has, to discharge the duties that they have as an election judge. It's the same as a peace officer, the same as a judge, as was mentioned earlier.
Are very different than just day-to-day.
And the thing about an emergency is you never know when they're going to come up.
And you did mention that in the situation of a school being a polling location, that school can still say that no guns even.
The gentleman was mistaken earlier. I don't think election judges sit around a table and then call up their local elementary school and see if they can carry a gun. An election judge can carry a gun at an elementary or a high school. An election judge may not be able to carry a gun at a college or university if guns are prohibited there. An election judge may not be able to carry a gun at a private property polling site if they don't allow guns there. The difference is in law is that, and I think that this is a weird difference too, but it's the way that it is that the local elementary school and high school isn't the one prohibiting guns, and so they don't have a say in the matter. And so the state law that would be adjusted means that the election judge could carry a gun at the elementary or the high school, just as a peace officer does. But since colleges and universities are given the express authority to regulate guns on their campuses, if they say no guns on their campuses, then the election judge would not be able to carry a gun on their campuses. Same with private property.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right.
Thank you for your patience.
Yep. If there's no objection, House Bill 636 will be left pending. There being none, House Bill 636 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 544 and recognizes Representative Johnson of Dallas to explain the measure.
Yes, you have the Representative Johnson show today. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today about House Bill 544. This bill, genesis, the interim before last session, when I was on the House Select Committee on Mass Violence and Prevention. One of our charges was to evaluate impediments to timely reporting of information to the various databases. And it was through that testimony, it was clear through various county clerks throughout the state that there was a lot of confusion on reporting domestic violence and family protective orders to the NCICS system. These procedures are located in a myriad of different places throughout state law. And what this bill does is it just consolidates all the existing reporting requirements in one place to make it easy for court clerks to report domestic violence and protective orders of domestic violence to the appropriate databases for use of law enforcement and the ultimate reporting to the NICS database. I believe we have a resource witness with the Office of Court Administration here. And with that, I'll reserve my right to close.
Members, any questions? All right, we'll call you back up to close.
Thank you.
Turner calls Stephen Sanders, or Saunders. We have you registered as Stephen Saunders, representing yourself, testifying for the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
This is my second time to do this in my life, so just know I'm a little nervous with this. So again, my name is Stephen Sanders. I'm a United Methodist pastor here in the Austin area. And as I shared earlier, I am both a hunter and a gun owner. We have guns in our house. My wife requires that they be safely locked away in our gun safe. And so I in no way want to be banning guns from people. But I also have to let you know that as a pastor, I am brought into contact with people who have suffered domestic violence. One of the pastors who was formerly on my staff, she also runs a domestic violence shelter. And through her, I have gotten to know dozens of women who have suffered from domestic violence. And let me just tell you the story of one young woman. She and her husband had a 4-year-old daughter, and her husband had been beating her violently. And she had tried 6 times to leave him, and she could never work up the courage to leave him and protect herself and her daughter. Until one night, her husband pointed a loaded gun at her head and threatened to blow her brains out in front of their little daughter. And she decided she had to leave. My friends, representatives, I'm sorry, I'm used to calling people my friends when I'm a pastor. I believe that I, as a person of faith, and that we as a society have a responsibility to look out for people who are the most vulnerable. I 100% support our Second Amendment, but there are some people who are so violent that they should not be entrusted with weapons. And people who have been committing domestic violence and who have been using their power to threaten the lives of others are a danger to others. And so I encourage you to support this bill. I think it is a way of caring for people in our society, of helping make our society more safe, particularly those who have been suffering from domestic violence. And I believe that this bill is a very practical piece of legislation that protects the victims of domestic violence and those who are being stalked and suffering from abuse. So I encourage your support. Thank you for your
Members,
time.
any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Lauren Uveras.
Chairman, I'm sorry, we're just doing written testimony.
Okay, we have you registered as Lauren Uveras, representing the Texas Council on Family Violence, in favor of the bill, and we're going to move you to did not testify. And so we have so Chair now calls Louis Tomasetti, Office of Court Administration. We have you registered as Louis Tomasetti, representing the Office of Court Administration, testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. My name's Louis Tomasetti. I'm with the Office of Court Administration. I'm here on the bill as a resource. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 544? There being none, Chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Dallas to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
All right. If there's no objection, House Bill 544 will be left pending. There being none, House Bill 544 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 165 and recognizes Representative Johnson of Harris to explain the measure.
Thank you, Chairman Guillen. Vice Chair Johnson of Harris, good to see you as well. Members, I'm grateful for the chance to submit House Bill 165, which is a refile from last year. Last year, this bill went through criminal justice, passed the House overwhelmingly, and got stopped in the Senate on the last day. If there was a house here and somebody drove by in a car, stuck their gun out, and fired at the house, that would be a first-degree felony, punishable by 5 years to 99 years or life. If there were 4 people standing here and somebody drove up to those 4 people, got out of that car, shot all 4 people, but didn't kill anybody, that would be a second-degree felony, 2 to 20 years maximum, and non-stackable. This bill addresses this issue. Shortly after this bill died in the Senate, somebody went on 6th Street and shot 13 people. And somebody said to me, oh, we did need that bill. In that case, 1 individual died, which means it would now be a capital murder. So it went from a second-degree felony, 2 to 20 non-stackable, to a capital murder because 1 person died. Last year in Houston, officers tried to serve a warrant. Individual took off. They crashed in Midtown Houston. This individual pulled out a weapon, fired multiple times, shot 3 officers, but none of them died. Then went and carjacked a woman, took her in that car to continue with a SWAT setup at their house. That guy will be prosecuted like he fired 1 bullet at 1 police officer with 1 attempted capital murder. This bill addresses all of those scenarios by saying that if you discharge 4 or more bullets at 4 or more people, that is now a first-degree felony, 5 to 99 or life, and stackable if it's out of the same transaction. I would greatly appreciate your consideration on this bill, having articulated the need for the necessity in cleaning up the punishment ranges on the criminal justice side. I'm also grateful that Chair Landgraf is on this bill as a joint author. So is Chairman Bonin. So is Representative Chairman Kemple. So is Representative or Vice Chair Claudia Ordaz Perez. Appreciate again your favorable consideration and do believe that we have witnesses to be able to answer questions. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Members, any questions?
Right here.
Yes.
Thank you
Chair
for bringing this great bill. It's much needed.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, members? All right, we'll call you
Reserve the
back
right
up
to close. Thank you.
Chair now calls Michael Belsick. Okay. We have you registered as Michael Belsick, representing yourself, testifying against the bill, and we're going to move you to did not testify. Chair now calls Jessica Anderson. We have you registered as Jessica Anderson, representing Houston Police Department, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please continue.
I feel like I have to say it again just because. My name is Jessica Anderson. I'm a commander with the Houston Police Department. I'm here representing the Houston Police Department in support of House Bill 165. I strongly encourage you guys to support House Bill 165. Defining mass shooting will allow for the appropriate punishments for a shooting where people are hurt or injured, but not always killed. Under current law, scenes where 4 or more people are targeted or injured that do not result in the death of victims are only charged in assault with a deadly weapon. In addition, these offenses cannot be stacked, so sentences are not served consecutively, despite being part of the same series of events. HB 165 addresses each of these concerns. I know you guys are busy. I'll try to be a little bit more brief than I would be otherwise, but where we see this most frequently in the city of Houston are shootings of mass gatherings, such as a parking lot, a nightclub, that sort of incident. Any discharge of a firearm in a crowded area has the potential to kill or injure unintended victims. What I like most about this bill is the fact that it addresses aggravated assault issues where somebody's not necessarily killed, but they are targeted and they're a victim. An aggravated assault is essentially a murder that didn't go as planned. The best information to highlight the problem is the data from the bars, nightclubs, and parking lots. In 2022 alone, 17 murders were investigated inside or in the parking lots of bars and nightclubs. And this does not include potential victims who fled or failed to report being in the line of gunfire. In the last 3 years, 8 incidents inside bars and bar parking lots resulted in a homicide with 3 or more people killed or injured. And that number jumps to 40 in homicide cases where only 2 people are reported killed. Let me give you a couple more examples. In January of 2021, 3 Harris County deputies were shot and a female bystander was killed outside a club in a parking lot. In June of 2021, 6 people were shot in the parking lot of a nightclub as a result of somebody being denied admission. He drove by and shot at the parking lot and got all those folks. In September 2021, 5 people were shot and wounded in a parking lot because there was an argument over a driveway parking spot. And then in October 2021, an 18-year-old high school girl was shot to death when gunfire erupted at a large Halloween party. 3 additional victims, including 16-year-old male, 18-year-old female, and 19-year-old female, all went to hospitals with non-threatening gunshot wounds. They were all running from the gunfire when they were struck. HB 165 will allow for the appropriate response for these violent crimes and hopefully provide a safer environment for our citizens. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. We have you registered as C.J. Grisham, representing yourself and Open Carry, Texas, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm about to blow some minds.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. My name is C.J. Grisham. I represent Open Carry, Texas, and myself in favor of HB 165. We have maintained since our founding 10 years ago that we don't have a gun problem, we have a justice system problem. And that problem is that people who use guns in a way that violates the rights of others or to injure or kill others just aren't punished enough. Quite frankly, we think anybody that uses a firearm to kill or hurt another person should be put to death instantly. But what we'll take is harder sentences, such as stacking these crimes instead of being able to serve a sentence concurrently. I think it's absurd. Open Carry Texas thinks it's absurd that if you kill 4 people and you're convicted of killing 4 people and you get 20 years to life for each one, that a judge can say, all right, well, we'll just let you serve 20 to life for all 4 of them. No, that person should rot in a cage and never be let out in public again. The problem is that we have violent people in public, and Open Carry Texas believes in removing these violent people from the public where they're more of a danger. So we do support this. We support any effort to make crimes involving firearms much more hefty. There should be no easy sentence for someone that uses a firearm to hurt, maim, kill, threaten another person. They should all be very difficult, because when you abuse that right, you should lose that right and your freedom. And so we ask you to report this bill favorably and report it to the full House.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Laura Nodolf. Laura Nodolf. We have Laura Nodolf registered representing herself and the Midland County District Attorney's Office, testifying in favor of the bill, but we're going to switch it to did not testify. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 165? There being none, Chair recognizes Representative Johnson, one of the Harris Johnsons, to close.
Proudly one of the Harris Johnsons in the room. I appreciate your support of this bill, and I close.
Members, any questions? All right. There's no objection. House Bill 165 will be left pending. There being none, House Bill 165 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 175. Recognizes Representative Schaefer to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Last session, when we passed House Bill 1927, also known as constitutional carry or permitless carry, we had an amendment by Ms. T that basically went back and said, if you've been convicted of something that we're now as a state saying is no longer illegal and it's lawful, that we're going to expunge your record. There was a bit of a drafting error in that amendment in that it only applied to convictions. And those persons who'd actually been placed under deferred adjudication, so they were actually never finally convicted, and they got deferred adjudication and were put on community supervision, the bill as drafted didn't catch them. So there was a gap. And so someone who in the past was convicted of unlawful carry, which is now illegal in the state of Texas, if you're convicted, we expunge your record. But if you got deferred adjudication and community supervision, you don't. And so we actually are just coming back and cleaning up what was really an oversight in the way that amendment was drafted, and want to allow those persons also to have their records expunged.
Chair Moody.
Just to make sure that it's hard for me to believe there was a drafting error in the late stages of session. So you've got convictions covered. This can cover deferred adjudications. In instances where, because the way we do right to expunction, let's say you've got 4 or 5 things that happen at once, we don't entitle you to expunction if you are guilty on any of the other ones that were part of the same episode, right? Same arrest. So, what are we doing does this bill touch on that subject matter at all? If, let's say, they had one of those charges, but it was tied to, I don't mean name any other thing, and they were convicted of that, but the other one was dismissed, they wouldn't be entitled to an expunction under the current law. Do you touch on that at all? Or do you want to continue to not offer that because they were convicted of another offense at the same time?
Well, I'm not quite sure I entirely understand your question.
That's how we do expunction now. So it's not.
Okay.
It's episode based, not offense based. So just because you got something dismissed, if you also at the same time were arrested and convicted of something else, you won't be eligible for the expunction of the one that got dismissed because you got convicted of the other at the same time. I can talk to you about it otherwise. I just want to make sure, if your goal is to make sure to clean up the entirety of that process, we don't do it like that under the current law, but I'm not sure if you want to get after it. I think we should do this broadly, but if you're trying to get at it narrowly for this, maybe this is a place to start. But I can get with you offline.
My intent is narrow in that a person who was charged and either convicted or placed on deferred adjudication and community supervision for the offense of unlawful carry that is now legal in the state of Texas, that we would allow that record to be expunged. So if we need to address, I don't want to pass another bill that we have to clean up in the 89th. So please, if there's an issue, let me know.
Members, any other questions? All right, we'll call you back up to close. Chair now calls Michael Belsick. Okay, we've got you registered as Michael Belsick, representing himself, testifying in favor of the bill, but did not wish to testify. Correct. And Chair now recognizes Paige Williams. We have you registered as Paige M. Williams, representing the Dallas County Criminal District Attorney John Crusoe, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that?
It should be M. Paige Williams.
Okay, yes, we have you down as M. Paige Williams. Okay.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you. We are in support of House Bill 175. Y'all see me around a lot down here. I am the legislative liaison, but my day job is expunctions in the Dallas County DA's office. Just to briefly answer Representative Moody's question, in the interim, the case RPGP came down, and for misdemeanors, we now treat those as offense-based. So the changes that Representative Schaefer's bill encompass would allow us to right an inequity that was overlooked last session, as he pointed out. We are complete and utter in favor of this. It needs to be fair across the board. And with the onset of RPGP, for misdemeanors particularly, we have the ability to treat them offense-based, so that we can separate them out from a criminal episode.
All right. Let's just to clarify, are you representing yourself or the Dallas County criminal DA John Crusoe, or both?
I am Paige Williams, representing Dallas County Criminal District Attorney John Crusoe in support of 175.
Okay. That's what we got you guys.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you. Chair now calls Edwin Walker. We have you down as Edwin Walker, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Yes, my name is Edwin Walker. I am here representing myself in favor of the bill. I'm a criminal defense attorney with 30 years of experience. I'm a partner in the firm of Walker and Taylor. This bill actually should not have any resistance whatsoever. Representative Schaefer has done an admirable job in fixing an inadvertent oversight, fixes this anomaly. Just to give you an example of how kind of ridiculous this anomaly actually is that an individual, let's say that an individual and two similarly situated individuals in 2005, they're both charged with unlawful carry. One takes a conviction for it, does time served, or maybe gets a 6-month county jail sentence. One takes a deferred, ostensibly stay out of prison. The person who now, his case, man on deferred completes the deferred, the case gets dismissed. He is not currently eligible for an expunction. The person who took the conviction was. To make kind of this hypothetical even more absurd, let's say that the individual who was on deferred subsequently is a bad person to be on deferred, and he screws it up. Maybe he doesn't pay his fee. Maybe he shows a bad a urine test. Maybe he actually commits another offense. He gets a conviction, and so now under the current law, he benefits from his bad behavior and screwing up the deferred and getting a conviction, whereby the individual who successfully completed his deferred does not. And so this obviously is an inequity that this bill simply fixes. And like I said, I don't think that there really could be any reasonable person who would disagree with passing this bill, and I'm happy to speak in favor of it.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. Michelle Mostert. We have her registered as Michelle Mostert, representing herself, testifying for the bill, but we're going to switch that to did not testify. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 175? There being none, Chair recognizes Representative Schaefer to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If Representative Moody has anything to add as we move forward, I'll be sure to work with him and get that handled, but thank you for your time.
All right, members, any questions? All right, if there's no objection, House Bill 175 will be left pending. There being none, House Bill 175 is left pending. Harris. Chair now lays out House Bill 1229 and recognizes Representative Harris, Chair Harris, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I appreciate the opportunity to lay this bill out before y'all. When my wife and I were going through the process of becoming foster parents, we were really surprised to find out how invasive and thorough the home study process was. And I don't say invasive and thorough in a completely negative context, right? It should be very thorough and invasive to make sure that the people that we're licensing as foster parents are qualified to house those children in the custody of the state. From interviewing your biological kids individually in separate rooms to counting the number and kinds of bullets you may have, potential foster parents are subjected to grueling and extensive background and home life investigation. While well-intentioned, some of the information required for disclosure to the licensing agency and CPS are unnecessary and actually cause would-be foster parents to abandon the licensing process altogether. I know personally of two extremely well-qualified families, one of them who was a DPS officer in my district who decided not to become foster parents after they were required to submit a list of every firearm they owned, including caliber, make, and type. Considering how in-depth and extensive the home study process is, even without this part, requesting a list of owned firearms is nothing more than a potential roadblock for many aspiring foster parents. This bill would prohibit a child placing agency or state agency from requiring a licensee to disclose the types of weapons that are in the home. Keep in mind that any firearm must still be stored appropriately and safely in a locked container, as this body has determined and established last session. However, knowing the types of weapons that are locked away has no bearing on whether a potential foster family is qualified to be licensed or not. Thank you, members. I reserve the right to close and will defer to the witnesses if there are no questions.
Thank you, Representative. Members, are there any questions for the representative? Seeing none. You reserve your right to close?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any witnesses? The chair now calls Tara Micah. All right, thank you for being here today. We show you are registered as Tara Micah and you are representing the National Rifle Association?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Tara Mitchell with NRA.
And you are registered in favor of the bill, correct?
Yes,
okay.
Here in support of the bill. We were contacted by one of the more than qualified families that Representative Harris described. They did not oppose the child placement agency asking them if they own firearms or requiring them to store their firearms in accordance with the law that governs what foster parents do. But they did object to having to list out specifically what types of firearms they owned and how many of them. And they were required to report if there were any change in the number and types of firearms they owned, whether they acquired new ones or disposed of ones they currently owned. They contacted us. We shared their story with Representative Harris, and that's how this bill was generated. It's certainly not a top-down request for legislation. It's something that came from our grassroots and constituents of ours. So we are pleased that Representative Harris brought this. Again, we're not questioning whether a child placement agency or a state agency that governs foster parents should be able to ask whether parents have a firearm in the home or request that parents store the firearm in accordance with state law. But the specificity with which they wanted firearms to be reported, we think, is overly intrusive and a disincentive for certain foster parents to join in the effort to place these children. So, thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions? I actually have one question.
Yes.
Do owning guns prohibit you from being a foster parent?
Mr. Chair, Representative Johnson, no, that is not a disqualifying factor.
So you're just saying you don't think that you should have to tell the qualifying agency what types of guns you have or how many guns you have?
Representative Johnson, the NRA member who contacted us, who wanted to be a foster parent, was opposed to the specificity of the reporting.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Is that what you're saying? I mean, I understand. I'm just want to be clear that this is the same thing. So you're just saying we understand we're not going to be disqualified for owning guns. We just don't want to tell you what kind of guns we have. Although we're going to lock them up, we're going to keep them secure, but we just don't want to tell you what kind of guns we have.
Representative Johnson, the prospective foster parent that contacted us had an objection to being required to report the number of firearms anytime they acquired a new firearm or disposed of a firearm they currently own, as well as detailed information as to the types of firearms. Yes.
Okay.
They objected to all three.
I wasn't talking about them. I was asking you what your opinion was.
Representative Johnson.
Not the family, because you're here. But that's okay. Thank you.
No, I'm happy
I
to
think you've
answer that, Representative. We agreed with their objections, so we brought the issue to the attention of somebody who has worked on legislation in this realm before.
Members, any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair now calls Nicole Golden. I thank you for being here. We show that you are registered on behalf as Nicole Golden and on behalf of Texas Gun Sense.
Correct.
And you are against the bill.
Correct.
Correct. All right. Thank you.
Thank
Go
you
ahead.
so much. I know I've talked to you a few times, so you know that I'm Nicole Golden, the Executive Director of Texas Gun Sense. And we do have concerns about this bill and want to state those with regard to HB 1229. According to the CDC, firearms are now the leading cause of death for American children ages 0 to 19 and have been the leading cause of death for Black children for many years. And of the 4,163 total gun deaths in Texas that the CDC reported in 2020, which includes homicides, suicides, and other, 485 were children and teens between the ages of 0 to 19. The Texas Suicide Prevention Collaborative reports that 2020 was the first year that more than 50% of suicides by Texas youth were completed with a firearm. And experts tell us that children in foster care have experienced trauma, which increases the risks of suicide and other gun tragedies. Studies show us that youth in foster care are 2.5 times more likely to contemplate suicide than youth not in foster care and 4 times more likely to attempt suicide. In 2023, 3 children known by the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services died because of gunshot wounds. And so because of these risks, the national model licensing standards for foster homes requires weapons and ammunition to be stored separately, locked, unloaded, and inaccessible to children. Unfortunately, Texas is already not in compliance with this requirement because of previous legislation regarding storage in foster care homes. And this trend and this bill, which is part of that trend that we see as part of that trend today, poses a risk for youth in foster care who are at high risk of suicide or unintentional gun death. And by further limiting these conversations about firearms that could potentially be life-saving, we are putting our vulnerable youth at greater risk. And so thank you to Vice Chair and the committee for considering voting against this bill.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions?
Yes.
Representative King?
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. So, the concern is that the agency was specifically requesting the number of guns, the type of guns, and then they wanted obviously they wanted them to tell them that if the gun ownership changed and that type of thing, which is far beyond just saying you got to agree to lock all your firearms up. So, is it Gun Sense America's position that it's okay for them to ask those questions, and why do they need to know those things?
I mean, it's a fundamental belief of ours that's, that safe gun storage saves lives, and the data shows that that's true. And that, every conversation about safe storage, even one-on-one between people, families, friends, or in this type of setting, which, there are other risks and serious issues at play, can potentially save a life. And so we fundamentally believe that safe storage conversations and conversations about gun safety need to be had.
Okay, I don't think anybody disputes that. I think the dispute is what benefit is it to the agency to know exactly what caliber of weapons they have?
I think that knowing what the home, what is in the home and what the risks are in the home, and looking at also what that child may be bringing into the home in terms of their history and the intersection between those things is very important.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, are there any other questions? Representative Goodwin?
I'm just curious if there is any data on accidents or suicide or injury from any foster kids in Texas that have gotten a hold of guns. Are you aware of any data on that?
I think you're asking, first, I know what you're asking, and I think the closest that I shared was there were 3 known children in 2022 under the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services who died, but I don't know the particular circumstances. And then we also just know more generally how many unintentional shootings by children in Texas, which I think I said in 2021 was 485.
And you may not know this, but I'm just curious, what are the rules around foster families? Like, does the state have the authority or the ability to require safe storage? I think sounds like they do. And so I could see why, I don't know, I guess, is that the only authority that they have, is just that the family keep guns in a gun safe?
Is that the only, sorry, could you just repeat it, make sure I got it?
In terms of a family having guns in their home and bringing in foster children, is the only thing that the state has authority to do is to say you have to keep your guns in a gun safe? Is there anything further? Can they say, we think that this child in particular with some certain background really isn't a good fit because of the guns in the home?
Not as far as I know, but I would definitely want to make sure that we're talking to some of our, child welfare experts to be sure.
Okay, thank you.
And let me just say, I when I told you 485, that number was total gun deaths of children just in general. So that wasn't unintentional, but unintentional shootings are part of those numbers.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Members, any other questions?
Sorry.
No.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. The chair now calls Stephen Jordan. Stephen Jordan, going once and 3 times. Thank you. Stephen Jordan was here representing himself, and he was speaking in favor of the bill. And we will mark him as did not testify. The chair will now call C.J. Grissom. Mr. Grissom, we show that you are registered as C.J. Grissom, and you are here on behalf of the Open Carry Texas, and you are in favor of the bill.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is C.J. Grisham. I represent myself and Open Carry Texas in favor of this bill. Just really quick, because I think everything's been covered, but I just want to make it very clear. This is not about storage. This is about asking specifically about what kind of guns, how many guns. This is essentially the creation of a government registry. That's what this is. There's no other reason, none whatsoever, no rational, common sense reason to ask a foster family how many guns they have, what kind of guns they have, what caliber, what's the serial number, unless you're going to create a registry. Because whether you've got 1 gun or 10 guns, the requirement is that you lock up 1 gun or 10 guns. That's it. It doesn't matter how many you have or what they are or what caliber, because you have to lock up a 22 the way you got to lock up a 50 caliber. So it's none of their. I would even argue it's none of their business to even know if they have any guns in the family. But that's not what this bill is about. This bill is just about specifically asking how many, what type, serial numbers, and it prevents that from happening because it is no one's business what types of exactly guns. If the government thinks it's got business to know whether or not I have a gun, period, that's one thing that can be discussed and debated. Obviously, guns should be locked up, especially in foster families where you're taking in children that might not have been raised around firearms and firearm safety. So I understand the requirement to lock them up. This bill strictly addresses intrusive questioning into foster families about specifically, okay, you got pistols. How many pistols? What kind of pistols? What caliber's your pistols? What are your social security number or your serial numbers on the pistols? All right, now what about rifles? What kind of rifles? How many rifles? What caliber rifles? Okay, now shotguns. I mean, how does that in any way, knowing numbers and types, make anyone any safer or anyone any more dangerous? And so with that, Open Carry Texas asks that you report this bill favorably to the full House, and we support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions? Are there any regulations that the state of Texas should place on any families to ask questions about anything when it comes to adopting or fostering children?
They should just make sure that the family that is going to adopt a child is going to take care of that child, is going to nurture that child, is going to raise that child in a loving and safe environment. That's incredibly important.
Is there any particular regulation that the state should have or ask questions so when they're looking at health and safety of the kids, do they ask, do you have electrical outlets? Do they ask, are those electrical outlets covered if you have a child less than so many years old? So should they ask those questions or say, you know, do you have any open, do you have knives or that a child can get their hand on? And again, just asking questions of what should the state do to try to be make an environment as safe as they possibly can for this vulnerable child.
I think the difference between sort of what you're asking and what this bill does is we see it as a difference between asking whether or not do you keep your firearms locked up. That's a legitimate safety question versus what kind of firearms do you have. That's irrelevant. It doesn't matter what kind of gun I have. If it's locked up, it's locked up. It doesn't matter what it is. So yes, it is incumbent upon a state when they place a child into the custody of adoptive parents or foster parents that they ensure that child's safety. I literally cannot see any conceivable means of keeping a child safe by knowing serial numbers and types of firearms.
So if the state comes in and asks a foster parent, do you have firearms? That's the extent of what the question should be.
I would even argue that's none of their business either. What's their business is if you have firearms, do you keep them locked up?
Okay. And they say,
or even better,
and they say,
you're required to lock them up if you
and
have
you're
them.
required to lock them up. And they say yes.
Yeah, that's it.
And we see it. Are you saying that would be problematic?
Absolutely.
Or if I want to see because you just simply told me that it was locked up, or as the state of Texas that's paying you to keep this precious child in your home, and you gave me your word that you locked up your gun, but I actually did not verify that, and this child got their hand on that gun because I didn't verify it, would the state be liable because they didn't verify whether or not this person had a gun and it had a proper safe, and as well pay them money every day? So the state has no authority or right to verify whether or not a child is being in a safe environment.
Well, Representative Johnson, that's not what this bill is about. This bill is about asking about serial numbers, types of guns. I mean, we can have that debate. I would love to have that debate, but this is about this bill here.
I'm asking a very simple question. It's not a gotcha moment. It's not I'm just asking, should the state ask, can I see the gun that you say you have locked up? Because if that's the case, then they're checking how many guns, how much weapon, is it locked up? I'm just simply asking, should they have that right to make sure that this person who will be receiving funds to protect or house and love on this precious child, are they doing their due diligence to make sure that that child is in a safe environment? And yes, we've done our job, or no, we didn't, if in fact this child gets a hold of a gun.
Representative Johnson, I do appreciate the question. I don't want to muddy up what the bill author is trying to do here, and by answering that question, it would completely deviate from the purposes of his bill.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You've deviated all day long because you keep saying what the bill should do, and I don't want to talk about what the bill
Well, and I
should
said the
do.
bill
You
should
keep
manage
coming back,
lockups.
so-
It should maintain lockups, but
We won't deviate anymore as long as
Yeah.
you don't deviate anymore. How about that?
I'll make that assumption
All
in
right.
each bill.
Okay, then we'll do the same. Thank you. Questions before he gets out of here from deviating? No? No other questions. Thank you. Chair now calls Edwin Walker. Mr. Walker, I see that you are registered as Edwin Walker. You're representing yourself, and you're speaking in favor of the bill?
Yes, I am. My name's Edwin Walker. I'm a criminal defense attorney, partner in the firm of Walker and Taylor, and I'm here to speak in favor of the bill, urging its passage. I believe that this bill, what this bill does is obviously, anytime somebody is asked by a government agency to provide detailed information about what firearms they have, what caliber they are, what their serial numbers are, when did you get them, have you gotten rid of them, and what types of ammunition do you have, that it can make people extremely nervous. And I think the state ought to be in the position of trying to encourage as many kind and generous people as possible to become foster parents, and I wouldn't want anybody turned away. With regard to the previous questions that have been asked, of course, there are regulations that require any firearms and ammunition be locked up and inaccessible, as well as the fact that all foster parents, as are all Texans, under the threat of criminal penalty under Texas Penal Code 46.13 in the event that one of these children gains access to the firearm. And so we believe that there are sufficient protections in place to prevent the access of firearms by all children, including foster children. Foster parents are under the additional scrutiny of having their houses subject to regular inspection, to dictates by the department. And we believe that that's the extent that it should go, that knowing the number of firearms, when the firearms were acquired, what caliber they are, what serial number they are, is not of consequence as to whether or not the foster parent maintains a safe and loving household for the child. And therefore, we believe that this bill is not only a good bill, but is a necessary bill so that we can expand the pool of lawful, generous, kind people who want to become foster parents.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Michael Belsick. All right. Michael Belsick, representing himself. We see that you were registered on favor of the bill, and you will not speak. You did not testify. All right. Thank you. Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. Michelle Mostert. Michelle Mostert. I just like the name. Michelle Mostert. All right. She is not here. She was registered on behalf of herself in favor of the bill and did not testify. Okay. And now we will, is there anyone who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1229? If not, the chair recognizes Representative, what's your name? Chairman Harris to close on the bill.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members. And I'm honestly more than happy to answer any questions that y'all may have as a previous foster parent myself, going through the licensure process and knowing how extensive and in-depth it is. I wouldn't be bringing this bill if I thought that it might place the children in further danger. I fully believe that the safeguards and systems that are in place now are more than sufficient to ensure the children's safety. So unless there are any questions, I close and request favorable consideration of the bill.
Members, any questions? Chair, Representative Truxler. Did I say that?
I just wanted to say thank you for opening your home to a foster child. And I mean, gosh, we have so many kids in need across this state, and it's a big undertaking for a family to take on. Something that my husband and I are thinking and praying about. So thank you for stepping up for the kids in need and for helping us streamline the process, because we have kids who, we need more families like yours, and anything that we can do as a state to make sure that families are fully vetted and that kids are safe, but that we are not unnecessarily turning families away from something that is so desperately needing, giving these kids a living home. We got to do it. So thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been one of the biggest blessings that my family's ever had. So I'd encourage anyone who's considering it to move forward through the process.
Members, any other questions? Representative Harris, I will ask the same question I asked the other gentleman. At what level of evaluation or questioning should the state go to ensure the safety of children, to ensure that if someone says, I have a gun, does the state have the obligation to simply ask, may I see the safe, to ensure that you have, in fact, locked up the gun? Because we're going to hand you a check every month to ensure that this child has a safe place to live. Should we make sure that the environment by which they are living is a safe environment?
They do that. So whenever you're going through your home study process and the CPS, or I believe it's CPS directly that comes to inspect your home, they make sure that you've got child locks on the cabinets. They make sure that your medications are locked in a separate container, and then any prescription medications that are narcotic are stored in a double locked container. They go throughout your house to make sure that you are following state statute.
Right.
So that system remains in place. We don't change that.
Right. But beyond that, you're saying, my grandmother was a foster mother, and I was around a lot, so I would see the case managers or whatever would come a lot. The question that I'm simply asking is, if someone says, I have a gun, and they took the gun, but then they went and bought 4 more guns, but didn't have a lock on them, and then this child gets a hold to the gun. I heard someone say accidents happen all the time.
Sure.
Again, is it the state's responsibility to ensure, because this person said they had the gun, but all of a sudden they didn't, this child injured themselves, we go to the home, this is a new gun. I didn't see this gun the last time. This is a new gun. You said you had all guns locked up. What happened? Oh, I don't know whose gun that is. That's not mine. The kid must, anything, they could say anything. At what point do we verify to ensure that this child, because again, what you're saying is you don't mind them seeing my guns. You can see all my guns. You just don't want them to know what and where I got my guns from.
Or how many I have, or what caliber.
They don't know how many you have because you got to show them to me.
They may know that visually, but
that's what I'm saying.
There's not a list being stored at state headquarters.
But I got a whole list, and I saw the AK, I saw the 50 caliber, I saw the 9mm, I saw this, I saw that, I saw all of this, but the kid shot himself with a .22. I didn't see that in my list, so where did this come from? But because you showed me the locks for all of those, but I didn't see this, and this is the gun that this individual did damage with, took to school, hurt themselves, hurt somebody else. And now we're going back and forth with, well, who done it? My question is, don't we have a certain level of accountability as a state, as we're paying parents to care for the children, to know, so that we can protect, again, the children? So if we can see them, you just don't want the serial numbers taken down, okay, but we're still here.
So it's my position that the statutes that we have in place now requiring safe storage of the firearms is sufficient, and that requesting a list or requiring a list of the type, kind, and caliber is needless and above and beyond.
All right.
That's my position.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? All right, thank you. If there are no objections, this bill will be left pending. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The bill will be left pending. Thank you. Chair lays out HB 1760, recognizing Representative Hefner to explain his bill. How's the knee?
It's getting better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for hearing my bill today. Get this over here where I can see it. House Bill 1760 clarifies the law to ensure that public locations are not claiming to be educational institution and exposing law-abiding citizens to a potential criminal charge. This bill does not expand locations where firearms may be carried by LTC holders, so all prohibited areas remain in place. Current statute is somewhat ambiguous on the application of the school activity restriction regarding LTC holders on property that is not expressly owned or leased by a school or educational institution. There is concern that any public location where students are present, for example, a field trip or a school team stopping for food after a game, that could be interpreted as school premises. In effect, a law-abiding citizen could be already present and legally carrying a firearm at one moment in the state capitol, for instance, and then could hypothetically be subject to a third-degree felony charge as soon as a group of students show up to that location. House Bill 1760 addresses roving gun-free zones created when school activities take place off campus in public buildings or venues such as the Capitol or zoos or libraries, and limits restrictions on firearms possessions to actual premises owned by and under control of a school or locations where high school, collegiate, or UIL activities are taking place. Without this important clarification, the school activities provision could be misapplied to include any place students are present or anywhere anyone could learn. With this bill, we will add much-needed clarity to Texas statute. Law-abiding citizens do not, so that law-abiding citizens do not accidentally become felons because of events completely out of their control. Thank you all for hearing my bill, and I have happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Thank you, Representative Hefner. Members, are there any questions? All right. Well, we'll call you back up.
All right.
All right. The chair now calls Michael Bilsick. All right. Michael Bilsick was representing himself in favor of the bill and chose not to testify. The chair now calls Tara Micah. Thank you. We show you registered as Tara Micah on behalf of the National Rifle Association in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Tara Mitcha with NRA in support of House Bill 1760. Over the past 10 years, we've seen cities, counties, and private entities using loopholes in legislative language with increasing frequency to prohibit licensed carry holders from areas the legislature did not intend to be off limits. House Bill 1760 seeks to clarify the application of the prohibition on firearms on activity grounds by adding owned by and under the control of a school or post-secondary educational institution, and to establish a clear definition for educational institution which does not currently exist in law. Without the first important clarification, claims could be made that any location in the state of Texas is an activity ground subject to the ban in 4603A1 if students are present for a school-sponsored activity. Consider the Texas Capitol as an example. Field trips take place there here nearly every day, including today, it seemed. Licensed carry holders are not prohibited by law from carrying in the building, but a broad interpretation of 4603A1 could call that into question when school-sponsored activities such as field trips are taking place here. Without the establishment of a clear definition for educational institution, The term will be misapplied to include any location where somebody can learn something. This has been abused by places such as zoos or public libraries, which are hardly schools, colleges, or universities, but claim they employ staff for and to conduct educational activities on premises. And they have signs posted banning LTCs from entering their facilities. We support the clarifications being made in House Bill 1760, and we thank Representative Hefner for bringing this bill forward.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you. Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. We have you down as C.J. Grisham, representing yourself and Open Carry Texas, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
CJ Grisham on behalf of myself and Open Carry Texas. I'm not going to reiterate what Ms. Meacha just said to save time, but what I'm going to give you is an anecdote. So in addition to being the founder of Open Carry Texas, I just graduated law school, just passed the bar. I'm waiting to be sworn in. Wow, that was quick. And so I've had people come to me because they know that I'm going to focus on Second Amendment issues, gun defense, things like that. And I haven't been able to do anything because I'm not a licensed attorney yet. There's a Laredo of all, I never heard of this before, but this individual came to me and we told him we could help him as Open Carry Texas, but then I just referred him to another attorney that could probably help him. He went to go pay his taxes. Apparently in Laredo, the ISD has its own tax office. I never even knew something like that existed. I thought taxes were just taken out of your property taxes. I didn't know people actually went to an ISD to pay their ISD taxes at a tax office. I don't know. He goes to the tax office and pays his taxes. He's a licensed carry holder. He's openly carrying his holstered pistol and walks out. 2 days later, they literally break his door in. The ISD hamburger SWAT team breaks his door in. He comes home. He's got this all on video. And within 60 seconds, they're surrounding his house. Instead of getting him while he's getting out of his vehicle and going into the house, they wait till he gets into the house. They bust down the door and arrest him for carrying in a prohibited area. The reason this bill is necessary is because they're using this broad interpretation of what is an educational institution. This tax office is not located on school property. It's not located even where the ISD headquarters is. This tax office in Laredo is its own tax office. It's a tax office. It says tax office, and it's United ISD, I think. So there's now an individual in jail because he paid his taxes and was carrying a gun thinking that he wasn't doing anything wrong. And then literally got swatted. I mean, he could have just come out. They could have just said, hey, can you turn yourself in? But I think the ISD police force wanted to make a point there. This bill is important for that very reason. It clarifies what is an educational institution. There is no law. There is only an attorney general's opinion that it's from, I think, 96 or 7 that says that, well, this is how educational institution is defined elsewhere in the code, and therefore it applies to all ISD property. But it's just an attorney general's opinion. So that means there's still ambiguity out there about what constitutes an educational institution and what doesn't. I think the legislature, when they passed these laws about keeping guns out of schools, did not intend for tax offices to be prohibited places, because any other tax office you can go into and it's not a problem. And so we ask that you pass this bill, and hopefully we can get this guy out of jail for what is essentially a miscommunication or misinformation about this law.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Edwin Walker. We have you registered as Edwin Walker, representing yourself, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
My name is Edwin Walker. I'm a practicing attorney. I've been a practicing attorney for 30 years, practicing criminal defense law. I'm a principal partner in the law firm of Walker and Taylor, and this bill is absolutely necessary. I mean, as far as the bills that we've had today, this is by far one of the most necessary bills, because as a lawyer, we live and breathe definitions. because definitions eliminate ambiguities. They eliminate other lawyers and district attorneys from using their own personal interpretations to change or make law. And of course, we panic whenever there are no definitions. And this definition has been lacking. The definition of educational institution and the definition of school have been lacking in this law since its beginning, since it was first written. It became especially important when, of course, the LTC or the CHL program was created in 1995. Now, currently, the law says that government properties that are owned or controlled by the government, are not allowed to exclude license holders from bringing in their handguns unless they're already a prohibited place under 4603. Well, in order to enforce this, in fact, governments can be punished for doing this under Texas Government Code 411.209. Which was a very important bill that was passed several sessions ago. Well, there are certain places of government property that have been very recalcitrant in adhering to this law, and they have done anything they can to try to exploit or look for a loophole to try to protect themselves. Particularly what comes to mind is the Fort Bend County Library District. Okay, Fort Bend County Library District, a completely government-controlled agency that sits on government property that should not otherwise be allowed to exclude license holders from bringing their guns in. They have very big, I believe they have 13 libraries, 13 campuses, and they, in very big signs out in front of each one of their libraries, says carrying a firearm on these premises is prohibited by Texas Penal Code 4603, as this is an educational institution. So the library is claiming to be an educational institution. Whenever I complained of this, they said, well, we get money from the department, we get grants from the Department of Education, and so that therefore makes us an educational institution. This bill would clarify that libraries, zoos, museums, and other properties that are owned by government institutions that are not otherwise authorized to exclude people, license holders, from bringing their handguns will be told once and for all that no, a school is a school. We all know what it is. A post-secondary educational institution is what it is. And you library, you zoo, you museum, do not qualify, and you cannot lawfully exclude license holders from bringing in your handguns. And so we urge passage of this bill.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Michelle Mostert.
Michelle Mostert. Michelle Mostert. Oh, there you are. I called your name last time.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, we have you down as Michelle Mostert, representing yourself, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Okay. I'm in favor of the bill, and as some of the other previous people testified for it, and so I'm nothing more to really add to that.
Members, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1760? There being none, Chair recognizes Representative Hefner to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members thought it would be important to note that this bill did pass the House last session. I think it was through this committee, was made up very differently. I was on the committee at the time, but we did pass it out of the House. And just want to reiterate, we're not expanding into any currently prohibited zones. This is just to protect someone, like if you're at the local Whataburger, which I frequent, and you're sitting there having a meal with your gun on your hip, and the local football team shows up. We don't want that to become a school activity just because the football team shows up and make you committing a felony outside of your control. So it's just to clarify those locations. So with that, I close if you don't have any questions.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
If there's no objection, House Bill 1760 will be left pending. Chair hears none. House Bill 1760 is left pending. Chair now lays out HB 902. Who's this? And recognizes Chair Moody to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. There are certain dates that end up burned into your memory. For me, one of those is May 24th, 2022. That's when a young man who turned 18 years old just days beforehand walked into a Robb Elementary classroom in Uvalde and pumped round after round into the fourth grade students and their teachers there. He killed 19 kids, 2 teachers, and shot 17 other people. Nearly 200 rounds were fired on the Robb campus, and that was possible because of preparations the attacker had made that started well before he was legally able to purchase the firearm. The attacker accumulated 60, that's 60, AR-15 magazines while he was 17 years old. He wasn't legally allowed to purchase the gun those magazines belonged to, but nothing stopped him from getting ready for what he was prepared to do. The same thing would apply to a dangerous felon or a domestic abuser or a person with mental health issues that preclude them from owning a firearm. Anyone, anywhere, any age can buy as many magazines as they want. What that does, and what it actually did in Uvalde, is reduce the burden on those preparing for illegal activity. All they need to do is figure out how to get the gun and some ammunition. The magazines are no trouble at all. What HB 902 does is say that if you can't legally buy the gun, you can't legally buy the magazine that goes to it. That's it. There's no list or registry or reporting, and no change to the law about who can possess a firearm. For a normal purchaser, this bill changes nothing at all. You can buy a magazine or 60 or 600 whenever and however you like. The bill just says that a person can't accumulate one of the most crucial parts for a gun they already can't own under existing law. I've heard the rumblings about what a burden this would be on retailers, but the bill doesn't place any requirement at all on retailers. It's all on the purchaser. However, even if retailers want to help enforce the restriction, they won't find it difficult since they are already dealing with guns and ammunition. They verify age and eligibility each and every day. If we can require verification when someone buys spray paint or Sudafed because we're worried they might huff fumes or make meth, we can absolutely do that for firearm magazines. It's been no burden on those businesses, and it wouldn't be here. If we'd done this in a previous session, we might not have had 21 dead bodies in an elementary school last year. When the attacker bought his rifle and said, "Oh, and add 60 magazines for that," the retailer may have raised enough of an eyebrow to intervene. But instead, the attacker bought them over time, online, with no restrictions at all, while he was just 17 years old, so that on May 24th, 2022, he was ready to carry out a massacre. HB 902 is one small step towards stopping the next Robb Elementary from happening. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Members, any questions? We'll call you back up. Chair now calls Michael Belsick. We have you registered as Michael Belsick, representing yourself, testifying against the bill. Please proceed.
Like everyone was heartbroken over what happened on that day.
Real quick, was that correct?
What? Yes. I'm Michael Belsick, and against this bill. Sorry. Everyone was heartbroken about what happened at Uvalde School and any mass shooting. And the problem is not necessarily, in my opinion, the magazine itself. That is sort of a standard feature of many types of guns. It does seem strange that someone would accumulate that many, but it worries me that where do you draw the line? 60, 10, to. So I'm just worried about where this would go. It's the magazine itself didn't kill anyone. Even the gun only facilitated the shooter doing the killing. Steps should have been made to prevent the shooter from being where he was and taking the actions. All that is independent of just what magazine purchases are. And I'm just worried that this would take it too far, going after people that are never going to do a mass shooting. And that's what worries me. So on that is why I decided to speak up on it. Thank you.
Vice Chair Johnson.
Sir, thank you. So the way I read the bill is that you can buy the magazine when you can buy the gun.
Many guns are made to have a magazine. That's just the way it is.
When you buy a gun,
yes,
you can buy a magazine.
Yes.
Is what the bill is saying. So it says if you cannot buy a gun, then you do not need to buy a magazine for.
And I agree with that. If
you agree with that,
if you cannot buy the gun,
thank you,
then you shouldn't have it. But I'm just the magazine. It's just I'm confused or worried about what may happen when we focus on just the magazines.
And that's the thing. We don't want to get things confused. We don't want to pretend like something else is happening because the author wrote a bill that just simply says when you can buy a gun, you can buy a magazine. This is not about how much further are we going or what else are we going to do. It just says you can buy a gun, then you can buy a magazine.
You
cannot buy a gun.
Can you buy more
cannot buy
magazines
a
with your
magazine.
gun when you purchase it?
It didn't say you couldn't buy as many as you wanted. It said if you can buy a magazine.
Okay.
If you can buy a gun, you can buy a magazine. If you want 60 magazines, okay.
Okay. Well, with that type of limitations, I will agree. But I'm just worried about where it goes. So, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Chair Harless?
No, he answered,
Okay.
I think he answered mine. I'm a little confused there.
Okay. Any other questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Chair now calls Tara Micah. We have you registered as Tara Micah, representing the National Rifle Association, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tara Mitcha, National Rifle Association, in opposition to House Bill 902. Our position is we don't need more unenforceable laws. This bill won't be and can't be enforced without a background check requirement, without a ban on private transfers of magazines, and ultimately without a registry of magazines. I know the bill doesn't call for this, but without those things, this bill would be unenforceable. There's also the issue of certain patterns of firearm magazines are often used with a variety of firearms. An AR-15 magazine can be used with a post-1986 production machine gun. It is unlawful generally for private citizens to own fully automatic firearms, although they can under certain conditions under the National Firearms Act. But for the bulk of the public, machine guns are unlawful. So would a magazine, an AR-15 magazine that could be used with a machine gun, does that make it unlawful for anyone to own that magazine? That's just a technical issue with the bill that I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. We have you registered as C.J. Grisham, representing yourself and Open Carry Texas, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. CJ Grisham, on behalf of myself and Open Carry Texas, testifying against this bill. We also, as we said earlier in testimony, the problem that we have here is not a gun problem. It's a fact that if you're a prohibited person, what are you doing? If you're a danger to society, what are you doing in society? What we're doing here is we're adding another ban on an item that has absolutely nothing to do with what happened in El Paso and any shooting, whether it's a single shooting or a mass shooting, it doesn't matter. What next? Are we going to ban pistol grips? Are we going to ban flashlights? Are we going to ban flash suppressors? Are we going to ban slings? Or where does it end on parts of a firearm? It's a magazine. It can't hurt anybody unless you throw it at them at a high rate of speed and it hits them in a specific spot in the head maybe. We just disagree with the fact of, because here's the thing, even with this bill in line, that wouldn't have stopped the shooter that the bill author mentioned in his preface, because he would have bought those magazines and then later been prosecuted because he bought them illegally, unless you've got a registry. Now, if you've got a registry and you do a background check, then they would have known he bought these magazines illegally because he was a prohibited person. But if he's a prohibited person, where'd he get the gun? That's the problem, not the magazine. So this idea that, maybe if we just start banning little things here and there, why not the spring in the magazine? It can just go on and on. Open Carry Texas is absolutely opposed to creating more of these bans that are not going to solve a single problem at all. This would not have solved that shooting. Did he buy a lot of magazines? I have more than 60 magazines. I haven't shot up any schools. I've got a whole bunch of magazines. Probably, literally a couple hundred, probably as many guns as I have, because I got to have different calibers and stuff. But that's not the problem. And even under this bill, let's say this bill is law right now. He goes and he buys these magazines online or at Academy or wherever. He still knowingly did that. But did that stop him from going out and shooting the school? No, not at all. He still is able to buy the magazines. Whereas the gun is where the background check comes in unless you do it illegally. So the bill doesn't even work unless you've got some sort of registry for buying magazines or some kind of background check. And so it might feel good. It might sound good. It might make people think that we're doing something to solve a problem when we're not. But this bill is superfluous, and we oppose it.
Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you said something. You said this bill probably wouldn't have stopped the shooting.
Let me change that to definitely.
Definitely wouldn't have stopped you, because you know that. Because at the end of the day, but you carrying a gun right now definitely is going to protect me if a gunman comes in. You're definitely going to protect me.
No, not at all.
So you're definitely going to protect yourself. You're definitely, because you know better, because you have a gun. But you can tell me, and this is the thing that bothers me about this whole, because I think this is a great bill that we can all get behind, because number one, you're misrepresenting what the bill is. It's not banning pistol grips, it's not banning springs, it's not
banning someone
what it
purchasing
basically says is that if you are of legal age to buy a gun, then you can buy a magazine. If you are not of a legal age to buy a gun, then you should not buy a magazine. We shouldn't send a 10-year-old into the store and allow a 10-year-old to buy a box full of bullets, because just like you said, he doesn't have a gun. So why would we allow a 10-year-old to buy bullets? Why would we allow anyone who is not of age to buy weaponry that can kill people? Not maybe, not probably, but definitely. Why would we allow? And so the bill itself doesn't do any of the things that you just said, that the other lady just said, that simply says we're trying to create a registry. Nothing in here says this is a registry. Nothing in here says that we're trying to track people's information. Nothing. It just simply says, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to finally get on the same page when it comes to guns and killings and all these other things. We want to agree to disagree that it's a mental health issue versus a gun issue. So be it. We can agree to disagree. But please stop saying that this bill is something that it is not. That is the problem in this state, because wrong information gets out there based on someone's interpretation of what the author just simply laid out. This guy was 17. He bought 30 magazines before the age of 18. This bill just simply says if you can't buy a gun, that means you can't buy a magazine. Doesn't say anything else about registry, doesn't say anything else about some boogeyman in the dark is going to start taking all of your guns if we allow this bill to pass. It just simply aligns the bill properly to say, look, guns are a Texas way of life. And if you want to buy it, you can buy a gun, and based on your belief, you can buy as many bullets and as many magazines as you want. So be it.
And Mr. Chair, respectfully, you're right. I would like to agree with you that we are a Texas. We've got a gun culture in this state, and while it is illegal for an under 18-year-old to purchase a firearm, it is not illegal for an under 18-year-old to possess a firearm. And so why can't? So now what you're saying is, well, you can't buy magazines. You know, my kids, when they turned 12, each of my kids, for their birthday at 12 years old, got a gun. Now, they didn't get to keep it in their bedroom, and it was locked up. But why couldn't my son go, if he wanted an extra magazine for when we go to the range, he should be able to go buy a magazine.
He should be able to, a 12-year-old.
I can take this magazine out of my gun right now and still shoot somebody with it without the magazine. It's not the magazine's problem. The magazine isn't the problem. That's not the deadly weapon.
You're still misrepresenting the bill. You keep saying this is a registry. You keep saying that this is something that it's not. I'm just asking you to please just represent the bill for what the bill is. Stop saying it's something else.
The bill says
and it's not.
if you can't buy a gun, you can't buy a magazine.
Where did it say anything about a registry?
How are you going to keep somebody from buying a magazine without a
When you
without a
walk up to
background
the
check?
thing and you say and they ask you for your ID and you say I'm 17, and they're going to say, I'm sorry, come back when you're 18. That's what the bill does. It doesn't say, okay, write your name down, let me get your ID, let me get your Social Security, and I'm going to put you in this registry because you just tried to buy a magazine, and I'm going to write all your information down, I'm going to track you. The bill doesn't say that. It says if you're underneath a particular age, you cannot buy a particular magazine. If you can buy the gun, then you should be able to buy the magazine. But you're literally putting words into this bill that is not there, and I think that seems to be.
But he's not a prohibited person. Under 18 is not a prohibited person. He's prohibited from purchasing a firearm.
Sure, and that's what the bill says. That's what the bill says.
Right, which is why we oppose it.
You cannot buy, but you keep saying something else, and now you're conflating with all the information you're trying to do. Sir, it just says if you can't buy the gun, you cannot buy the magazine.
And that's why we oppose it.
1 + 1. Thank you. You can oppose it, but stop saying it's a registry.
That's what
Stop saying.
Look, it's
Thank
a
you, sir.
background check, Mr. Chair. It's a background check.
It's not a background check.
Chairman Canales.
So, appreciate your passion.
Yes, sir. And yours too.
And like I told you, I'm a big gun owner myself. But so, you mentioned something earlier. You said, you know, it was the criminal that did it, and the criminal is going to take that act, right? So it's the person, not the gun, but the criminal that took the gun. So the gun's inanimate. It needs the criminal, right, to go shoot up a place, right?
Correct.
Are you for arming criminals?
Absolutely not.
Okay, that's exactly.
Criminals are in jail.
No, they're not.
Well, if they're not in jail, they should be. That's the problem.
No, exactly, but so
That's what we said earlier.
that's the goal.
Yes.
But they're not all in jail. So
Right.
In fact, if I'm a felon, a convicted federal felon,
I'm yelling into this.
if I'm a felon, I'm a convicted federal felon for whatever charge, I'm prohibited from owning a firearm. So that would mean that I'm prohibited from having the bullets and the magazine here. And so, not the 18 or 16-year-old here. Take the other classes of all the people that are prohibited. And so, I can take your point on the age deal, but you also have to take into account, you just said, I'm not for arming criminals. Well, that's exactly what this does. It says if you're a criminal, a convicted criminal, and you're prohibited from owning a firearm, you can't have the magazines either. And why would you want the magazines or the bullets if you can't have the gun? So you're making it all right for these guys to have all these what I'm telling you is I'm not trying to argue with you. I just want you to see the other side of the coin, that this prevents or prohibits a criminal from amassing bullets and or magazines for a gun he should never have in the first place. And it is 1 and 1 + 2. Is if he's a criminal and he's prohibited from having it, what in the hell are you doing with all the magazines and the bullets? And so I just want you, I'm not arguing, I just want you to think about it, all right? Thank you.
Yeah, and Representative, this bill does not prevent him from purchasing those. It makes it a crime if he does.
No, apologize. It makes it a crime if he knowingly receives it,
Yep,
buys it,
yep,
takes it as a gift. So he knows he's prohibited from having the gun.
right.
And so this basically marries the rest of the pieces together. And so what I'm telling you is your statement before everybody here was, I don't want to arm criminals, but in the same breath you're saying, go ahead, arm them. Give them all the magazines and bullets. You can't run with the hares and bark with the hounds. You got to pick a side.
I side on freedom. Thank you.
I side with criminals not having the weapons like you said in the first place. I was in agreement with you in the beginning.
Yeah, let's put them in jail.
Members, any other questions? Yes, Representative Goodwin.
In one part of your testimony, you said that as a result of this bill, you wouldn't be able to buy the magazines.
No, the prohibited person.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify because I heard you say that you wouldn't be able to.
Oh, no, I would be. I'm not a prohibited person. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions, members?
I apologize if I misspoke on that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Wesley. No. Chair now calls Edwin Walker. I'm sorry. We have you down as Edwin Walker, representing yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Yes, my name is Edwin Walker. I'm a criminal defense attorney, a principal attorney with the law firm of Walker and Taylor. We're primarily devoted to criminal defense involving self-defense and weapons issues, and I'm here to speak against this bill. Believe that it is superfluous, it's unnecessary. It is the very first time that the state of Texas would attempt to regulate magazines in any form or fashion. And I believe that irrespective of what this current bill actually says, as we know, that rights are taken away incrementally. And I believe that this is ultimately the step towards the ultimate goal of many anti-gun legislators to ultimately try to restrict or limit magazines. This is the proverbial camel's nose under the tent. And in fact, in response to the questioning of the last witness, this bill does not actually do what it was purported to do, in that it only speaks to individuals who are prohibited from possessing firearms. Possession is different than purchasing. As the previous witness pointed out, it is illegal for a person under 18 to purchase a firearm under federal law. However, it is not illegal for a person under the age of 18, either under federal law or under state law, from possessing a firearm. So this speaks of possession, so that individual is not prohibited from possessing a firearm under either state or federal law. Therefore, they would the example used in the author's laying out of the statement. I don't think that person would be prohibited under this particular provision from accumulating those magazines. Okay, so it doesn't do what the author thought it would do. And in fact, it actually brings it in conflict with not only the current law, 4606A4, but also the prohibited persons law that is in 46.04. Now, Texas has a very interesting quirk about its criminal law, about who is lawfully allowed to possess a firearm, in that, as we all know, federal law prohibits any convicted felon from possessing a firearm or ammunition. That would include people who are convicted of tax evasion, forgery, theft, all these nonviolence. Well, Texas says it is legal for a felon to possess firearms as long as it's been more than 5 years since they were let off any kind of court supervision, and the possession of the firearm is in their home. So if this bill does pass, basically what you're saying is those individuals could lawfully possess a firearm, they could lawfully possess ammunition, but they could not lawfully possess the magazine, thus making their ability under Texas law to lawfully possess a gun in their home for self-defense completely moot, and them unable to take advantage of that right. So this bill does not need to be passed. It doesn't do what the author said it would do. It creates a conflict in Texas law, and I believe that it's a subterfuge to future magazine regulation that we don't need in this state.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Wesley Verdell. We have you down as Wesley Verdell, representing yourself and Gun Owners of America, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Please proceed.
Well, I wish I could talk as elegantly as Edwin did. We are against this bill. This bill does not, as Representative Moody said, that this bill is to stop tragedies such as Uvalde. This bill would not stop that tragedy. When we look at this, it's already against the law to kill people, right? Everybody would agree with that. It's already against the law for certain people to have firearms. It still happens. This bill is not going to stop anyone from going to a school. If you really want to keep children safe, it would be best if we would allow teachers and school boards to start passing the Guardian program without resistance. I know you got a question for me. I like your jacket too, by the way. Yes, sir. But if we want to protect our children, gun-free zones are not the answer. Having a school board vote down, Uvalde did not choose to participate in the Guardian program. You want to protect children, have people there that are armed, that are defending the children. And when the people show up that are supposed to defend them, they need to go in there and defend them, not stand by.
Vice Chair Johnson.
I heard CJ said his 12-year-old kids have guns. We should
I do
arm
too.
kids.
Yes, sir.
Let the kids be the protectors of the schools.
Oh, you're saying would I
Somebody
arm
comes in-
kids at school? No,
Somebody
sir.
comes in. Why not? Why not? He has his kids with guns. He trains his kids on how to use guns.
Right.
Why not? Why not allow a 12-year-old who is on campus when there's a person coming, why not allow a kid to have a gun?
Would you allow a 12-year-old to have
I'm
a
not
gun at
asking
school?
you. I'm asking you.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, I wouldn't. Would you?
At what age would you allow a kid to have a gun?
My kids have guns right now that are under 18, but I don't let them carry to
Again,
school.
we're being ambiguous. I'm just really trying to narrow this thing in because you said the bill is bad. Always.
Yes, sir.
And the bill just simply says if you can buy a gun, then you can buy a magazine, no matter how many magazines you want to buy. That's all the bill says. You guys are coming up here and saying all this other stuff.
Well,
You're looking
Representative Moody claimed that this would
You're
stop
looking into
tragedies
the
like
fu-
Uvalde.
and that's his opinion. The
Yes,
same
sir.
way everybody's had their opinion about what this bill will do in the future. The gentleman just got up here because he has this whole, glass that he can look into and see the future. CJ sees the future. Everybody sees the future about what this bill is gonna do, but nobody can see that this bill would protect because we're trying to keep guns out of particular people's hands. So again, my question is, you brought up schools.
Yep.
At what age should we allow kids to legally walk around with a firearm to protect him or herself and others that they may be in proximity to?
At Gun Owners of America, we advocate for 18 and up.
18 and up.
Yes, sir.
To buy a gun.
To possess a gun.
Possess a gun.
Carry a gun around.
To buy a gun.
That's
18 and
federal
up.
law right now. So yeah.
18 and up.
Yeah.
Is that the same thing? If you can possess it, you can. So I want you to possess it at 18. I want you to be able to buy it at 18.
Yeah, we're talking about a piece of plastic or a piece of metal right now, not the firearm itself.
Exactly. But
so why
again-
do we need to add it to the penal code?
So why do
It's
we
already-
need to have? Why do I need to allow someone to buy a piece of weaponry that is a part of a weapon? It's like they can have the grenade, but they're not going to have the pin, or they can have, the pin, but they can't have the grenade. It's still a part of the killing machine. My question again:
This bill would
is that
not stop somebody
We should
from acquiring
allow
magazines.
people to buy and assemble their weapon piece by piece, because it's not a weapon; it's just a magazine. Magazines don't kill.
Right.
Okay. Again,
It's already illegal to use a gun to shoot somebody too.
I think you're answering my question, but you're not answering my question. So again, if we want to protect children, you brought up schools, should we allow teachers, custodians, and children to carry guns to protect?
We should allow teachers and custodians.
But not the
SB
children.
354. I would hope you support it too.
But not the children.
No, I would not be for children carrying in schools. But I would be for school districts passing the Guardian program so that tragedies like Uvalde
They can
doesn't
do that if
happen
they
again.
want. That's not the question.
This bill does not address the real issue.
Of children dying?
Yes, sir. If that's going to be the premises of this bill and why
So
this bill
again,
exists,
should all children be able to buy guns?
we advocate for 18 and up.
Should they be able to buy pieces of guns?
A piece of plastic or piece of metal that doesn't do anything?
That belongs to a gun.
Yeah.
So if your children came home with a lighter without the cigarettes, it's just okay.
Yeah,
If
it's
they
a
came
lighter.
home with the cigarette without the lighter, is this okay?
I don't want them smoking, so in my house, no. But they can come
Again,
home with the
can
lighter.
they have the cigarette and the lighter? If they don't have the lighter, then the cigarette ain't bad.
They could buy paint cans. They could buy a gas can. They could buy a lighter.
That's not my question.
No.
Members, any other questions? Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank y'all.
Chair now calls Samuel Brannon. We have you registered as Samuel Brannon, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you. As I said before, Christian pastor here in Central Texas and father of two wonderful daughters, and I get to be married to Emily. I just want to tell everybody that. But I am the pastor of a small country church in a small country town, and as a shepherd of those sheep, it is my main duty to preach the gospel, and in order to do that, I must protect all under my charge. I assume that assignment with a humorless sobriety these days. After the ugly wake-up call of Sutherland Springs, I realized that I could not afford to take congregational safety for granted ever again, because they're coming. I just have to assume that now, because I'm a leader of these people. After those horrific murders, our congregation had to take unprecedented safety measures to better ensure the safety of our worshipers and staff. Unfortunately, I'm too good at this because I'm also a veteran of the Navy and spent 5 years of my enlistment in reactionary security forces on Naval Magazine Guam and was a gunner's mate on the USS McCluskey. When I left the Navy in the 90s, I never imagined that I'd have to employ security force strategies to protect a church in the state of Texas. Those kind of things just didn't seem to be needed or happen. However, because weapons seem to be flooding my beloved state, it is necessary for my congregation to institute hardening measures. So current legislation prohibits certain people from owning certain weapons under certain circumstances, but does not prevent them from owning the magazine that feeds these weapons. This is an oversight, and it can be rectified quite easily. I encourage you to pass HB 902, and I thank you, Representative Moody, for writing this current legislation, and I thank you for insisting that Texas find ways to address the epidemic of gun violence. And that's all I have.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. We have you down as Michelle Mostert, representing yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Please continue.
Again, thank you for your time. I'm against the bill for some of the reasons that other people have mentioned. But what people don't understand, you can make all the laws you want. It's not going to stop them from doing what they're going to do. They could get somebody else to get them the magazines, whatever. I mean, there's people underage that will get people to buy them alcohol or cigarettes. They'll say, hey, go in there and buy me some cigarettes, or go buy me if their intention is to do harm, they will find a way. So all this is doing is adding one more law that is not going to stop things from happening. Okay, they're going to do it. So that's just this is just I don't know. I think this can lead to other restrictions, as someone else said, to further limit maybe magazine, how many bullets you can put in a magazine. It's all these little increment steps of taking away rights. And so that's just my opinion, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Chair Canales.
So using your example, ma'am, thank you for being here. Thank you for your passion. Thank you,
Okay.
Sharing your view.
Yeah.
Using your example, they can get somebody to buy that beer or those cigarettes. What do we do with those individuals that are buying those cigarettes or beer?
Well, that's against the law too, what they're doing. If they're,
Well, what
if they're
should we
giving
do with them?
whatever the law suggests. I don't know, whatever the law
I
is.
thought you said laws don't make a difference. We can make all the laws we.
Right, exactly. Look at Mexico. No one's supposed to have a firearm. And look at what goes on in Mexico. I mean, stopping people from.
You're not listening to me, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You said we could make all the laws we wanted to, and it doesn't matter. And then in the same breath, you turn around and said that we should do whatever the law says we should do to those people if they break it. So, again, I'm not trying to argue with you. I just want you to see the inconsistency in the point you're taking.
Right.
Maybe this isn't the law you agree with, but to say that we should have no laws.
No, I'm saying we don't need any more. Because it's not going to stop them from doing what they're going to do. And even if they can't do it.
So tomorrow, if this body passes a law that makes it more stringent on a child molester, you're going to be against that? Makes the sentence worse on a child molester, you're going to be against that?
They already have laws that
What
say.
if I made it harder? What if tomorrow I passed a bill that made it harder? You'd be against
How is it going to stop a molester? A law is not going to stop a molester from doing what he does until he gets caught and put in jail.
As an attorney, I appreciate your ability to avoid answering the question. Thank you.
All right.
Members,
Thank
any
you.
other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thanks for your time.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 902? Okay, we've got
I didn't register, but I don't know if it's allowed.
yes, we're gonna need you to register, so. Come on up here, please. Yeah. If there's anybody else that intends to testify, can you all please go to the kiosks in behind this committee room and register, please? Okay, Chair now recognizes Cristina Delgado. We have you registered as Cristina Delgado, representing yourself, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes,
Please proceed.
yes. So I'm Cristina Delgado. I'm a mother of 2 and a bonus son, and I am very appreciative that Representative Moody has introduced this bill as a preventative measure to not allow underage individuals to purchase a magazine before the purchase being of age to purchase a firearm. As a mother of 2 students and a friend to many, I lived the ripple effects of an unsecured firearm and now am friends to those individuals out of Uvalde. Prevention is key. We are a gun-owning family. We own many firearms. And in fact, my 18-year-old bonus son waited until he was 18 to be able to purchase his AR. We know that that individual in Uvalde, like those other individuals, such as the shooter in our case in Santa Fe, made plans, detailed plans on what he planned to do on the day of May 18th, and then 4 years and 6 days later, that individual in Uvalde carried out his massacre. We're over here arguing semantics about this law won't do this law won't do that. We have to do something to make it harder for these individuals to go into our schools, to go into our churches, to go to our Walmarts and carry these acts of violence out. This is a public health crisis with deep, long ripple effects that carry through. To sit and do nothing means that each and every one of those lives that were lost, my friends' children who were gunned down in both Santa Fe and Uvalde, that they mean nothing. I've sat here and listened to the semantics, and it's infuriating. Because as a gun owner, I don't want these 17 and 16-year-olds having the ability to start the process of planning out their massacres. And I guarantee you, they are out there. I guarantee you, they are planning. And somewhere another community is going to end up being where we are. So again, Representative Moody, I appreciate you taking the time and the initiative to take a step forward in preventing these massacres from happening. And I have to say something about gun laws. They don't affect responsible gun owners because we don't break them. Thank you for your time.
Members, any questions? Representative Bowers.
Thank you, Chair Again. And I don't really have a question. I just have a comment. Thank you for saying something. Thank you for your testimony because we do have to do something. Hopefully we will be able to do something because as we're sitting right in here discussing this, there have been 2 school shootings in the last couple of days in Dallas. One of them just came through my phone since we're sitting in this hearing. So thank you for saying something and speaking out.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 902? Being none, Chair recognizes Chair Moody to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I do have a few comments. There is one person that I'll defer to on when forming opinions about the tragedy in Uvalde, and that man's sitting right there. I went down to his community and spent a lot of time there poring over the facts of this case. So when I see someone trying to purchase firearms underage and is rebuffed because the law precluded them from doing so, the laws that don't work, that don't stop bad people, guess what? They worked until that impediment was withdrawn. What he did in the meantime, his birthday was May 16th. What he did prior to that was he amassed these magazines, and he got ready for the attack. And the content of his social media accounts will tell you what he was doing up to that point. The thoughts of this attack started December of the year before. May 16th is his birthday. He starts amassing all this stuff because there's no impediment to him doing it. May 22nd, he purchases the weapons. May 24th, he guns down all these people. Tell me that time doesn't matter. At every single, and I will be haunted by it till the day I die. Wanting for that every time I watched the video, every time I looked at the evidence, every time I heard everything going on in that case and looked at it over and over and over, talked to the teachers, talked to some of the students, talked to the parents. Every time I think about at what moment could just any bit of time been bought, because any bit of time could have stopped this on the timeline it was on. And there were multiple problems. And I'm supporting school security bill, and I'm supporting training our officers to be better at what they do. My name's on all of that stuff. My name is also on this because this is part of the solution too. You cannot reject this as part of the solution. So with all due respect to the people who think they know what would have stopped or what wouldn't have stopped this, as someone, the only person who I will defer to is Mr. Tracy King in terms of opinions on what could or couldn't happen there, because he's the only one that studied it probably more than me. I want to thank the attorney here that talked about possess versus purchase. I think that's a very important point. I think we need to make that change because it doesn't get to what I was trying to get to in this bill, but it's what the drafters gave us back. That's a very good point. That's the point of the committee process, to make sure we do what we're trying to do so it's effective in the way that we want it to be. Appreciate the point being raised. When we talk about the phrase, the least we can do, this bill is it. Not one person's rights are being impacted because no one has a right to buy a magazine for a gun they already legally can't purchase. This is about whether a rare and minor inconvenience is worth the lives of our kids. I think it is. And I hope the committee feels the same way. I'm happy to answer any questions. If not, I close.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no objection, House Bill 902 will be left pending. There being none, House Bill 902 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 3443 and recognizes Chairman Canales to explain the measure.
Thank you, Chairman. Basically, what this does, it allows you to have the license to carry and driver's license in one card. I carry around my license to carry and I carry around my driver's license. I can't tell you how often they're mixed up, or I hand somebody something, and I think that it's half-witted that we can't somehow figure it out. Now, there are some impediments. We've been working with DPS and some security features, et cetera. We're going to continue to work with DPS, but I think if you want your LTC card separate, nothing's going to keep you from getting a license to carry card separate. But for those of us who would like to carry it all in one card, it's a good deal. You know, if you've got your license to carry, you know, you get pulled over and the officer asks you for your driver's license, you're also supposed to present your license to carry. God forbid you lost it, because you're going to be in trouble if you got your gun. And so the reality is, it's just common sense. So that's what the bill's about.
Members, any questions? Okay, we'll call you back up to, okay, we've got Representative Goodwin.
Thank you. So I just have a question about if a LTC was revoked or suspended, how would that work?
It would come up immediately. I mean, so if an officer runs your driver's license or you're going to purchase a weapon, I'll give you an example. The other day, I had lost my license to carry, and my wife ordered me a new one. Well, I don't realize where I found them or where I exchanged them, but I went to go buy a gun, and they said, this one's not valid. And I said, I just got it. It's brand new. And somehow I had got the old one, and if the officer pulls you over or you try to purchase a weapon, your LTC is automatically not good. It will show that it's not valid. So,
But right now, there's not law that requires a gun seller to run your LTC.
oh no, that's a different story. Yes, I think actually if I'm going to go purchase a new firearm, having an LTC actually speeds up the process. That's probably the only real benefit of having one nowadays is you get to go. You're going to go buy a weapon, pretty much your background checks have been done, it expedites the process. So yes, if you're going to purchase from a federal firearms dealer, you're going to show, or you don't have to, but it'll speed up the process.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. If someone has a combined driver's license LTC and they go in and show it, then you wouldn't have to go through a background check. But it could have been revoked or suspended.
That's not correct.
Why
So
is that
what I'm telling you is this: if they're combined, they both have individual numbers, and so your LTC number is not going to be your driver's license number. And so, for instance, in the event that the specific event that just happened to me that I'm telling you happened, is I had one that was valid, reissued, and one that was canceled. And so the minute somebody runs your LTC, if it's in your driver's license, and that, give me a minute, I'm going to try to answer your question, and you've had your LTC revoked, instantaneously that background check will reveal that LTC's been revoked.
Right. But with the LTC, it was my understanding, you don't have to go through the background check. So
If you're going to a federal firearms dealer, there's always a background check. The loopholes at the gun shows. There's always a background check. If I go to Walmart, I go to Academy, I go to anybody who's a federal firearms dealer, there is a background check.
Okay, because that was not my understanding. And
As somebody who buys guns regularly, I will tell you that's how it works.
okay.
Members, any other questions? All right, we'll call you back up to close. Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. C.J. Grisham. C.J. Grisham. We have C.J. Grisham down as representing himself and Open Carry Texas against the bill, and we'll switch him to did not testify. Chair now calls Sherry Gibson. We have you down as Sherry Gibson, representing DPS on the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Sherry Gibson, Driver License Division. Here's a resource if you have any questions related to the driver license portion.
Is there enough real estate on there to do this?
It's going to be very difficult. It's going to be something we'll have to work with our card vendor and designers to determine how to get everything on it. We may have to look at some other options of how we display some of the data. Because right now it is maxed, the card is basically maxed out, but we have already started looking at what opportunities are there.
Are there any other states to do this?
I'm not aware of that, sir. I'd have to find out for you.
Members, any other questions?
Question.
Yeah, Chair Harless.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm looking at my driver's license, and it's got a place for a motorcycle license on the back of it, right?
For the motorcycle license?
Yeah.
It's on the face of the license next to the class. Should be up in the right, where it says Class C.
Right.
The motorcycle would
Oh,
go
I
right
see
next
it.
to that.
Class C and M, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's correct.
So we couldn't just add that with a handgun deal to it?
You mean like add a letter?
Yeah, I just think even for the DPS and police officers, when they pull me over, I reach over and I give them both of them. To me, it would seem a lot more efficient if we just gave them one. And the police officer, because I know there's sometimes people may have left their CHL at home, and if you just hand them your driver's license and it's got everything on it, wouldn't you think that would be a lot easier and safer for law enforcement?
So-
They have a better opportunity to know who they're dealing with.
Yes, sir. And we can, like I said, we are looking at opportunities. Two of the requirements for the LTC is that it display the LTC number, which is different than the driver license number, and the expiration date of that LTC, which is also different. So it's not a matter of just a single letter or a symbol. It's finding a location for those pieces of information.
Thank you.
And is there not a way to use the same number and no? I mean, we're identifying a person, and the person either has an LTC or doesn't, but it's the same person. Is there a need for both, or couldn't it all be in one?
To have two different numbers or the single number?
Well, for two different licenses for the same person.
It would have to be something that we would explore and look at it from a legal position. I'm not familiar with the requirements under the federal law. We do have a resource here from Regulatory Services Division as well. I don't know if that's prohibited or not. I would have to find out.
All right. Members, any other questions? Yes, Representative Goodwin.
Hi, you may have heard the exchange. I'm still unclear as to whether someone with an LTC has to go through a background check when they go to buy a gun.
So I would like to defer that to Regulatory Services Division.
Okay.
And they're here as well.
Okay, thank you.
You go register.
Just one question.
Chair didn't always testify. Yeah, Chair Canales.
Going forward, obviously, this is a forward-looking bill, and the LTC number is unique, and just for the sake of conversation, you could, going forward, incorporate the expiration date within the number, Couldn't you?
Again, that's a question for the RSD system. We can put whatever number that they have on there, and if it's determined that it can be the same as the driver license number, then that would just be a matter of educating people.
And that's what I told the members. We know there's some issues, and we're working with you guys. Thank you for your hard work and helping us.
No problem.
And there's got to be a way to also align expirations with driver's license, you would think. But members, any other questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Jason Hester, Texas Department of Public Safety, resource witness. We have you down as Jason Hester, Texas Department of Public Safety, representing the Texas Department of Public Safety, testifying on the bill, did not wish to testify, but now we're going to switch that, with your permission, to did testify.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir, that is correct. Jason Hester, Assistant Chief, Texas DPS Regulatory Services Division. The LTC program is in regulatory services for DPS. The system's a little weird for us resource witnesses on testify or not if we're needed, so just point of clarification. So some of the questions that have come up, Mr. Chairman, the requirements for the driver's license and the requirements for the license to carry are different. There are things that are going to be different that will cause a driver's license to be suspended but not an LTC and vice versa. So we will have to work through all of those things of what that looks like, including the numbers and the real estate that's on there with that. But we're committed to trying to find a way to get to yes and then continue to work with you as we have before.
Chair Canales.
So, for the sake of the conversation, so my driver's license could be suspended and I've still got it.
Correct.
And so if you run it, how do normally a trooper or anybody with law enforcement, in order to find out my license suspended, they run it?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And so the same goes with LTC?
That is correct.
Okay. And so whether one is suspended or the other is suspended, the ID in and of itself isn't where the data of the suspension is kept. It's within the data that when you run it.
Yes, sir. That is correct. For the law enforcement, it is. The law enforcement gets an automatic return when you run the driver's license.
And I know you're not a federal firearm. Maybe you are an expert. Can you help me respond to Representative Goodwin's question that they don't do any background check if you've got an LTC?
So as Representative Goodwin is correct in that because the Texas LTC is an alternative permit to the background check, we meet those requirements.
But the background check's already been conducted.
Correct. The background check has already been conducted, and we monitor those. And then when we get information that it is invalid, then we invalidate that in the system. Where I think Representative Goodwin is coming from is that when there is something that causes it to be invalid, currently in statute, there's not a mandate that be surrendered, or that if we run across that we have the authority to surrender it. And so if you present that at an FFL to go purchase a weapon, on its face, that is considered a good to be able to purchase a weapon.
But let me ask you, from a practical standpoint, I go to an FFL because I've done many times, and I hand them my LTC.
Yes, sir.
They run it.
Most of them do. They are not required to do so. We have a public-facing database called an FFL checker, an LTC checker that we've provided to every FFL in Texas, that if you type in your number and the right, the last name and everything else, it will give you a green that this is a valid permit, or red that it's not.
Give me a second. So they fill out the form.
Yes.
No matter what, I've got the LTC, and I give you my LTC. You're going to take that information. You're going to fill out the form.
Yes.
And where does that form go?
It goes in their file, and for audit inspection.
They never run it or send it to anybody?
They are not required to if you present an LTC. Most of them, by practice, will continue to go and do the NICS check anyway.
Never seen that.
And will also check our public-facing database to ensure that the LTC is accurate.
So there's no requirement for a federal firearms dealer, once you presented your LTC, to confirm that anything's good?
There is no state requirement for that, no, sir.
No, federal.
Or federal requirement. It is on its face an alternative permit, which is why we created the online database.
It's no good and they sell it to you.
That's not going to be caught until.
But is it a violation of the person that sold it to you?
No, sir.
No?
they don't know because on its face, it is good.
And in your experience, how many, just roughly, I mean, I'm not trying to pin you down, but how frequent is it that a federal firearms dealer is not running the LTC?
I don't have the numbers of what that would be. In my personal interactions of when I've bought guns, most of them are checking them, similar to what you said, where they said, hey.
I just never had anybody. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, where they said, hey, because what we do when you lose one, in your particular instance, sir, when you lost one and we issued you a duplicate, we kill that number.
That's
that
right.
number is no good.
That's right. So when
and
I
that's
went
what
to go
happened.
buy a gun, they said, this is no good.
Correct. So even though the FFL that you went to is not required to do so, most of them by best practices of what they want to do the right thing, go
I
ahead
learned
and do
something
it.
new today. Wow, that's a big loophole.
Yes, sir.
Representative Goodwin.
Well, the reason I knew that is that we have a bill to close that loophole. Thank you.
Members, any other
You should have
questions?
started with that.
Chairman
You're just dangling the bait.
Chairman Harless.
Thank you. Do you know how many CHLs or license to carries you suspend every year? They get suspended?
I don't have the exact numbers. I think we're around 5,000 or 6,000. It referenced sometimes 4,000. The number fluctuates depending on how things happen.
So between 4,000 and 5,000.
Yes, sir. I can get you the exact number on it.
Would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there any, is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3443? There being none, Chair recognizes Chair Canales to close.
Once again, as I stated in the opening, we're still working with DPS and trying to figure out the logistics of it. And if it's practical, it's something we want to move. If it's not, obviously, they can't do it, they can't do it. But we want to make sure that if the opportunity arises and we can create a convenience for the public to not have to be carrying around mandatorily 2 IDs and create an I gotcha situation because I picked up the wrong one, we don't want to be doing that. And so I, for one, have had the opportunity to confuse them on multiple occasions. And I've got to the airport in Harlingen, 45 minutes away from my house, thought I had grabbed my driver's license and I could not get on a flight because it was my license to carry. And so that in and of itself says, what are we doing? We're creating a possibility of confusing, and we should be here to create convenience, not problems.
Members, any questions? All right. There's no objection. House Bill 3443 will be left pending. There being none, House Bill 3443 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 3539 and recognizes Representative Troxclair to explain the bill. Representative D'Orazio offers a committee substitute.
Appreciate
The House Bill 3539. Is that it? Yeah. Recognizes Representative Troxclair to explain the measure.
Thank you, Chairman and members. The committee substitute to House Bill 3539 will increase public safety, protect the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution by establishing the Texas Ammunition Manufacturing Facility within the Department of Public Safety. The department will be authorized to enter a public-private partnership for the construction and operation of the facility, and no state funds will be appropriated. This is very similar to the gold bullion depository that the state established recently. Law enforcement has found it difficult in recent years to find sufficient supplies of ammunition or to afford what is available. This adversely affects their ability to train and adequately respond to public safety needs, including mass shootings. And the available ammo that is on the market comes from overseas. So I brought a little show and tell for you. This is from our own personal safe. Went and looked last night, and this was specifically made for Academy. Was made in Serbia. This is made in Mexico. This one is made in Korea. There's I have a few more, but the last but not least, another one made specifically for Academy, branded with the Academy logo, made in Russia. So there is also a state security issue with so much of the ammo that is on the market that is more affordable coming from foreign countries. And the citizens are facing a similar problem. The ammo availability is down, prices have skyrocketed, and it decreases our ability to defend ourselves, our homes, our families, and engage in lawful shooting sports and other activities protected by our Constitution. Under the bill, the facility will be able to manufacture lower cost, quality ammunition for use by law enforcement and the public by way of public retailers. They may manufacture component parts such as cartridges, primers, and bullets, and or use the state's purchasing power to buy component parts. The facility will be authorized to sell ammunition directly to law enforcement agencies to increase training, public safety, and save taxpayer dollars by reducing the cost of ammunition. Additionally, the facility can sell to distributors and retailers for use by the public, but may not sell directly to consumers. The facility can sell bulk part components for ammunition to other ammunition manufacturers domiciled in the state of Texas. So for most of the big guys are not located here, but for the small, more startup, or I shouldn't say startup, but for the smaller businesses that are located in Texas, they can benefit by purchasing the component parts directly from the facility to then sell to police departments or to retailers. So there's a little bit of a benefit to them. Sales tax revenue from the sale of ammunition will be dedicated to law enforcement training, school safety, and operations of the facility. And a couple more things I want to mention as I wrap up here. I know that this is a little bit of an outside of the box thinking, but it's something that I think would address a lot of different issues with one swoop. I've heard a couple of concerns that I just want to address up front. I've had a lobbyist go around and say that it's a vendor bill, and I just want to say once and for all right now, if there's a vendor that is pushing this, it's not known to me. This was an idea that was brought to me by a Second Amendment advocate in my district in Fredericksburg, and we worked together on our own to draft this legislation. So there is no man behind the curtain here. It is the other concern that I have heard is, well, this might, you can't sell directly to consumers, but what about the manufacturers who are already selling to to police departments and retailers? And I'm a free market conservative, and I generally do try to side on the side of free market, but ultimately, the state has a vested interest in state security and protecting our constitutional rights. So just a couple of points of background on this issue of should the government be in the business of manufacturing it. The free market honestly has failed us. You're going to hear testimony from our police officers who have talked about the shortages in ammo supply and how that has affected their training. Currently, most U.S. ammo is manufactured by two companies under various different brand names, but ultimately, it doesn't really give the state the interest that we need to ensure our supply. The government has always been involved in the manufacturing of ammo because it's a national security issue. So in the 1940s, the U.S. government owned and operated 40 ammunition plants. Today, we have 14. And the bill as written, of course, minimizes the impact to the private sector by prohibiting sales directly to consumers. So I hope that kind of answers some of the questions that I've heard. But ultimately, it does three things. It ensures that our police are adequately trained. It enables gun owners in Texas to access the ammo that they need and protects their Second Amendment rights. And last but not least, the state has a vested interest in securing our state. It is a bipartisan bill, thanks to my joint authors who have signed on in support of this, and I am hopeful that Texas can lead the way in making sure that our police departments are adequately trained, have access to the tools that they need, and ultimately that the state has a say in our own future when it comes to our security. Thank you.
So what's the difference between the bill and the committee?
So the committee substitute Is that the question? Yeah. So it cleans up a few of the definitions. It grants DPS the authority to create the facility rather than creating an agency within the department. And lastly, adds the dedication of revenue from the sale of ammunition components, and other items sold by the facility to be dedicated only to law enforcement training, school safety, and the operation of the facility.
Chair Harless.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm just trying to understand this, please, and I'm not trying to bust your chops on your, is this your first bill layout?
Maybe.
Okay. I'm not trying to bust your chops. I'm just trying to understand it.
I mean, I had no idea that this was going to be. I filed a lot of really easy bills, but Chair
So do we
Guillen.
still have an ammunition shortage?
Absolutely, but I can let our police officers who are here testify to that. And I mean, I think that when you look at the history of ammo supply and demand over time, one thing that scares me is that it fluctuates insanely around presidential elections. And that is a precarious place for us as a state, where we are tasked with providing community safety to be in, because yes, we had COVID. Of course, there were supply challenges in COVID. Prices have been going up well before COVID happened, and you see the pattern of spikes or maybe a distortion of the market in supply and demand, kind of really centered around the presidential elections, which I hate to. I hate for our police departments, especially the smaller ones. DPS has been able to I think get ahead. Well, not get ahead of, but they have the capacity and the money and the time to make sure that they are procuring the ammo that they need from a state level. But it's the local police departments who are buying on individual contracts that don't have that luxury and maybe don't have a year and a half of ordering time from the time they're placing an order to the time the materials come in. So while certainly the supply has increased from where it was maybe last year or the year before, I think that the problem still exists from a bigger picture.
So another question I had is, you don't have another bill that's going to put the state in the automobile manufacturing business, are you? Because there was a shortage of cars too there for a while.
Well, cars are not integral to our constitutional rights, so no.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right, we'll call you back up
Okay.
close.
Can't wait.
All right. Chair calls Michael Belsick. Yep. We have you down as Michael Belsick, representing yourself, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please proceed.
I love this bill. As a constitutional person, I love all of our rights that are in the Constitution. In particular, my focus is often on our Second Amendment rights. Last session, we had several bills addressing, call it the acronym, Made in Texas, that said, whatever might be happening outside of Texas, if something was manufactured, made in Texas, it was good. It could be used here in any way. Regarding to this bill, as it was mentioned, there is an ammunition shortage. Sometimes it's sort of, shall I say, manufactured by the federal government in some capacity, buying up huge quantities, making a shortage for our own local police departments and our own civilians that are gun owners. So, but there is a problem. Also, as noted, we get an awful lot of ammunition from overseas, which is not necessarily a dependable source. So having something made here locally is sort of a win-win. It goes directly to our law enforcement agencies to ensure that they are well supplied. And then there's a trickle-down effect, even if it's not direct, to Texan gun owners to ensure that they have ammunition to train and be prepared. So I was thrilled with this bill to ensure what we need for Texas. Any questions? Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Chair now calls David Nash. We have you down as David Nash, representing yourself, testifying on the bill. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Please proceed.
I guess it's kind of different to have somebody that's not yes or no, and that's kind of want to explain that. This is also my first time in the barrel, so I'm learning a lot right here. And one of the things, I've spent 36 years working in a petrochemical facility and mainly doing projects from cradle to grave. And so I know how much work it is to study these things, to find what's broke, and fix it, have a good solution. There's lots of phases that goes through a project like that. This reminded me of a project, and now that I've heard all these testimonies, I can proudly say that I'm the only one in here that's not prepared. Because I've done that for 36 years. So I'm looking forward to getting more information concerning this, identifying the problem. I've heard that already. I'm looking forward to all the testimonies. That's why I was neutral.
All right.
So,
members, any questions?
That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Trey Blocker. We have you registered as Trey Blocker, representing yourself and Texans for Ammo, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I'm Trey Blocker. I'm here on behalf of Texans for Ammo. Texans for Ammo is a grassroots organization of Texans concerned about the shortage of ammunition across the state and also the increased price across the state. I was looking earlier, the ammo shortage is not something new, and it's not something that's going away as far as I'm concerned. If you jump on your Google machine, you'll find articles dating back over a decade that will tell you that there was a department in East Texas and other departments that asked their officers to buy their own ammunition for training and for qualification. And personally, I don't think our law enforcement officers should be having to hold bake cells in order to qualify and do the duty that we ask them to do. Secondly, prices have been going up for decades as well. A short search on the machine earlier showed me that in 2006, a 9mm cartridge cost about 14 cents. Today, it's close to 80 cents. So these are trends that aren't going away, and I commend Representative Troxclair for bringing this bill forward to address these issues. I think it will lead to increased law enforcement training, therefore increasing public safety, and also protecting the Second Amendment for the average gun owner in Texas. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there ammo manufacturers in Texas?
There are a couple small ones. I went through my gun safe last night as well just to check. I did find some Chinese ammunition, some Russian ammunition, some Hungarian ammunition. The only Texas-made ammunition I found were shotgun shells made somewhere in East Texas.
All right. I would guess, as representing Texans for Ammo, you would know if there's manufacturing of ammo in Texas, right?
I would like to think so, but I would also say that, one of the benefits of this bill, as I read it, is it would allow the facility that's being created to sell component parts to Texas ammunition manufacturers. So if they are here, they would benefit from this facility as well.
Members, any questions? Chair Hartley.
And this is just intriguing. It's something I've never even thought about. So is there something that stops manufacturers from moving to Texas and building plants on their own?
Absolutely not. And so when the bill says that the facility can sell component parts to manufacturers domiciled in the state of Texas. I would say to Winchester, and I would say to Remington, and I would say to Federal, if you don't have a facility here, move here.
So I was looking in her bill, and I didn't see a physical note anywhere. Who pays for this?
I believe this was modeled after the bullion depository that was created by the legislature 3 or 4 sessions ago. That legislation didn't have a fiscal note either because the state didn't pay for it. In that situation, and it would be the same in this situation, the comptroller, in this case it would be DPS, would issue an RFP, a request for proposals, from companies who would agree to build it and operate it at their own cost for a return on their investment.
Okay. So a private company would build it and operate it?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And would they be allowed to make a profit?
Absolutely.
All right, members, any other questions? Yeah, Representative Durazio.
The representative Troxclair, she showed us quite a few boxes of foreign-made ammunition. And when we look at the U.S. manufacturers, do we import that because of cost, or do we import it because of lack of supply?
I think it's both. I really do. I think at this point, all of our domestic ammunition is being made by 2 companies for the most part. So I don't think there is enough supply. But if you're a gun owner like myself and you're looking for some affordable ammunition, really your only option these days is to buy that foreign-made ammunition.
Thank you.
One more question here.
And I hate to do that, but you seem really knowledgeable about this. So I know with drugs, we have the FDA. Is there a agency that regulates the ammunition as it's being manufactured to make sure it's being built within certain guidelines?
Yes, sir. So my understanding is any company that would ask to be awarded the contract to build this facility would have to have a federal firearms license from the ATF as a manufacturer, and all those regulations would apply.
And the ammunition that we see over here that came from China or Mexico or wherever, do they have to meet those same guidelines?
Not to my knowledge, but I don't know that for sure.
So you don't know for sure then. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So let's say this bill were to pass and we go down the road, 10, 15, 20 years, and at that point, there's a handful of ammo manufacturers in Texas, private, that came and developed their projects. Would this somehow give some unfair advantage to the people or company that got this contract?
I don't know that it would. I mean, whatever company is awarded the contract would obviously benefit from the contract. But as the bill is drafted, the facility would also benefit every other manufacturer in the state of Texas.
Mm-hmm. For example, would it allow them to market themselves as the ammo manufacturer of the official ammo manufacturer of Texas, or something like that, as opposed to, it's obviously not a problem if there's no other manufacturers in Texas, but once there would be, and at that point, I think there might be an issue. Would you agree, or?
It's hard for me to say. Obviously, the company that is awarded the contract would be able to market this as Texas-made ammunition. I believe the bill would allow that company to put the Texas flag, the state seal on the ammunition as well.
Yeah.
So that is going to provide a benefit to that company, which is why this bill would hopefully draw some attention from manufacturers who would want to submit a proposal to run the facility.
No question. All right. Members, any other questions? Yes, Representative Durazio.
If the state license a ammo manufacturer and the state is part of the process and receives part of the revenue, that's going to drive up the cost of the ammo a certain percentage. how can the state, or how can both the state and the manufacturer make it a win-win to where they both make money and still be competitive in the market?
I think that would be up to the company that's awarded the contract on how to decide how to be competitive with those products. I think that also goes back to the bullion depository and how that's been a good example and a successful example, because they also sell gold and silver bullion and have it at a market value that works for both that company and the state. So it's certainly possible.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. We have you registered as C.J. Grisham, representing yourself and Open Carry Texas in favor of the bill, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Oh, sorry. I got the Education Committee in my ear. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, and thank you, Representative Troxclair, and especially your staff. My name is C.J. Grisham. I represent myself and Open Carry Texas in favor of this bill. And quite frankly, when I first read through it a couple times, I wasn't sure where to sit on it. I'm a very big proponent of capitalism, and I was a little worried about state control over an issue, but I don't think that's the issue, and your staff did a great job of explaining everything to me. And I think there are also some other benefits that probably haven't even been thought about regarding the fact that we have our own state way to manufacture ammunition. But first and foremost, what's the most important aspect of this is public safety. And when we're going through an ammunition crunch, all of us are going through an ammunition crunch. That includes our law enforcement officers. And they're the ones that, if anybody, well, I hesitate to say this, but we need our officers to be able to defend people and take down threats. And if there's an ammunition shortage, that really affects everybody here in the state of Texas. And so this bill, I think, addresses that and ensures at the very least that there's a stream of ammunition that is available to ensure public safety to our law enforcement community, to our state militia if necessary, or National Guard, State Guard, whatever it is. And then not only that, hopefully one day when we're the Republic of Texas, we'll have our own national ammo. But regardless, I support this bill, and it's got a lot of great things. There's some concerns that it'd be interesting to see how it flushes out. But when you do compare it to the bullion facility and the way that these two are similar, I don't see any issues. All my reservations about state control of this affecting the marketplace, I think were unfounded. So before Open Carry Texas decided to jump behind this, we did a deep dive, talked to your staff, and we support this bill. Ask that you report it out favorably.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Michael Bullock. We have you registered as Michael Bullock, representing Austin Police Association, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Again, my name is Michael Bullock. I'm a board member and an officer with the Austin Police Association. We are here testifying in support of the bill and appreciate Representative Troxclair bringing this up, as our department and our members were not immune from the staffing or the ammo shortage that did occur. Within the last year, our department had about a 6-month time period where officers were not able to access our range for the purpose of training outside of the minimum TCOL requirements, which is an annual qualification, and then the training of cadets. Outside of that, officers had to go purchase their own ammo in order to conduct training. And even as a large department, it did affect us, even more so with the smaller agencies that surround us. Can't speak to everything that they encountered, but I know for us it was an issue last year that we had to deal with. And in particular, It was very concerning to our frontline officers, the patrol officers who are responding to a lot of these critical incidents, whose job it is, one that we hope we never have to fulfill, but one we are prepared to fulfill, and ultimately using deadly force to stop any type of threat that may present itself. So we want our officers to be able to train. We want our members to be able to access ranges and have ammunition to make sure that they are qualified and very proficient marksmen. And having a repository like what's being proposed would have helped us navigate the shortages that we did experience. So again, as a large agency, we were not immune from it. And our priority has always been making sure that our officers can be the best trained in the state, and making sure that they have access to everything that they need to make sure that that one happens. But we did experience issues with the supply chain and with just ammo shortages in general.
Members, any questions? Yes, Representative Troxler.
I don't know if I'm allowed to ask questions on my own bill, but I am curious. So as an officer, had you experienced? You said there was a time period last year, about 6 months, where your range was closed.
Correct.
For training for officers. So was that the first time, to your knowledge, that you had experienced something like that?
To my knowledge, yes. Certainly since I've been here, that's the first time that it's happened where, due to the limitations of ammo, we were not able to go again. It was only we had to go once for the TCO requirement to make sure that your license doesn't expire. And then they were still trying to train cadets, but those are the only purposes. So an officer such as myself that may be on patrol, our use was limited due to low ammo supplies. And that's the only time it's happened since I've been here, approximately 6 years or so.
When you do have an adequate ammo supply, do officers go to the range for training?
Yes, on a regular basis. We have officers that will go by, sometimes multiple times a week, certainly on a regular monthly basis, they'll go by to make sure that they remain proficient.
And so you feel like that training helps them to be adequately equipped. I mean, with all of the unrest, I would say, that has happened around police over the past few years, whether you're on the right or left or in the middle, I think the one thing that we can all agree on is that we want well-trained officers who can make good judgment in really high-pressure situations. So do you feel like that training or the access to the range and having the ammunition provided that you need to do those trainings, do you think that it helps improve the competency of the officers that you work alongside?
Absolutely. I mean, our whole goal is all of these situations happen under stress. In the event that an officer is put in a situation where they're going to have to discharge their firearm, it is a very high-stress situation. And so the more ability you have to train and to train regularly and to have sufficient resources to do all that training, the more likely you are to perform well in those situations and under high-stress environments. So having access to the range and to, again, sufficient supplies of ammo allows you to train to such a level that officers are going to be able to do what they're called upon to do when serving the public. So it does absolutely help, I think.
Okay. And my last question is, what is the minimum TCOL requirements to keep your license?
TCOL requires that officers conduct an annual qualification. So just once a year, officers are required to report to the range, and then you have to conduct, it's 50 rounds. It's a 50-round qualification volley that you go through.
Okay,
So
and I
once a
know
year.
I lied when I said it was my last question, but there has been some discussion about Uvalde at this committee, and as someone who is certainly not an expert, it did seem to me that watching those videos that officers having confidence in their abilities to perform the duties under those high stress situations could potentially help them manage a situation like what happened in Uvalde.
I mean, for us, we can never speak to situations that other officers were in, but for Austin Police Association and our members, it's a culture and it is an expectation that officers train, and they train in stressful situations to ensure that when those situations arise, you can respond appropriately.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Marlis.
Do the deputies buy their own ammunition, or do the police departments supply?
For the Austin Police Department, our department purchases ammo for use when at our range. So other agencies do it differently. Not every agency is the same. Some agencies, they may have that requirement, but for the Austin Police Department, our range provides ammunition that can be used throughout the week or during your duty to where you can go and practice.
For the range, but what about while they're on patrol?
Correct. It's our ammunition is provided while we're on patrol as well.
You
Yes,
just
sir.
kind
I
of got
apologize.
specific about the range, and I thought maybe it was something different.
No, sir. No, they also provide our duty ammo. Yes, sir.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Jeremy Caesar or Caesar? Caesar. We have you registered as Jeremy Caesar, representing yourself against the bill. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Please continue.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committees. My mother-in-law was part of the Romanian Revolution during the Ceausescu regime in the 80s. She got her whole university class to skip, flip buses, and just riot the current regime against the enforcement, and ultimately led to fleeing to U.S. for freedom. My grandfather fled communist Hungary in '69 with 5 kids, crossing the Croatian forest to get to the port, fly over to Italy, and get to Long Beach, as he also fled for freedom. So my family has a long history of working with government-owned manufacturing and how it affects the livelihoods of those involved. And when the government owns one thing, it ends up owning everything. My name is Jeremy Caesar, and I'm the owner of Texas Precision Ammunition Company. We manufacture all of our ammunition locally here out of Boerne. We opened up last year with this freedom in mind, as we have no plan B. And we have contracts that we won with DPS, police departments out of Houston, all surrounding departments around Boerne, the Sheriff's Office, Kerr County, Comal County, Kendall County, Bexar County DA's office in San Antonio. We're in talks with Austin PD, San Antonio PD, with their contracts and such. 90% of our business is to law enforcement, and this bill would jeopardize all of that. And this bill will unintentionally have a Trojan horse effect. Trying to compete in an already low margin, extremely high government regulated environment is one thing, but to compete against the government entity that is too big to fail is impossible. As a result, the local companies and private sector die off as a monopoly is created in which the supply of the ammo ultimately falls into the hands of the government, of who and who can't have it. Local manufacturers should not and do not support this bill, especially those that are owned by Texas companies. If government insists on helping the supply issues, it would spend money on the private Texan-owned and operated ammunition companies that will keep the market diversified, strengthening the Texan ammunition market to meet the demand at hand, which ultimately bolsters our constitutional republic and Second Amendment and free market. Thank you.
So I'm guessing you're not a member of Texans for Ammo. But
This is the first I've heard of them. I've been too busy making the ammo to get involved. We've been showing up at every event that we can to further the cause and educate people.
are there other ammo manufacturers in Texas that you are aware of?
There are, I can't remember the names. I met them at some like CPAC events. I met them at different gun organizations and two-way events, but not big enough to know their name offhand other than the big 5.
Right, and so your company and
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Chairman. There are, but they deal with remanufactured ammunition, which we exclusively only do brand new factory new ammunition because our focus is more on the precision element, hence our name. Because people don't realize how important ammunition is to have good quality ammunition, and because of the supply, quality has been completely thrown out the window, which is actually doing a disservice to law enforcement by shooting a different pressurized round, not knowing what to expect. And when we're dealing with thousands of inches, that makes a difference between life or death, and seconds to make a decision as to whether to defend yourself or not. Every data point counts, and so we eliminate every process. So those that do exist, they're more for get to the cheapest bottom level, not quality, whereas we focus more on the quality driving our price and value more than anything else.
And so I think the answer was you believe there are other
Capable
ammo
companies, sure.
manufacturers in Texas.
Yes.
And I mean, I don't expect you to know this, but the ammo that y'all manufacture plus that of the rest of the others that are manufacturing in Texas, how much of the market do y'all think you represent?
In Texas, specifically in the law enforcement sense, I think maybe less than 5%. What I hear people win contracts such as SAPD and Austin PD, I believe they won it with Hornady, and Winchester and these bigger companies, but they don't provide the ammo within like 6 to 9 months. That's how we actually won Bexar County DA's office that represents pretty much all of San Antonio. We supply to them now exclusively just because we can meet the demand and provide superior quality to that of the larger manufacturers, because we focus on the element of providing value rather than just a cheap round that gets slapped together and sent off. So I think that when these larger companies promise a certain price and quality but can't deliver in over a year, it stalls everything. It doesn't give us an opportunity to win those contracts and grow and to be able to reinvest in our own company and meet that demand. It's bad on everybody to promise something that they can't deliver on.
And so do you believe that you have the capacity to grow?
Absolutely. We already have seen immense growth. We've, like I said, won a DPS contract for 200,000 rounds. We've started in last June, started manufacturing in August, and we've already pretty much tripled our production every single month, month over month. And that happened as a result of the free market and approaching these agencies and saying, where is the need and how can we fulfill that? And having that transparent conversation rather than, again, trying to make a promise that we can't keep.
Members, any other questions? Chair Carlos.
I got a question. Is Winchester, I don't know, so I'm asking you, evidently you do. Is Winchester manufactured ammunition in the United States?
I believe they do.
And would you say that there is an ammunition shortage right now?
I would say so, yes.
And how many employees does your company employ?
There's 2 of us.
2, okay. And how many rounds do you produce a year?
A year, we are coming up on our 1-year anniversary. We're about to do about 500,000 rounds this last month.
500,000 rounds.
And we're built, as far as consistency, that's just last month, basically.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Darren Lasorte. We have you down as Darren Lasorte, representing the National Shooting Sports Foundation, testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct, and our position is neutral on the bill. And that is because I have spent the last few weeks with Tara Mitcha with NRA in New Mexico, where the state and the governor were trying to create a shortage of ammunition. So it is great to be in friendlier confines and with the representative doing the work she is to support the Second Amendment. With that said, I have not had a chance to really work the bill because it was introduced about a week and a half ago. And I did stop by the sponsor's office to express our free market concerns. They are sincere, they're real. This is a very complicated market, as you just heard from an ammunition manufacturer here in Texas. And so we're hoping to simply continue the conversation and talk about our concerns with the representative. Obviously, it's very well intended, and we thank you for that. And with that, I would be open to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, if I could just add, sorry, I did miss this, that we do represent the firearm and ammunition industry. So we are the trade association for the industry.
And
our name doesn't necessarily indicate that.
And how many other ammo manufacturers are there in Texas? Do you know?
Mr. Chairman, I did give it a quick look, and I believe it's about 60, but they're relatively small. The largest is Rio, and it's a shot shell manufacturing company. Law enforcement uses fairly few shot shells overall in the overall market for ammunition. But Rio is the largest shot shell manufacturer in the world, I believe, and they're based in Texas.
All right. Any other questions, members?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members?
Chair now calls Robert Mueller. And we have you down as Robert Mueller, representing yourself, testifying against the bill, but does not wish to testify is what we're going to move you to. Is, okay, Chair now calls Jessica Ballew. If the L's are silent, then maybe it's Bayou, but we have you down as Jessica Ballew, representing the Department of Public Safety, testifying on the bill as resource witness. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman. Jessica Ballou, Chief of Infrastructure Operations with the Texas Department of Public Safety, here as a resource on the bill.
Members, any questions? No.
All right.
Okay, yeah.
I feel bad you had to say
Representative
this whole
Carson.
time. Is there anything that you want to volunteer to tell us about this facility? It would be under the direction of DPS, but obviously you'd be contracting with a private company to actually build out the facility. Do you feel like that's something that DPS could oversee?
DPS will obviously carry out and oversee any bill and legislation that is passed, and whatever, meeting whatever requirements are in the legislation for that.
And you mentioned to me earlier when we met that DPS has done a great job of making sure that you have the supplies that you need as far as ammunition, but that how far in advance do you order or do you contract for ammunition?
So most of our ammunition is purchased off of the state contract that is maintained by the Comptroller of Public Accounts Statewide Procurement Division. And that contract, I don't recall exactly what interval that they rebid or add things to that contract. I would have to get back to you on that particular part of the question. In terms of our forecasting and inventory, we look at what we have and we forecast, very frequently, and we monitor any inventory that gets pulled so that we know when we need to reorder. And based on the current ordering timelines for the different types of ammunition that we use, such as the different calibers and things of that nature, then we'll go ahead and initiate a PO when we get down to a certain reorder point threshold so that we know that we have enough time based on the lead time in the contract to have that replenished in time for us to have it on hand when we might need it. We also look at other factors like how many recruit schools we're going to have within any particular year that might generate the need for, more or less training ammunition, as an example.
And I think you mentioned like 500 that it's taking 500 days between when an order is placed and when the supply.
For certain types of ammo, we have seen anything from as low as 90 days to, I believe, up to a little bit over 500 days since the supply chain challenge occurred during COVID. We do order enough and manage it. We try to keep a year's worth on hand at least, so that we don't ever get into a bind. So we've been able to manage to that just based on how we manage our inventory. We are a larger agency, so.
So including, this is my last question, including less lethal rounds that were utilized by some departments in the past couple years, were there any times that DPS experienced a shortage, or there were shortages that you knew of in those police departments?
I can't speak on behalf of any of the other police departments. I do recall that during the period of time where there were a significant number of protests occurring, this was about a couple of years ago now, if I remember correctly, there were some situations where we had to go and get some extra stock of less lethal just to ensure we had it on hand if we needed it. And so I had heard there was some challenge with that, but.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
In your reading of the bill, let's say you were to let's say this bill were to pass and the contract would go out and this place is built. Is there like and then let's fast forward some years and there's no more shortage. Would it allow or call on the agency to now get out of the business and remove themselves from the contract? Would that be possible, or is that not in there as far as you know?
I don't recall there being any specific out clause per se for the agency to remove itself or to determine that the factory or the manufacturing of the ammunition is no longer necessary. So that might be something that would need to be considered, or it might require some sort of legislation in the future, should it pass to, undo it if it was deemed unnecessary at that time.
Vice Chair Johnson.
Hi. How many, I may have missed it. How many bullets do we have that we buy?
So we buy, quite a few in our agency. Like at any given time, we probably have somewhere in the ballpark of about 4,000 cases in inventory, and the number in the case. It varies depending on the type and the caliber and the manufacturer. So that is something I
million,
can
2
give to
million,
you.
3 million rounds, 200,000.
I do not know the answer to that, but I can get it for you. I can tell you that we go through about 10,000 of those cases each year.
10,000 cases a year.
Correct.
We go
Yes,
through
sir.
those for practice.
Yes, sir, and it's mostly training. So, for example, any individual recruit that we train is about 3,500 rounds per recruit. So
And we're shooting real bullets,
they're training munition, so
but they're still real bullets.
they are real bullets, but they're designed specifically for training purposes.
And there's no other way of not shooting the real bullets? I mean, because everybody's saying we have a shortage of bullets. And all of our bullets are coming from China and Russia, so if we don't shoot all our bullets, then maybe throw rocks at them or something before you shoot all your bullets. But seriously, what do we do with the, do they have to shoot the bullets? That may be a question for the,
That's probably a
Training.
question that's better suited to one of our commissioned
okay, I was
leadership.
just curious.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
You mentioned that they're specifically for training. Does that mean that they're some kind of lower class or, differently made? Or do you not know?
I can.
Non-lethal?
Very generally, I can describe it. I can't describe it very specifically. That would require somebody with more expertise. But the training ammunition, as I understand it, is designed, to not. I believe one of them expands more than the other and has more velocity than the other. But again, that's something that I think that someone from our commissioned side of the house that oversees the training and the firearms would be better positioned to answer for you. I can certainly get that information and bring it to your office, though.
No problem. Any other questions, members? All right, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against HB 3539? There being none, Chair recognizes Representative Troxler to close.
Thank you. Jeremy, I look forward. I would be happy to talk with you more. I certainly want to. I am sympathetic to the situation of our. I want to support. I want to support our small manufacturers because that's we need more supply, right? So this is you are absolutely a part of the solution, which is why we contemplated in the bill that. Businesses like yours would be able to benefit from the state's purchasing power by buying the component parts. But I would love to talk to you further in my office if you want to follow up with me later about how we could potentially improve that portion of the bill. And I'm seeing if there were any other questions that I may not have answered, but I really appreciate y'all's questions and your attention to this bill and hopefully your favorable consideration.
Members, any questions? All right.
Thank you.
The committee substitute to House Bill 3539 is withdrawn, and if there's no objection, House Bill 3539 will be left pending. Chair hears none. House Bill 3539 is left pending. All right. Chair now lays out House Bill 2454. Recognize myself to explain the measure. We do have a committee substitute. Vice Chair Johnson lays out the committee substitute to House Bill 2454. And again, recognize myself to lay out the measure. House Bill 2454, members, creates the offense of knowingly acquiring a firearm for a person who is prohibited from possessing a firearm under state or federal law. This is what's known as a straw purchase, and it is already illegal under federal law. It is a federal felony punishable by up to 15 to 25 years in prison to knowingly purchase or conspire to purchase any firearm for, on behalf of, or at the request of any other person, knowing or having reasonable cause to believe that the other person is federally prohibited to do so, or that the person intends to use, carry, possess, or sell the firearm in furtherance of a felony, terrorism, or a drug trafficking crime. The bill would allow state and local law enforcement to charge and prosecute for similar offenses under Texas law. Passing a state straw purchase law was a recommendation of the Select House Committee on Youth, Health, and Safety to the 88th Legislature. The committee sub is simply a Ledge Council draft. I can help answer any questions if y'all have any. If not, we'll go to the testimony. Chair now calls Michael Belsick. Michael Belsick. Okay, we have him down as Michael Belsick, representing himself, testifying in favor of the bill, but did not wish to testify is what we're going to switch it to. All right. Chair now calls Tara Micha. I've been getting that wrong, apparently. But we have you down as Tara Micha, representing the National Rifle Association, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Mr. Chairman, I believe you have the unicorn of gun bills. It mentions firearms, it only targets criminals, and it doesn't restrict law-abiding citizens at all. And for that, you have our support. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now recognizes Nicole Golden. We have you down as Nicole Golden, representing Texas Gun Sense, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Please continue.
Thank you. Again, I'm Nicole Golden, the Executive Director of Texas Gun Sense, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that works on gun safety in Texas. And I'm really pleased to be able to express our support of your bill, Chairman, HB 2454, to hold individuals accountable who knowingly purchase a firearm for someone who is prohibited from owning one, known as a straw purchase, as you said. I've said this several times today, but Texas values its long history of responsible gun ownership. And when it comes to straw purchases in particular, the average gun owner in Texas really isn't the problem. The problem is a small subset of individuals who are allowing those with documented violent histories to obtain firearms and harm our children and communities. And during the last session, the legislature made it unlawful for a person who is prohibited from purchasing a firearm under state or federal law to knowingly make a false statement on a background check form, otherwise known as lie and try. And I see this as building upon that important public safety measure by deterring straw purchases, and again, bringing people together from lots of different organizations and in a bipartisan way, which is really encouraging. Last summer, the legislature held hearings in response to the horrific shooting in Uvalde, and a recommendation that came out of the Senate Special Committee to Protect All Texans report was to do what your bill seeks to do. And this is our chance to do one thing that we can come together on to keep our promise to protect our families and communities from harm, and especially at a time when we're faced with heartbreaking escalating rates of gun violence through major mass shootings, but also everyday gun violence. Really appreciate you for filing this bill, and I hope to see it pass with bipartisan support.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. C.J. Grisham. We have C.J. We have him down as C.J. Grisham representing himself in Open Carry, Texas, and we're going to switch him to did not testify. Chair now calls Claudia Torres Yanez. We have you down as Claudia Torres Yanez, representing yourself and Moms Demand Action Texas chapter, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairman.
Please continue.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Guillen, Vice Chair Johnson, committee members. My name is Claudia Torres Yanez, and I am testifying on behalf of myself, a gun owner, and the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America in support of HB 2454. Straw purchasing allows people with dangerous histories to circumvent a NICS background check required in Texas on any gun sale facilitated by a federal firearms licensee. Tens of thousands of guns nationwide are trafficked across state lines and into the hands of criminals every year, often by people who purchase firearms in bulk with the intention of illegally reselling them to those very people with proven dangerous histories that would prevent them from passing a background check, like due to a felony, domestic abuse charge, or other offense that disqualifies them from gun ownership. Someone mentioned Mexico earlier in the hearing this afternoon, and being someone who was born and raised on the Texas-Mexico border, I learned today that most illegal firearms that are seized in Mexico are from the U.S., with Texas exporting guns to Mexico at a rate 169% higher than any other state, fueling violence in our shared border region. As a member of the Texas chapter for Moms Demand Action, we always honor survivor stories, and I wanted to share my own. I live not even 30 minutes from here, and on February 2nd, my beautiful 15-year-old son, Leo, JV baseball player at Hendrickson High School, narrowly avoided being shot as he walked into the Target in Pflugerville at Highway 130 and 45. He told me the story of having one foot in the door when he heard the bullet strike the window above his head. For the grace of God, he wasn't struck, and for the grace of God, nobody mistook him as the perpetrator of the shooting in the parking lot of that Target store. Bills like this, HB 2454, I think are sensible measures to help us reduce the proliferation of guns and save lives of the people in our lives and in our communities that we love. We urge the committee to vote to advance this important bill to the full House for passage, to improve enforcement and help stop illegal gun sales. This will improve public safety in Texas and will not impact Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. Thank you for your time.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Darren Lasorda. We have you down as Darren Lasorda, representing the National Shooting Sports Foundation, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Thank you.
Continue.
And we are the trade association for the firearm ammunition industry. This is one of those rare instances where we're all on the same page. It's kind of nice, and appreciate your efforts, Mr. Chairman. We are strongly in support, and we do, as FFLs, stand at the front lines of trying to stop straw purchases. Our dealers, the people working in stores, are educated in how to identify a straw purchase and prevent it, and just simply not go forward with the transaction. This legislation helps to address one problem, that is the failure to prosecute at the federal level. As I learned in my early days of schooling, there are two of four components related to deterrence, and that's certainty and severity. This adds that certainty component. If the federal government decides not to prosecute a straw purchase, then the state can step in and prosecute, which is a good thing. As Tara with NRA noted, this is well written. There's a knowledge component, so good people are not going to get caught up in this legislation. 23. One component I did want to talk about is a program that we started at NSSF with the ATF. It's called Don't Lie for the Other Guy. 23 years ago, we partnered with ATF to stop straw purchases. And two parts of that program are awareness of the offense itself and then the recognition. So recognition of the problem within our stores. So as far as the awareness, we do billboards, we do posters in stores, we do countertop displays, basically telling people when they walk into a gun store, if you buy a gun for someone else and they're prohibited, or it's for someone else and they just don't want to be on the 4473, it is a serious offense, punishable by 15 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. A lot of people just aren't aware. So that's part of it that we've worked in. And then as far as recognition, again, going into store employees and store owners and telling them what to look for if a straw purchase might be happening. So the Don't Lie for Another Guy has been nationally recognized as a success. And Mr. Chairman, your bill is only going to be one more part of that to help prevent it by, again, enhancing the certainty that these crimes will be punished, if not at the federal level, at the state level. And that's it for my testimony, and I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair now calls Samuel Brannon. We have you down as Samuel Brannon, representing yourself, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you,
Please
Mr. Chairman.
continue.
As I stated before, as a veteran, one of the things that I did was teach people how to use firearms and operate weapons safely so that they could defend themselves and other people and not be a danger to themselves and their shipmates. So we had rules and regulations, and if they couldn't qualify, they couldn't carry. But just like the DOD has regulations about carrying weapons, Texas has similar laws on the books for the sake of public safety. And we have specific laws prohibiting certain people from possessing firearms because they have been deemed a danger to themselves or others by a judge or law enforcement in good standing. It is vital that in these days of great violence that we fortify these laws to further prohibit dangerous people from gaining access to firearms by other means. Because there are people who will provide firearms to those who may not legally own or possess them. Passing this bill would allow or aid our law enforcement officials in their duties and also cause for better public safety in general. So thank you for bringing up this bill, and I encourage you to look favorably upon it.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Georgia Bates. Georgia Bates. We have Georgia Bates down as representing herself and Giffords, testifying in favor of the bill, but we're going to switch her to did not testify. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2454? Yes.
You called me. I just wanted to clarify because I'm bouncing between meetings.
We have you down as CJ Grisham,
Yes.
representing yourself in Open Carry, Texas.
Yes.
We had switched you to did not testify, but now we're going to switch you back to
I just want to make sure. Did you have me in favor of or opposed?
against the bill.
No. Okay, that's what I thought I misheard. That should have been for.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to clarify. Everybody else said what I wanted to say.
Okay, so we're just to make sure, we have you as CJ Grisham, representing, what was it?
Open Carry, Texas, and myself.
Yourself and Open Carry, Texas.
And we are in favor of the bill.
You were registered against the bill, but you want to be switched to in favor of the bill.
Yes, sir. That was an oversight on my part. I was hoping I heard you, misheard you, but I'm glad I was able to catch that because I don't want to be against that bill.
We got it.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2454? There being none, recognize myself to close. Members, if I can help answer any questions, if y'all have any. If there's none, the committee substitute to House Bill 2454 is withdrawn. And if there's no objection, House Bill 2454 will be left pending. There being none, House Bill 2454 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill, HCR 36. HCR 36, members, is a resolution filed in response to the ongoing struggles faced by the survivors and families of the Sutherland Springs shooting. The resolution highlights the U.S. government's failure to provide those affected by the tragedy with treatment equal to those impacted by similar tragedies, such as the families of the 9 people shot dead at Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina in 2015, and the families of those killed in the 2018 shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. The shooting in Sutherland Springs resulted in the loss of 26 lives and left 20 more individuals wounded. The resolution comes on the heels of a lawsuit brought by dozens of Sutherland Springs victims and their families, which was settled in July of 2021. The federal government has since appealed the decision, leaving the 84 survivors and victims concerned about the lack of fairness. When passed, HCR 36 will be officially sent to the President of the United States, the President of the Senate, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and all members of the Texas delegation, calling on them to right this wrong and provide the survivors and families of Sutherland Springs with the equitable treatment that they deserve. I can help answer any questions if y'all have any, members. If not, we'll go to testimony. The chair recognizes Vanessa McDougal. Vanessa McDougal. We have Vanessa McDougal registered representing herself and the League of Women Voters of Texas, testifying in favor of the bill, but we're going to switch it to did not testify. And chair now calls Lisa Ross. We have you down as Lisa Ross, representing yourself and Lock Arms for Life. Correct. Testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Gann, for presenting this bill, and thank you, committee, for being here as well. What I want to say is, how much is a life worth? The question was posed in the movie starring Michael Keaton about the 9/11 Victims Compensation Fund. It is also a wrenching question that we must ask ourselves when lives are taken in a senseless tragedy like the 2017 Sutherland Springs mass shooting in New Braunfels. As a survivor of a senseless tragedy, I understand the pain and the grief that these families have endured. I'm also familiar with the untold costs of these tragedies as well. I know what it costs for a funeral. I know what it costs to have therapy for your children. And I know that the loss, that some incomes, not mine, but other families have endured during this time. I just want to tell one little quick story too. My youngest son was 15 years old when his older brother died. And it wasn't until his sophomore year in college that we learned that he was still having some emotional pain from what was going on. And we had to get him some therapy during that time to kind of deal with some of the feelings that he had, that he was going through. So this is not just a problem that just kind of stops and then that tragedy happens and life goes on. And I don't really have never even mentioned or talked about this before. But it is a ripple effect, and it's what happens to the families, and it goes on and on for many, many years. But I want to tell you that I'm here as a founder of Lock Arms for Life and as a mother to show support for the survivors of Sutherland Springs. And I do want to urge you to send the message to Washington. These families are no different than families whose lives were ripped apart during the 9/11 and other incidences in which survivors received compensation. And I just want to tell you thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against HCR 36? There being none, members, if there's, I can answer any questions if you have it. If not, I'll close. Okay, I close, and if there's no objection, HCR 36 will be left pending. There being none, HCR 36 is left pending. Chair now lays out, I think, our last bill. House Bill 2076, and recognizes Representative Goodwin to explain the measure. We have good.
Thank you, Chairman, members. House Bill 2076, the Dating Violence Victims Protection Act, relates to the gap in Texas law where firearm prohibition laws do not apply to victims of dating violence. Texas law prohibits a person convicted of misdemeanor family violence from possessing a firearm for 5 years after release from confinement or community supervision. This applies to those convicted of Class A misdemeanor assault against a family member or member of their household, but does not include assaults against a dating partner outside the same household. House Bill 2076 seeks to include those convicted of dating violence within the scope of the law, in that if an individual is found to be in possession of a firearm during this 5-year period after release from confinement or community supervision, they can be charged for unlawful possession of a firearm on top of their original conviction. I should note that this legislation does not infringe on the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. Instead, it applies to those who already have a conviction for dating violence and only for the 5 years following release from confinement or community supervision. In addition, closing this hole in state law will bring Texas into alignment with federal law, which passed as part of the Bipartisan Safety Communities Act in 2022. Texas exceeds the national rate of intimate partner homicides perpetrated with a firearm. In the U.S., firearms are used in more than half of all intimate partner homicides, but in Texas in 2021, firearm perpetrated homicides accounted for 75% of intimate partner deaths. Murders of women are 5 times more likely when their abusers have access to firearms. Ending a dating relationship, separating after living together, and filing for divorce pose the most significant risk for victims. In 2021, 204 Texans were killed by an intimate partner. The relationship status with the highest number of victims was girlfriend. There were 61 women, or 36% of the deaths, followed by wife, 38 women, and 22% of the deaths. We must take this opportunity to pass House Bill 2076, the Dating Violence Victims Protection Act, and extend the same protections to dating partners as those in married or cohabiting relationships. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions? This Chairman Harless.
Can you give me those statistics again, please, how many girlfriends and people were killed?
61 women, let's see. 38. Okay, girlfriend was 61 women, or 36%, and wives, it was 38 women, or 22%.
And what was the total number of people killed?
204. 204 Texans were killed by an intimate partner.
Okay.
and that was in
And the number
2021.
on wives again, please?
38.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? We'll call you back up to close.
Thanks.
Chair now calls Michael Belsick. Michael Belsick. We have Michael Belsick, we have him down as Michael Belsick representing himself, testifying against the bill, but we're going to switch him to did not testify. Chair now calls Tara Mecha. Am I doing this right? Tara Mecha? All right. We have you down as Tara Mecha, representing the National Rifle Association, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Please
Chairman.
proceed.
Excuse me. Mr. Chairman, committee members, part of our issue with the bill, we generally oppose expanding prohibited categories for firearm ownership beyond federal law. Texas law is broader than federal law in terms of the relationships that trigger a firearm prohibition under House Bill 2076. Under federal law, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that passed last year, the term dating relationship means a relationship between individuals who have or have recently had a continuous serious relationship of a romantic or intimate nature. House Bill 2076 would incorporate Texas' existing dating relationship definition in Chapter 71 of the Family Code into the state firearm prohibition statute. That defines dating relationship as a relationship between individuals who have or have had a continuous serious relationship of a romantic or intimate nature. The definitions are similar, however, the federal definition requires the relationship to have been recent in order to trigger a firearm prohibition, whereas the Texas definition has no such temporal limit. If you've noticed, we did not oppose House Bill, I think it was 544 that Representative Johnson had earlier today. That was because in her bill, they restricted the records that are being reported up to the National Instant Check System to track the federal prohibition on dating partners who have been convicted of a domestic violence misdemeanor conviction. So that's just our position. We don't support expanding prohibitions beyond federal law. House Bill 544 did not do that. House Bill 2076 does, and so we are opposed to the bill.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you. Chair now calls Sami Beg or Baig. Sami Beg, I got it right the first time. We have you down as Sami Beg, representing yourself, testifying for the bill, is that correct?
Yes.
Please continue.
Good evening, or I should say good night, actually. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sami Beg. I am a high school student from the Houston area and a representative of the Harris County Safe Schools Commission, and I'm seeking support of HB 2076. I wanted to take the time to thank Representative Goodwin for the opportunity to bring this bill to her office and for allowing youth a platform to express their concerns through legislation. HB 2076 was written to reflect Texan values in that guns simply should be kept out of the wrong hands. As of June 2022, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act prohibits firearm possession for 5 years following the conviction of dating violence. However, the boyfriend loophole still exists on the state level, specifically in our penal code. In our state law, people with domestic violence convictions who are married to their victims or have a child with the victim are prohibited from possessing firearms. But those who are in dating relationships with their victims, such as boyfriends and girlfriends, are exempt of this prohibition. Passing HB 2076 will not only serve to tie up loose ends on the state level, but this will also protect victims of domestic violence if the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act is repealed in the future. There is a significant body of evidence that illustrates the impact of firearm possession on domestic violence-related homicide. According to a study written by the Journal of Epidemiology in 2021, 68% of mass shootings, the perpetrator shot at least one family member or partner. States that prevented abusive dating partners from legally attaining guns experienced a 16% decline in intimate partner homicides committed with the firearm. Additionally, according to the U.S. Crime Report data, half of all female homicide victims were killed by a current or former dating partner. Now, I could sit here and read off statistics for the entire rest of my testimony, but the central principle of the bill is self-sufficient. By allowing for a prohibition of firearms for people who have committed domestic violence misdemeanors, Texas can protect people in vulnerable positions by ensuring that abusers do not obtain guns legally. There is an immense risk associated with allowing criminals with dating violence histories to purchase guns legally, and Texas absolutely has a responsibility to protect victims of domestic violence. This law is reasonable, and it does not infringe upon the rights of Texans to own firearms if they are not convicted of any crimes. This loophole has been closed in neighboring states such as New Mexico, Arizona, and Louisiana, and I believe Texas can be the next state to take the right step. On behalf of the thousands of victims of domestic violence in Texas, I ask that this bill receive full support. And then additionally, as the witness who just went up ahead of me, she stated that Texas law does not even is more specific than federal law. This is actually not true. The state law takes into account the frequency of the relationship in 71.021B, and if the frequency is taken into account, this does actually exempt people from being prohibited of using firearms for dating violence for 5 years if the judge deems if they are in a relationship or not. So this does not prohibit firearm possession for people who are completely innocent, especially if their conviction has elapsed 5 years.
Members, any questions? All right. Thank you, sir. Chair, now call C.J. Grisham. We have you down as C.J. Grisham, representing yourself in Open Carry, Texas, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just at the interest of saving time and not being repetitive, we're just going to adopt what Tara Mecha said. The only thing I'm going to add is, this 5-year thing after the sentencing or they get out of jail. Just keep them in jail for 5 more years. If that's the deal, don't let out violent people. If you're afraid that they're going to do something within 5 years, keep them in jail for longer. Domestic violence abusers should stay in jail and rot in jail for 5 years longer. But once they're out, they should have served their time. And if we're still afraid, then that means we have a justice system problem and that we're not properly dealing with domestic abusers if we have to continue to create these kinds of punishments. But just in the interest of time, that's all I got to say.
Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you. That it is great. I think we're on the same page on something. And I'm ecstatic about that, because what you're saying is that when a person does the crime, they do their time, and then when they get out, all of the other stuff is wiped away. No more records, no more, can pull somebody's background check. We don't need to check to see if they have, criminal history. We don't need to do none of that. That's what you're saying right now.
What I'm saying is we either have to accept that the justice system works or it doesn't.
I'm asking you, we in
once
agreement?
somebody serves their time, we are in agreement. Once somebody serves their time, they should have their rights reinstated.
And no more criminal records.
Exactly. I'm all for that.
All for that. So,
yeah. And make that time that they're serving
with you. There we go.
Punishable.
I knew we can be on the same page. We're going to write a bill, you and I together. No more background checks for anybody who gets out of jail. And whatever they did, they served their time, and they got out, and now it's time to go back to society.
One of the biggest problems of recidivism, Chairman, is that these people get out of jail, they serve their time, and they can't integrate into society because they have all these barriers.
Now, I will ask you this. I was told long ago that sometimes a tiger don't change his stripes. A person that commits an act of violence demonstrates that they have a tenacity or an inclination or an affinity for violence and may do it again. Would you agree? Not agree?
I don't think that's, as a blanket, I don't agree. I do agree that there are some people, being a combat veteran, I've been violent. That doesn't mean I'm always going to be violent. I think some people are able to be rehabilitated, some are not.
So if a punk beats up his girlfriend, just because he's a punk, and gets convicted, do you think he would have a tendency or inclination to be violent against that woman again?
Well, I think if we put him into prison in a situation in which that person doesn't get a lavish life, he's actually being punished, living a terrible existence as opposed to this sort of existence where they get cable TV and education and all this other stuff. It should be a punishment. And when they get out, if we are afraid that someone is always going to be violent once they're violent, then our laws should reflect that, okay, you beat up your girlfriend, your boyfriend, whoever, then you're never getting out of jail. I'm okay with that. If the idea is that a violent person will always be violent, then we always keep them behind bars.
But crimes have a duration of time.
You can fix that.
But in this instance, which we're not going to fix the entire criminal justice system, when someone goes to jail now, and because we have an overpopulation of prisons already, with an underpopulation of guards watching them, so it makes it very difficult. But we're locking people up for the most mundane and frivolous of things.
And I agree with you on that too,
So
Chairman.
at the end of the day, how do we handle right now this person who had to serve time for beating a individual, and when they get out, the question is, how do we protect the individual? Do we put an opportunity for that individual to have a gun, that this violent person that potentially will go back and do the same violent thing again?
Chairman, I think the issue that you're alliterating here is we are admitting that we're sending people to jail for no other reason than a vacation for a number of years, and that we haven't done anything to rehabilitate that individual while they're in jail. If they are still a threat to society, why are we even letting them out? That's the problem. That's the problem. We solve that problem, we solve the violence problem.
Okay, well, we're not going to solve that problem, so we still have this problem. So the problem that I'm saying to you, regardless of what you and I think in respect to the crime that this person did, what we know is that this person is going to get out.
Yep.
Now, there is not any rehabilitation going on.
Maybe.
In the prison system. You already said it. That's why the recidivism is so high. So then he gets out. Does this person who is getting out pose a threat to the individual that he just beat?
It is our position that once someone serves their time, then they should have their rights reinstated. And if we are agreeing that these people are still too dangerous for society, then we need to fix the sentencing laws.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Tisha Betty. Bedi. Okay. We have you down as Tisha Betty, representing yourself and Daya Houston, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Please proceed.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Tisha Betty, and I am Daya Houston's Director of Prevention and Training. Since 1996, Daya has provided culturally and linguistically specific services to South Asian survivors of intimate partner violence, and we serve over 600 clients annually. On May 19, 2022, a tragic murder shook our Houston community to its core. Sadia Manzoor, along with her 4-year-old daughter and her mother, were all brutally murdered by her abusive ex-husband when he shot them before taking his own life. From every single account, this courageous survivor took all possible steps to keep herself and her daughter safe, while also holding her abuser accountable. This loss of 3 generations of women is proof that If left unchecked, domestic violence will change the very fabric of our society's future. This is not a private family matter that can live behind closed doors, but one that harms us all through the infuriating loss of life and promises. The inadmissible reality is that 1 in 5 murder victims are killed by their intimate partner. Texas loses over 200 of our loved ones to domestic violence each year, and Harris County sees the highest number of DV-related fatalities in the state. In family violence homicides, firearms are the #1 method used. In a state as diverse as Texas, we cannot ignore the circumstances for minority survivors to safely leave abusive relationships. Immigrant and minority survivors face additional barriers in seeking services, such as legal hurdles, language barriers, cultural and religious stigmas, and institutionalized racism. These barriers exacerbate the fear, isolation, and powerlessness that are at the core of intimate partner violence. Perpetrators often weaponize these barriers to further extend their control on the victims' lives. These barriers, like the presence of a firearm, add yet another layer of risk to the lives of women and children in Texas. In fact, a woman is 5 times more likely to be murdered when her abuser has access to a gun. The good news is, anti-violence advocates across our states coordinate our efforts by sharing resources, innovative ideas, and warm referrals to ensure every survivor who calls our hotlines builds a plan to improve their safety before, during, and after they flee a violent partner. Agencies like DIA address safety along with the mental health, housing, legal, and financial need of survivors. But the efforts of advocates and brave survivors across Texas are misplaced if not strengthened by you, our public leaders, through the laws that you put into action. HB 2076 prohibits culpable abusers from being able to purchase firearms and will undoubtedly keep more women and children alive. This law is not about politics or an infringement of the rights of everyday Texans. It's about keeping Texans like Sadia, her mother, and her precious 4-year-old alive. And I will end with saying, every survivor deserves to safely leave an abusive relationship without losing their lives. Thank you.
Yes, that is correct. My name is Edwin Walker. I'm an attorney, a principal attorney, principal partner with the law firm of Walker & Taylor. We're criminal defense attorneys. I have been a criminal defense attorney for the last 30 years. What I have to say is basically a lot of what Tara has already said. She stole some of my thunder. So where I disagree with this bill is the expansion to the closing of the supposed boyfriend loophole. Keep in mind, we're dealing with Class A misdemeanors. So we're not talking about deaths. We're not talking about felonies. Somebody who's convicted of a felony crime of family violence, regardless in what context it took, they are prohibited forever and ever and ever. So this bill, the area of law which this bill is seeking to amend deals only with Class A misdemeanors. That is an assault of contact which results in bodily injury. Now, what it does is that right now current law says that a family or a member of a household is prohibited if they've been convicted of this Class A misdemeanor, prohibited for 5 years. Family is found in 7103. Household is found in 7105. What this does is it includes now 710021B, which is where we find the definition of dating relationship. Now, I'm sure this bill was spawned by the recent passage of the federal bipartisan Safer Communities Act, where they eventually closed their dating loophole, quote unquote. However, there is a fundamental difference, and that fundamental difference is a fundamental flaw in this bill. And no bill, which includes the Texas definition of dating relationship, can escape this fundamental flaw. Now, I'm going to read you the two definitions and tell me if you can spot the difference. The Texas definition says, for purposes of this title, dating relationship means a relationship between individuals who have or have had a continuing relationship of a romantic or intimate nature. Now, the federal definition says the term dating relationship means a relationship between individuals who have recently had a continuing, who have or have recently had a continuing serious relationship of a romantic or intimate nature. I cannot believe that the federal government actually drafted language that is more specific than Texas, but in this case they did. Perhaps it's because the Texas definition is 20 years old. So I do not believe that any law which continues to impose additional penalties based upon this outdated, imprecise, broad, and vague definition of dating relationship should be allowed to be integrated into more laws. If anything, the bill needs to be revised to revise the language of the Texas definition to bring it more in line with the federal definition, which requires that a terminated dating relationship had to have been recent, and that relationship had to have been serious. Whether it's current or past, had to be a serious relationship. Texas definition does not include that, and therefore that net is too broad and is catching too many people who should not be considered under it. If I may just put out an example, let's say that you had a couple that dated in college. They absolutely had a dating relationship in college, but they dated in college, they broke up. At the 20-year college reunion, they see each other again, and the woman, who somehow was harboring bad feelings, goes up and slugs the man, bloodies his nose, clearly commits a Class A misdemeanor in front of 50 witnesses. Should that individual now be prosecuted as a family violence offender? I say that that is an inequity that is current in this definition, and this bill only perpetuates that, where we ought to be looking at trying to fix that.
Members, any questions? Yes, Vice Chair Johnson.
So we don't let the judges do their jobs? You're trying to legislate what the judges should do right now by determining whether or not somebody got punched in the face?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question.
You just said we shouldn't be doing that, and this is what the law is going to stop. So you're saying somebody shouldn't be convicted because they slugged somebody in the face. They shouldn't be convicted as a family violent person.
If the dating relationship is 20 years old, then no, I think that's inequitable. They can still be prosecuted for a regular, plain old vanilla Class A assault and be convicted. But conviction of a Class A assault doesn't have this onerous provision that would prevent a person from obtaining a firearm in 5 years. So
if she punched somebody in the face and she was convicted, you're saying you said she shouldn't be convicted of family violence, so we don't want her to lose her right to have a gun, although she just hauled off and punched somebody in the face.
Correct.
Because she shows a violent tendency, we don't want to stop her from getting a gun.
An individual who's convicted of a Class A misdemeanor assault against just a random individual, an individual that they weren't married to, that was not a member of their household, they did not have a dating relationship with, they do not lose their right to purchase and possess firearms because of a conviction of that Class A misdemeanor. Whereas they do.
That's a whole lot of long lawyer talk. Okay.
So
at the end of the day, we just don't. So anybody who commits a violent crime, you're just saying, no, we should not. We should allow them to have their guns if they commit a violent crime.
We are talking about a Class A misdemeanor.
I mean, so punching a girl in the eye is not serious injury. So it just got a black eye. So if the criminal knows how to do that, then he just knows how to punch her in the face, never breaking any bones or never. So I just keep getting this misdemeanor. But I'm violent. I'm punching her every day. So,
Yeah,
but that doesn't make me a bad guy, though, right?
Well, no,
And it doesn't make me a violent guy who needs my gun.
I'm explaining the current state of the law. If you want to change the law of Class A misdemeanors, that's fine, but that's a different bill. That's not what I'm talking about here.
But again, the
What I'm
bill
saying
is
is,
we're trying
yes.
to point out violence. Tendencies to have violence, and if that individual is going to be violent against somebody, then you're trying to say, no, let them have their gun, while the bill is saying, look, we need to put a pause on that because this person may get out and shoot someone. So I'm just trying to make sure that we have the same terminology down there. You're okay with a man beating a woman who has beat a woman, just misdemeanor-wise, though. He ain't break her arm, but he punched her in the face every day. You want him to have a gun. You don't want to stop him from getting his gun.
I'm here to tell you the current state of the law. So don't mislead the issue. With all due respect, you're not talking.
I think
about
we've
what
been
we're
doing
talking
that all
about.
day. We've been kind of misleading
and I'm-
issues all day, but that's fine.
And
Thank
as
you.
an attorney, I'm attempting to explain the law. So for every felony conviction, an individual loses their right to possess a firearm forever and ever. There is one type of misdemeanor conviction that causes an individual to lose their firearms rights, both under federal law and state law. That is a misdemeanor conviction of domestic violence. So yes, you could have two individuals who are similarly situated who go out and assault individuals in the exact same manner. One of them does it to a total stranger. The other one does it to a member of their household. The person who does it to a total stranger and is convicted of a Class A misdemeanor does not lose his firearms rights. The person who does it to a member of their family or household, they do lose their firearms right. What I'm saying is that the definition of dating relationship as it currently exists in Texas law is too broad and vague to be included in this new law. If you want to change the definition, maybe that fixes it. If you want to penalize misdemeanors by saying that they lose their firearms right, maybe that's a bill you want to write and sponsor. That's not this bill. And so my opinion as to whether or not they should lose their firearms rights is completely immaterial and irrelevant to this argument. No, sir. With all due respect, you're conflating
brought
the
up
issues.
the same thing. You keep saying that if somebody who is not a family member does this, they don't lose their rights. But if
That
this
is correct.
person does, that's not what this bill is talking about. It's not what this bill is talking about.
No, I know. That's what I'm trying to
Why do you keep bringing up
explain.
this? Who doesn't? Because this person doesn't lose their rights. You still saying I want this violent person. I want this violent person not to lose his rights because this violent person didn't lose his rights.
Let me ask you.
That's what you're saying, right?
May
I don't
I
want
ask
this
you a
person to
question?
lose their rights because this violent person didn't lose their rights. Is that what you're saying? And
In
now you're
my
telling me to
example-
change the law.
No, in my example, is the woman who strikes her boyfriend from 20 years ago, is she more like a person that strikes a total stranger, or is she more like a person that strikes her current husband?
She's a violent person.
So, in your opinion, all violent people should lose their firearms rights,
If they're-
regardless of whether the crime is a misdemeanor or a felony.
They are convicted, is what it says. Not every person who just punches somebody is a violent person. But go ahead, let's
Right.
move on.
No, I'm saying
I'm
they're
not
gonna
the
be.
bill layout. I'm just trying to make sure that we're consistent.
Well, no,
I'm good.
you have conflated the two.
Thank you. I did.
Okay. Members, any other questions? Yes, Representative Goodwin.
Okay, your definition talked about current and serious. Those are the words that you have issue with.
That's the federal definition.
So the definition that I was looking at is, for the purpose of this title, dating relationship means a relationship between individuals who have or have had a continuing relationship of a romantic or intimate nature.
Correct. That's the current Texas definition.
And so that's not, current wouldn't mean a 20-year ago relationship like you just gave in your example.
The word current doesn't appear in the Texas definition.
Continuing relationship. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
continuing definition is just a definition of with what type of relationship it was. It has no bearing on whether or not the relationship is occurring now or occurred 20 years ago. It just talks about whether or not that relationship at the time it occurred, was it continuing?
Okay, I read it differently, so I guess that would be up to a judge's interpretation.
Well, then why would they say have had? Then this would be limited not to past relationships. This would be written to not include past relationships, but the definition does. It includes current relationships, the word have, and past relationships, have had. The words continuing relationship of a romantic or intimate nature deals with the nature of the relationship, regardless of when it occurred. It could have been continuing and romantic 20 years ago. It's not today, but that's not relevant with regard to this because this definition penalizes both current dating relationships and past dating relationships.
I read it differently, but thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank
Chair now calls Nevin Kamath. Oh, Nevin. So we have him down as, we have this person down as Nevin Kamath or Kamath, representing themselves, testifying for the bill. But we're going to switch them to did not testify. Chair now calls Stephen Sanders. We have you down as Stephen Sanders, representing yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
And Mr. Johnson, I'm just going to follow up on some of the things that you said. So as I've shared earlier, I am a hunter and I'm a gun owner, and I'm also a United Methodist pastor. And after the Uvalde massacre, I became involved with Texas Impact, and I am part of their gun safety team, because I deeply believe that people of faith must engage on policies around gun safety. I shared with you earlier that one of the pastors on my staff ran a shelter for women who and their kids who had escaped domestic violence. I did not tell you that she then hired my wife, and my wife has worked for domestic violence shelter for the last 8 years. And so this is dinner table conversation for me. And I have learned, unfortunately, that people who have committed domestic violence, whether against a spouse or against a significant other, they don't just leave that person alone. They often return. The shelter where my wife works has an undisclosed location because the perpetrators of violence return, and they try to seek them down, often years later. And that's why this bill is needed. As a pastor, people are willing to open up to me, and as I've become connected with a shelter for moms and kids who have escaped domestic violence, I've heard their stories. And one of the stories I think resonates with what I've been hearing here. One woman went to this shelter after her own husband used her as a punching bag, and so she and her children left. After I met her, about a year after I met her, she brought me a newspaper article. And it was the story of a man who had killed his girlfriend and then himself. And she told me that was her ex-husband. And she would have been dead if she had not left. But because he was still allowed to have firearms after using his wife as a punching bag, he had a gun and killed his girlfriend. I wish that I could tell you that our society was not this violent. I wish I could tell you that we could all love each other and get along. But I know that I'd be lying to you. In my Christian faith, we say there's something called a sin. And there is sin. And there are people who are violent. In my understanding, this bill simply expands the definition of family violence, so that people who are violent against their intimate partners, even if they are not married, they still cannot access a weapon to commit murder. And so I encourage you to support this bill. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Lauren Luveras. Lauren Luveras. We have Lauren Luveras representing Texas Council on Family Violence, testifying in favor of the bill, but we're switching Lauren Luveras to did not testify. Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. Michelle Mostert. We have Michelle Mostert representing herself, testifying against the bill, but we're going to go ahead and switch her to did not testify. Chair now calls Robin Breed. We have Robin we have you down as Robin Breed, representing yourself and Moms Demand Action in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please continue.
Good evening, Chairman and committee members. My name is Robin Breed, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself and the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America in support of House Bill 2076. Current Texas statute prohibits a current or former spouse and/or partner with whom the family violence survivor lives from purchasing or possessing a gun after conviction. House Bill 2076 would change Texas statute to add dating partners to the list of those prohibited from purchasing or possessing firearms following a conviction for this same domestic violence. On average, 70 women are shot and killed by their intimate partners every month in the United States. Nearly 1 million women alive today report being shot or shot at by their intimate partner, and over 4.5 million women have reported being threatened with a gun by their partner. Responding to or serving warrants for domestic violence is the most deadly call-out for our law enforcement officers. By advancing House Bill 2076, this committee would be closing a deadly loophole in our current law that continues to allow dating partners to purchase and possess guns even after they have been proven guilty of violence against their loved ones. We urge this committee to protect our law enforcement and victims of domestic violence by expanding the definition of an abuser to include dating partners. Please hold a vote and advance House Bill 2076 out of this committee. To reiterate what someone else said earlier, is we must do something. And it's shocking to me to see so many sit in this chair advocating for violent convicted criminals to be able to keep their weapons. I hope this bill goes to the floor. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Carlos Lopez. We have you down as Carlos Lopez, representing yourself, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. And it's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
And thank you all for having me tonight. It's Carlos Lopez, and I am the constable of Precinct 5 here in Travis County. A couple of years back, a few years back, I had an employee that didn't show up to work. I went and knocked on her door, and when she opened the door, I hardly recognized her. Her face was just black and blue, and I took her to the hospital, and she ended up with she had a broken nose, she had a broken collarbone, she had a broken arm. She works for a law enforcement agency, my agency, and I couldn't even protect her. I felt terrible. And I'm gonna tell you something, that my office handles I'd say 90 some odd % of all the domestic violence protective orders in Travis County. We serve them all. I spoke to my sergeant that's over the family unit and the folks that work on a day-to-day basis with these protective orders, and I asked them, what percentage do you think are victims of domestic violence that are of dating relationships? Listen to this. Over 70%, they said. Easy, over 70% are of dating relationships. I can tell you that I could go on and tell you horrific stories of what we've seen in this area. And you speak to any law enforcement officer who deals with domestic violence, and they'll tell you the same thing. This is a good bill. It'll be consistent with, the married couples and all, but dating relationships. And by the way, we serve anywhere from 600 to 1,000 protective orders each year. So we see it every day, every single day. Please support this bill, and thank you for speaking up for those who cannot speak for themselves or are too afraid of speaking up. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair now calls Shelley Egger. We have you down as Shelley Egger, representing yourself and the Texas Legal Services Center, testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
My name is Shelley Lyons Egger, and I am an attorney at Texas Legal Services Center, where I manage the statewide hotline for survivors of sexual assault, that legal aid hotline for survivors of sexual assault. And for the past almost 15 years, I have been a legal aid lawyer exclusively representing victims of dating and domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and trafficking. I can tell you that the risk that they face when their abuser has access to a firearm, that 5 times increased risk, is something that is not mitigated by the absence of a wedding ring or a marriage certificate. The threat to dating violence victims is very real. It is definitely, I disagree with the characterization that this would be broader than the federal law, because the federal law applies to misdemeanor people who are convicted of misdemeanors all the way down to a Class C misdemeanor, whereas this would still only apply to a Class A misdemeanor here in Texas. A Class A misdemeanor looks like an assault with bodily injury. In my experience, it also looks like a bullet that's kept in the nightstand that has a woman's name scratched into it to remind her that she should be on her very best behavior at all times. We're not just talking about the women and men who are shot and killed every year by their intimate partners, but also those who daily live with the threat of domestic violence that is exacerbated by the presence of a firearm. The power and control dynamic is what makes the difference between someone who assaults an intimate partner and someone who assaults a stranger on the street. That power and control dynamic isn't something that goes away immediately after a relationship ends, and it certainly isn't something that is cured in prison. I have many, many clients that I've worked with over the past decade who provide evidence of that fact specifically. This law is this change in the law is something that I recommended in 2019 when I was invited as a designated party to submit written comments to the House Committee on Mass Violence. And in the time since then, in the 2 years after that, in 2020 and 2021, an additional 245 women were shot and killed by their intimate partner in the state of Texas. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about how this has impacted my work and the effect that I think it would have.
Members, any questions? Yes, Representative DeRazio.
Dating partners, man and woman, intimate partners, define that.
The definitions vary. Usually when we're talking about this type of homicide specifically, we refer to it as intimate partner homicide. When you're talking about violence against women specifically, can be more specifically characterized as femicide, but all of it relates to the same idea of individuals who have had that relationship.
Okay, man-man partners. How much violence is there? And what is the ratio compared to the man-woman violence?
The exact numbers in terms of overall violence against male partners, I don't happen to know that off the top of my head. I can tell you that there were 18 men in 2021 who were shot and killed by an intimate partner, whether that was a male or a female. And that was a boyfriend as opposed to a husband category. And there were 5 men who were shot and killed by a former intimate partner or boyfriend, girlfriend, as opposed to someone who had been in a marriage relationship. So the number of individuals in Texas who are killed by someone who was characterized as their current or former boyfriend or girlfriend is higher than the number who are killed by a current or former spouse.
I mean, with all the confusion we have in our society today, how many of these murders, or whatever you want to call it, are the homosexual relationship? And then how many are man-woman, and how many are woman-woman?
In 2021, there were 12 identified LGBTQ plus homicides that happened within the state of Texas, intimate partner relationship. I don't know how many of those were men and women specifically.
All of these stats that you're giving, these are statewide?
Correct.
Texas? No. Representative Graziano.
So you said 25
12 in 2021.
and 21. Okay, we don't have any updated stats.
No, it takes a while to process these because usually they wait until the cases are adjudicated. So the most recent data that we have is for 2021.
Okay. Okay, so 12, and then man-woman assaults or murders.
There were 120, there were 61 women who were killed by a current or former dating partner in 2021. Well, let me say 58% of those who were killed in 2021 were killed by a current or former dating partner. 61 were categorized as a current girlfriend. The victim was characterized as a current girlfriend, and 38 of those were characterized as a former girlfriend.
So he killed her or she killed him?
She was the victim.
Sorry?
I'm talking about female victims.
Okay, female victims, okay. Okay, I'm just trying to get a balance of what's going on, and, I mean, because we,
The characterization of a relationship is sometimes hard to classify because we're usually looking at what's there in the police report or what is known about the relationship. So it's not always clear what exactly that relationship was. These have been documented by the Texas Council on Family Violence and their Honoring Texas Victims report that they produce annually that tells the story of what intimate partner homicide looks like in the state of Texas. They've been doing that every year that I've been practicing law. In 2012, there were 68 intimate partner homicides, and in 2021, it had increased to 125 female victims.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your candor, and I was just trying to wrap my mind around, okay, where are we on this? I mean, our society has gotten out of control. It literally has. And if you don't mind, whenever we take a child, by the child is born, and by the time the child reaches teenage years, in our society today, from the last stats that we had, they personally witnessed 15,000 murders. The video games, deadly accurate, and the murders that these children commit are deadly accurate. And so whenever I look at our society and I look at it breaking down, and what we're trying to do here is put a Band-Aid on arterial bleeding. In order to get to the root of any matter, we have to go back to the origin. We have to go back to the family. We have to, any law that we pass is not going to work, because it's going to come down to us individually, and are we willing to make the personal lives and personal changes in our lives to make this work. My heart goes out to all these women that are getting murdered, and I've had the very good fortune of having a wonderful family and being able to do all the things that we wanted to. And how we need to help the victims. We do have an obligation to do that. But I appreciate your testimony, and I appreciate your time.
Certainly, and I do. I would agree that what happens in anyone's home certainly is one of the most significant factors that impacts their safety overall. I can tell you that for me personally, my work and working with these victims is what exposes me to the greatest risk. I've been threatened many, many times. I don't think that there has ever been a distinction between someone who is married and someone who is not in terms of what that power and control looks like when they are lashing out and trying to and making those threats.
Members, any other questions? Yes, Representative Bowers.
Thank you, Chairman Guillen. and thank you for your testimony. I just want to know what the statute of limitations are between domestic violence or domestic abuse and assault family violence.
For an overall conviction, I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm sorry, I would have to find that for you.
Okay. And can you please submit it to come
Certainly.
by my office and let us know?
Sure.
Thank you.
As a civil attorney, the criminal law is related, but not what I practice every day. So I'm happy to find that answer for you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2076? There being none, Chair recognizes Representative Goodwin to close.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate being able to lay out this bill. You know, this is really about prevention. I've been very fortunate Representative, to have a loving husband and not have to worry about my life or safety, but there are a lot of women and perhaps men as well who have lost their lives. I think this is what our committee is trying to work on. I don't think there's any one change that will solve all of our problems, because when it comes to the number of people that we lose in Texas to gun deaths is quite high, from young students in Uvalde to individuals through domestic dating violence, family violence, and suicide. So I think that it will take a lot of different policy changes, not just one, but this one I think is something I feel like really everyone should be able to get behind, because as one of the witnesses earlier said, people's Second Amendment rights shouldn't be taken away except when someone is convicted of a crime. And that's what we're looking at, someone who has shown themselves to be aggressive, assaultive, and saying that maybe you shouldn't have a gun for a period of time. That's all we're saying. So with that, I close.
Members, any questions? All right, if there's no objection, House Bill 2076 will be left pending. There being none, House Bill 2076 is left pending. Members, if there's no further business and without objection, there being none, the House Select Committee on Community Safety stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.